Welcome to the second day of our Multiethnic Digital Humanities Conference. My name is Mark Canuel, and I'm director of the Institute for the Humanities. So welcome. I would just like to tell you about some upcoming events after this amazing conference is over. Margarita Sayona is going to be presenting her first faculty lecture of the year, faculty fellow lecture, on the 27th. That's Tuesday at 4 p.m. She's going to be speaking on Entranced Hearts, how to write about one's own experience of heart transplantation. That's 4 p.m. at our new institute space at 1007 West Harrison. On the 29th at 12:30, Catherine Lofton in Religious Studies at Yale is going to be coming to talk about how to build an American religion. So we're going to learn about how to talk about your heart transplantation, how to build a religion. I mean, how much better can you get than that? That's 12:30 on the 29th, that's Thursday. And on the 30th, all day at the Cardinal Room, there is going to be a conference in honor of Charles Mills, the recently passed Charles Mills, the great philosopher, author of The Racial Contract. There'll be an all-day conference on his work with philosophers from around the country to talk about his legacy and the impact of that particular work. So hope you'll join us for all of those events. Alexis Gilbeau opened our conference with so much eloquence yesterday about the intersection between digital humanities and underrepresented communities, histories, languages, and cultures, and I also cannot possibly reproduce her eloquent and beautiful land acknowledgement. Our first panel explored how that intersection can be the occasion for the critical examination of digital methodologies. So I'm not going to try to summarize or match those incisive contributions, but I do want to take this opportunity to thank Alexis so heartily for the incredible work that she's done to put together this conference with the help of our graduate assistants, Craig Raymond, Rachel Zeina, and Elisa Soto, not to mention every one of our participants and generous audience members. A grant to extend the impact of the arts and the humanities from the president of the University of Illinois allowed us to mount this program, as well as to support many aspects of our multi-ethnic digital humanities project that's ongoing this year. This project extends a fruitful collaboration between the Institute for the Humanities and the University Library, and the co-PIs on this grant with me from the University Library are Sandy DeGroot and Ria Ballard-Thrower. We'll be hearing from Sandy on Saturday. Now, that's tomorrow. Now, it's my great pleasure to introduce the chair of our first panel, Professor Jane Rhodes. Jane Rhodes is professor and former department head of the Department of Black Studies at UIC. She studies media representations of Black social movements and how aggrieved groups mobilize media forms and expressive culture as acts of resistance. Her books include Mary Ann Shadd Cary, The Black Press and Protest in the 19th Century, and Framing the Black Panthers, The Spectacular Rise of a Black Power Icon, now in a second edition. Her current project, Rebel Media, Adventures in the History of the Black Public Sphere, is a collection of critical essays on radical Black media in the 20th century. It is my honor and pleasure to have Jane Rhodes with us today.
Thank you, Mark. It's so exciting to be here, where we were just sort of commenting on the fact that we're actually all in a room together in a conference that is exciting, new knowledge. So congratulations to Alexis and Mark for pulling this off, getting this together, bringing this great community of scholars. I've already bumped into an old colleague that I didn't know was going to be here, so this is very exciting for me. I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about myself, other than to say that I consider myself a neophyte in the world of digital humanities, and so I'm very much looking forward to hearing the presentations on this panel. What I want to do is just give very brief introductions to all of the panelists. I want the time to be for them to talk to you. We'll keep their presentations to between 15 and 20 minutes approximately. I do have my trusty iPhone to keep track of the time because I'm sure there's going to be some need for discussion at the end of the session. So the 4 panelists, starting with October Kamara, I hope I pronounced that correctly, is a grad student right here at UIC in the history department, studying queer and Black history. And she has been very involved in a number of Black history archival projects, including something called the Locating Slavery's Legacy Archive, which will be a collaborative database. I'm very excited about that because that could be an extraordinary tool for our students as well as for researchers. So looking forward to hearing more. Second panelist is Bryan Winston, who's a postdoctoral fellow for the Carceral Connecticut Project at Wesleyan University. He studies migration history and has done also really fascinating work in the digital humanities. He's working on a project titled Mapping the Mexican Midwest that visualizes Mexican migration routes. Also, it seems to me will be an extraordinary teaching tool. Next on the panel, and we can go in whatever order the panelists choose, but is Jewon Wu. Jewon teaches at Lorain County Community College and in the fields of African literature and American literature. Jewon and I, as you'll see, have a very close and overlapping research project because she too is very interested in 19th century Black newspapers. And then finally, last but not least, I saved my colleague for last, Rahim Kurwa is an assistant professor in the Department of Criminology, Law, and Justice here at UIC and is also affiliated with the sociology department. And he works on policing of housing and is working on a fascinating book about a part of California that we don't ordinarily think about, the northern part, and the processes of racial segregation and policing in that region. So without further ado, panelists, come up.
So thank you, Dr. Roth. With my project on the Black press in the 19th century as an example, I want to share how I created this Black newspaper archive with a lot of limitations. So the project provides extant copies from 17 remaining ones out of 25 known Black-owned periodicals in the 19th century Ohio. I obtained these copies from archives hosted at various libraries, historical societies, and American antiquarian societies. I also offer data about these newspapers with 3 parts of topics, which are reprinted periodicals, topics, and advertisement. You can find the additional data sets and visualizations on a linked website I added on my project. I hope that this open access project is useful for the learning public, including my own students. That's how I started this project. Because historical Black authors' documents have been less preserved than white ones, and even if there are, paywalls often keep the document less accessible. So publishing Black newspapers was a tool for the collective battle against, sorry about that. Publishing Black newspaper was a tool for the collective battle against the legalized system of Black exclusion from the public life in the 19th century. And by publishing and circulating papers, African Americans created political and cultural space for Black engagement in public life. Through their own papers, African Americans envisioned freedom involved with communal work that would actualize the ideals of a democratic society. Ohio Black newspapers suggest how Black people in the Midwest legitimize their sovereignty by demonstrating civic qualifications as a response to and beyond the government system that failed to maintain its constitutional promise on the human right. So in 2019, I started this project after I learned that so many historical Black newspapers had been neither digitized nor collected in one place, whereas Black Ohioans actively engaged in political organizing in the 19th century. I began to check studies and historical documents to create the bibliography of Black newspapers, from Irving Garland Penn's important study of Black editors to the colored conventions proceedings to the extant newspaper copies. But the pandemic hit and first-hand examinations were impossible for more than 1 year. Not all preserved materials are lucky to have detailed metadata or at least searchable. The fact-checking process also took much of my time, not only because of missing information, but also because of the conflicting information. And my own archival work remained messy, incomplete, and affected by anti-Black bias embedded in the past archival and current digital practices. Above all, when pursuing the project, I kept thinking about ethical considerations and obligations in doing this kind of digitally recovering the Black past. In recent years, the fetishization of Black archives in digital space disguised under euphonious agendas such as diversity, recovery, or discovery of the silent with a quotation mark, and accessibility. Diversity ignored minoritized people's struggle to exist, as if the difference is not related to power. Digital preservation may cheapen our endeavor to question why historic documents about minoritized people have been excluded from institutions. The audacious claim of discovery, with quotation mark, of the silent past reinforced a colonial attempt to maintain a dominant group's authority with its representative power. By the way, who was silent or who refused to listen? While digitization allowed broader users to access archives, accessibility itself does not necessarily lead them to see Black achievement as work done by people. Black archives must suggest otherwise. African Americans never waited to be represented or discovered. As a matter of fact, archiving Black documents compels us to become one of the hands that have shaped the tradition of African American expressions. I use the word paradox as a title of this talk because my Black newspaper project emphasized the rich realm in the gap of opposite forces happening in the practice of archiving Black documents. These forces seem conflicting and contradicting, but they productively signal a dialect process in which we witness not only the dynamics of Black communal work, but also our meaningful engagement in digitization of Black archives. Preserving newspapers makes them permanent despite their ephemerality. Going further, preserving through digitization invites revision, revisit, and re-evaluation, all of which destabilize our attempt to fossilize archives with a static identifier in a digital spaces. When the newspapers, even their few extant copies and pages are collected in one place, their once fragmented form becomes to appear a sort of aggregate wholeness and continuation. Even their absence eloquently invites us to engage in conversation on Black archives through our presence. Digital accessibility corresponds to the mobility that Black newspapers are achieved for their readers who could not freely move. It was the 19th century. So as Jean Licot suggests, newspaper readers experienced mobility, which was not forced or inevitable mobility, but mobility by choice, determination, and connection. Digital access to newspapers should be understood as a continuation of the print mobility to readers. This mobility conformed Black Americans' humanity, agency, and power to build a community. While working on the project, I could not help thinking of the image of the roots generated from and generating nodes like rhizomes. Black newspapers suggest that Black Americans fostered multiplications of different voices at various levels in a conflicting nature. Digitizing this document compels us to be part of this dialogic process and demands our witness to their achievement in the context of a Black freedom tradition. Simply put, the gaps in the contradictions associated with the Black archives served as a liberatory space for Black collectives and their witness. Rhizome seems entangled because we may not find one single origin, but find it continuously connecting one to another, growing in the multi-directions and establishing its presence deep into soil. The Ohio Black newspapers resemble them in ways that the editors collaborated for paper publications and circulation. As you can see in this slide, most newspapers are connected through the editor's connection beyond locations and time. Senior editors might have folded their newspapers because of the lack of resources, but they handed down their experience and network to younger editors who published more successful and various papers. For example, Pilar Clark, a teacher and union leader of the Cincinnati Public Schools and one-time writer for Frederick Douglass paper, published the Herald of Freedom. And his dedication to the Black press also taught his son Herbert Clark, as a teenager, published an amateur newspaper, Le Bijou, and eventually was elected to be the first Black leader of the National Amateur Press Association. While the father and son moved between Ohio and the South, Peter Clark in Texas and Herbert Clark in Mississippi, to help Black community down there, they published the first Black democratic paper, Afro-American, in 1880, Cincinnati. And list my project, I try to introduce the Ohio Black newspapers with a polycentric approach, which is a Lawrence Hall's term, while offering each period background and introduction to each paper. I added a section for data that help us see a holistic picture of early Black Ohioans' life. My project also emphasized a Black newspaper as a result of a communal work that reveals African American network for intellectual works, like a print publication and circulation. Nevertheless, my attempt to illuminate how early Black Ohioans constructed African America, which is a Francis Smith Foster's term, through this digital project is not enough, never enough. Rather, I hope more studies and projects will be generated in the fertile gap of opposite forces happening in the practice of archiving Black document. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Don't make me do that thing. Good morning, everybody. There's coffee in the back if you need it. All right. I think this is the first time I've done a panel presentation in like 3 years in person, so I'm going to read, and I'm sorry, I'm a historian, so I read for my presentations. Great. So today I'm going to discuss the utility of digital mapping in challenging our conceptions of space by sharing some of my research on Mexican migration in the Midwest and my digital history project, Mapping the Mexican Midwest. By literally putting Mexicans on the map, this project forces us to reckon with how the public and even some scholars perceive the region. Scottsbluff, Nebraska is nearly 600 miles from Kansas City, Missouri, and over 1,500 miles from Mexico City. Yet in late 1931, representatives of the Mexican state in both cities focused their attention on the small rural town of western Nebraska. Mexican migrants hoped to craft a patriotic Mexican community in the area by writing their consulate and the office of the Secretaría de Relaciones Exteriores, or the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, for pictures of then-President Pascual Ortiz Rubio. Their letters also requested books and articles so they could determine how to best serve Mexico from afar. But this was not the first communications from Scottsbluff. Prior to 1931, migrants in western Nebraska had already worked with a previous consul to create a Comisión Honorífica Mexicana, a patriotic organization sanctioned by the Mexican state in Scottsbluff. The letters and the active Comisión pressured then Kansas City Consul Carlos Gagiola to undertake the long car trip to western Nebraska in May 1931. When there, Gagiola not only concerned himself with the economic and social well-being of his Mexican compatriots, but also how they could, quote, be in spiritual contact with the homeland. Gagiola met with the president and treasurer of the Scottsbluff Comisión Honorifica, two officers who organized celebrations of Mexican Independence Day later that year. Gagiola's visit collapsed the distance between eastern Kansas and western Nebraska, and the distance from both to Mexico City. When Gagiola returned to Kansas City, he again wrote officials in the Mexican capital to ask the status of the books and pamphlets the Scottsbluff Comisión requested earlier that year. By the first week of June, the Minister of Foreign Affairs wrote that he had confirmed with the Ministry of Public Education that patriotic paraphernalia was in transit to Scottsbluff. These letters and visits, as well as labor and leisure networks, structured a regional community in the lower Midwest, a community built and maintained by the Mexican migrants who resided in metropolitan areas, smaller cities, and rural towns and farms in Missouri, Kansas, and Nebraska. When thinking of Mexican migration and community formation in the first half of the 20th century, Nebraska, Kansas, and Missouri do not quickly come to mind as sites of vibrant communities and essential places for understanding the Mexican migrant experience in the United States. In fact, the Midwest is often conceptualized as a white and rural space. If Latinx people are represented in the region, usually it is in a post-1965 world and in urban centers. But this was not the case. The history I will share with you today is part of a larger scholarly effort to recover the Mexican past in the lower Midwest and confront racialized conceptions of the region by illuminating Mexican migrant placemaking. I approach this recovery and reconceptualization by pairing my scholarly work with a public-facing digital history project, Mapping the Mexican Midwest. The site provides context for visitors to get a better sense of the people and institutions that made these communities. It also helps guide them through the exhibit before they reach the interactive map. There are explanations of the different objects being mapped, such as the many Mexican communities in the region and the difference between urban and rural areas, churches and the different denominations, and consular organizations like the Comisiones Honoríficas Mexicanas. The site also provides details on how to navigate the map by choosing what you want to visualize and explaining what the different markers mean. In doing so, it provides narratives and visualizations that, one, emphasize urban-rural connections by showing the proximity of these communities to each other, as well as using unique markers that present the communities as nodes for connections. Two, it makes an obscured or hidden past legible and prominent. And three, disrupts a modern map with a 100-year-old community, a juxtaposition in itself that challenges us to rethink this space. Here you can see the prominence and dispersion of Mexican communities in the lower Midwest. Migrants established communities across the region as early as 1910. And by 1920, the US Census counted Mexican people in many of the counties in Nebraska, Kansas, and Missouri, with 100 of Kansas's 105 counties recording at least one resident born in Mexico. While the census can be unreliable to a degree, it is more than clear that by 1920s, Mexicans had a foothold in the region. This layer of the map shows the communities that had a notable presence in the archival record representing the 1920s and 1930s. This included major Midwest cities like Omaha, Kansas City, and St. Louis, as well as smaller cities and large towns like Wichita and Topeka, Kansas. And then a number of small towns and farm communities like those reliant on the sugar beet industry in and around Scottsbluff, Nebraska, as well as Kansas towns that included Garden City, Dodge City, Lyons, Coffeyville, and more. Even in this instance, the map hints at connections by allowing viewers to recognize proximity and ask questions about potential relationships between neighboring communities. For example, here is a cluster of communities in southeast Kansas that includes Fredonia, Coffeyville, Chanute, Independence, and Parsons. And here, following the rail lines from Kansas City and thinking of the Mexican presence in the region facilitated by railroad labor, it begins to come into focus how these communities could and did interact. So again, let's return to our foundation, the Mexican communities on the map. Mexican consulate records are a rich resource for historical recovery and situate the lower Midwest regional community as not only essential to understanding the Midwest, but also to understanding Mexico. This screen cap on the right juxtaposes a census created by the Mexican consul in Kansas City during 1933 with a map representation of those communities mentioned. While this was a great start, it was still incomplete. It is a little difficult to see, but the census for Nebraska includes one category titled Various Farms. I then went to city directories, WPA records, and newspapers to expand the visualization of these communities. For example, here you can see the many different neighborhoods that Mexicans inhabited in Kansas City, Missouri, and Kansas City, Kansas, which was not adequately recorded in the consulate census. While this version of the map already refashions the image of the lower Midwest, it is in danger of communicating these spaces were empty vessels. Mexican neighborhoods were not simply containers where Mexicans slept when they did not work. Mexican migrants built long-lasting institutions like churches and repurposed other spaces like union halls, gymnasiums, streets, and parks for Mexican national holidays, dances, religious rituals, and baseball games. Religious activities and the establishment of churches were key actions of Mexican placemaking in the region. Migrants founded churches or recurring services in the basements, storefronts, and abandoned churches of cities and rural towns. They did this despite ambivalent leadership of the U.S. Catholic Church and in the face of racism from Anglo parishioners. Here, I've isolated the churches mapped in my project. There were multiple Our Lady of Guadalupe churches founded in the region, such as those in Topeka, Kansas, Kansas City, Missouri, Omaha, and Scottsbluff, Nebraska. But this was only a portion of the vibrant religious life Mexican migrants crafted in the region. Exploring the map shows how Mexicans practice religions other than Catholicism, and that proximity often mattered to these communities. But distance was not an obstacle. By adding community markers back into the visualization, we can see how it was necessary for some to travel to practice their faith. Here in western Nebraska, the town of Scottsbluff contained two institutions affiliated with the Catholic Church, a Mexican mission and Our Lady of Guadalupe. The town also contained a Mexican Baptist church, while Our Lady of Guadalupe brought parishioners from nearby towns like Minatare and Bayard. The Mexican mission sent catechism teachers out to these nearby towns almost once a week. In religious practices like these, Mexicans fortified a regional community built on mobility. As I mentioned in the vignette at the start of this talk, travel and mobility were essential to the regional community. The visits by Consul Gagiola from Kansas City to rural Nebraska that I first discussed demonstrate another way that migrants produced urban-rural connections in the region. I would like to zoom in on Mexican consulates and Comisiones Honoríficas Mexicanas to further emphasize migrant-made urban-rural connections and the transnational dimensions of this regional community. As well as mapping these institutions through the visualization of consulate records helps us reconceptualize our social and political understandings of the Midwest. Gagiola's visit to the Scottsbluff community and his assurances to the local Comisión Honorífica demonstrated that the Mexican Revolutionary Project did not halt at the U.S.-Mexico border. Midwestern Mexican migrants had as much to say about what it meant to be Mexican as the Mexican state and its revolutionary programs in the first half of the 20th century. This was most pronounced in the proliferation of comisiones and fiestas patrias in the region, where struggles to define the community dialectically gave birth to a transnational regional community. Mexicans used the celebrations of national holidays, social organizations, the Mexican consulate, and reports of Mexico to better define the Midwestern community, which was founded in Mexican origins, but shaped by their locale. Consulate records provide visibility of the communities themselves, insight into the leaders of each community, and evidence of how this regional community built urban-rural ties. When these records are visualized, we immediately see the long-term presence of Mexicans in the region and how consular organizations functioned as essential space for these connections. Here, mapping the Mexican Midwest shows the number of consular organizations, which included comisiones, in the region during the 1920s and 1930s, and therefore the extensiveness of this web of consular community connections. Mexican consuls and migrants worked together to create patriotic societies that dotted the landscape of the lower Midwest and built an institutional web that connected dispersed Mexican communities to a central consulate, those in Kansas City and St. Louis, Missouri, and then to the Mexican state. As a result, Comisiones Honoríficas simultaneously functioned as extensions of the Mexican state and as sites of negotiation for Mexican migrants to shape a national Mexican identity in the lower Midwest. This first instance of mapping the Mexican Midwest provides a partial snapshot of migrant communities during the interwar years. Visitors can recognize the diversity of Mexican residents in the lower Midwest, whether occupying multiple neighborhoods in a large metropolitan area, relegation to other sides of the tracks in smaller cities, or inhabiting rural towns. By representing Mexican institutions, mapping the Mexican Midwest illustrates that these were not temporary outposts. Mexican migrants established churches and organizations to create a sense of belonging on their terms. While some may frame the region as a white and rural heartland, the visualizations on this site defiantly say otherwise. Mapping the Mexican Midwest illustrates how Mexican migrants were part of the economic and social fabric of the region. And now we can recognize what early 20th century Mexicans saw, a region filled with their compatriots, churches, and comisiones. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Jane and Alexis, for organizing this. Thank you for being here. I'll just talk briefly about a project that's still at its very early stages, about a place called Sun Village in the northern part of Los Angeles County. But to start, I want to tell you this story about this family called the Priolo family. This photo is of George Washington Priolo and his wife Ethel Priolo and one of their children. And the Priolos come to Los Angeles to retire. And they retire to a place called Bruce's Beach, which may be more familiar to people these days, as it's been the subject of a lot of political organizing the last several years. Bruce's Beach in the early 1900s, Charles and Willa Bruce buy some beachfront land and develop it into a sort of seaside resort and homes that Black residents from around Los Angeles and even around the country move to, often in the case like the Priolos, to retire. Charles and Willa Bruce were dispossessed of their land, and all the families that lived at the Bruce's Beach area were kicked out in the 1920s through concerted white supremacist organizing and the work of the city of Manhattan Beach. But one of the reasons that this place, I think, has become a little bit more famous is that there have now been some efforts to try to apologize, I guess you could say, for some of that to the descendants of the Bruces. And so the Priolos moved there at the corner of 27th Street and Highland Avenue, a few blocks away from where the Bruces lived and from the beach itself, after the end of George Washington Priolo's career. And he was born in 1856 and lived until 1927. He got his education at Wilberforce University in Ohio, where he did sort of like divinity and religious studies, and was eventually appointed the chaplain of the Buffalo Soldiers. And in his service, and the Buffalo Soldiers were sort of the all-Black Army regiment in the United States, during his service he became extraordinarily disillusioned by encountering racism throughout the country. Part of their work was to recruit people to join this army, but they encountered so much racism that he essentially quits and retires to Bruce's Beach. And from there, he and Ethel become very involved in building a Black community in Los Angeles. One of the major things that they did was to try to create a church that was a little bit closer to the west side for worshipers, and they established the Bethel AME Church in 1921 to do that. You know, just a few years later, they end up, of course, losing their home, and it's a very, traumatic and disruptive event. And just after that, George Washington Priolo dies after falling off of a ladder while working on the church, where he really spent a lot of his time and energy. But after that, the family continued to organize. And Ethel Priolo moves into the city and partners with NAACP activist named Betty Hill to launch a next sort of major campaign of civil rights organizing. And this is around segregated swimming pools in Los Angeles City. And so the plan is that Ethel would take one of her children with her to go to an LA City pool for swimming lessons on a day that is a whites-only day. They get rejected, and then they use this as a basis for a lawsuit with the help of Betty Hill, who's in the white outfit there on the left. And this was a case that the NAACP was quite reluctant to bring on its own. It was not optimistic about how well these suits would fare, and I think the experience of that type of litigation in Pasadena illustrates that these were really quite tough cases at the time. But they're successful here, and they managed to get all of LA City's segregated swimming pools struck down in a sort of major victory. And this is sort of where you would normally see the end of this history happen in the sort of written down history of Black Los Angeles in the major textbooks and so on. But I think we can extend it a little bit further by looking at the story of the Priolo's last child, Lois Emma Priolo, who goes on to be Lois Emma Priolo Patton. And so she's the youngest child of the Priolos, and she grows up, just before World War II. During World War II, she gets a typist degree from the University of Southern California and marries her husband, Patrick Patton, who was a machinist in the war industry. I believe it was at Lockheed. And the two are living in Los Angeles until Patrick Patton his job is moved out to a place called the Antelope Valley. And the reason that this happens, and you can sort of see the trajectory here, the blue dot is sort of where Bruce's Beach would have been, where the Priolos had originally moved. The green dot would be like approximately where Ethel moved after their dispossession and George's passing. And then the big red circle there is the Antelope Valley. And I'll zoom in on Sun Village in a moment. But the reason that they moved there is because sort of two factors. U.S. war officials after World War II were very concerned about the concentration of wartime manufacturing in just small areas of major cities, thinking that they would be sort of vulnerable to attack or something. And so they mandated that this industry be dispersed to other places like Arizona, other parts of California, and so on. And LA County, of course, sees this as a threat to its sort of major industry and schemes to keep that military investment within LA County by opening up land in the sort of desert region of the Antelope Valley. So this sort of satisfies the mandate for dispersal, but keeps those dollars inside of LA County. And this process basically creates a wealthy white enclave in the Antelope Valley that is more segregated than white neighborhoods in LA itself. Right? At the same time, in Los Angeles, Black families are being squeezed out of LA due to the forces of scarcity and segregation. Right? LA is in a humongous battle to not build public housing during this period, and is extremely invested in restrictive covenants, blockbusting, all the major tactics of racial segregation of the time. And so the Antelope Valley offers sort of half of an opportunity, right? It was a major place of employment where Black workers could get jobs, but without solving the housing question. And so Black families who moved to the Antelope Valley built their own town called Sun Village on the outskirts of the Antelope Valley. And you can sort of see here from this Google Earth image that Sun Village is not just on the outskirts, but it's past this, dry riverbed sort of landscape formation that really separates it from the edge of one of those major cities, Palmdale. And as they build it, they're really starting from scratch in terms of building houses on their own, asking the county to pave roads, getting electrical connections, plumbing, and so on. This is, I think, the only aerial photo of Sun Village from the 1960s that I'm aware of. And you can see at the bottom, the lightest colored stuff is the bottom of that dry riverbed. The darker shape there is Jackie Robinson Park. And then beyond it, you can see the sort of dotting of homes that are being built in this area and a little bit of the infrastructure that's being built in 1965 as well. There are two major organizations that are operating in Sun Village at the time. One of them is the Women's Club, which is well networked with California women's clubs around the state. They work on those basics like streetlights, plumbing, paving, and they help establish the first public park named in honor of Jackie Robinson in the country, which was that Jackie Robinson Park that I just showed there. The second major organization that I want to focus on today is the South Antelope Valley NAACP, which plugs into Los Angeles and Southern California NAACP organizing national campaigns to support civil rights workers in Mississippi through the Freedom Fund. And they work on locally desegregation in schools, housing, and employment. And Lois and Patrick Patton are the founders of the South Antelope Valley NAACP and really lead the charge in some amazing ways. And obviously this text is too small to read, but this is a letter that Patrick Patton, on behalf of the branch, submits to the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights that outlines all of the issues that folks are facing in Sun Village. Calling Palmdale the jet center of the world, he also identifies issues of racial discrimination in employment in those industries, in housing, of course, and in education. And their NAACP chapter works on all these issues to a sort of mixed record of success. They're, I think, least successful in terms of preventing educational segregation. They have a sort of mixed record in terms of desegregation in employment. And I think they have the best record in terms of, they're most successful in terms of breaking the color line of housing segregation. And in fact, it's Patrick and Lois who are the first couple to buy a house in Palmdale and sort of cross over that dry riverbed and break down the wall of segregation in the Antelope Valley. And what happens afterwards is sort of less well documented, but I think it sort of follows a story that's common in the post-1960s years around the country. After integration, or I guess you could say after the end of formal forms of racial segregation, Sun Village kind of withers away. People who move up to the Antelope Valley just move directly to the main cities. There have better amenities, closer to work, all these different reasons. And people who live in Sun Village also find those places attractive as well. And the common story in the little bits of news coverage that do exist around Sun Village is that the place basically disappeared or something like that, which is not actually true. And I think one can really see that during this sort of second wave of Black migration to the Antelope Valley and a second civil rights struggle around policing and fair housing that occurs sort of broadly after 1990. And I'll just sort of sketch out to a little bit what that looks like. So for example, the first missionary Baptist church, which was colloquially called the Tent because you can kind of see it was in a tent at the time in 1950, has now been built into the Livingstone Cathedral of Worship. And this became a site of major civil rights and fair housing organizing in recent years. The Jackie Robinson Park that I mentioned, there's Jackie Robinson at the dedication enjoying himself on a swing. It becomes a site of COVID aid distribution, of fair housing related surveys that accompany this litigation that I could talk about later if needed. Another community hub that is very, very important in the Antelope Valley today. And I could go on, but I think I'll just leave it with some of the goals of this project, which is still in its sort of basic starting point. One is to simply document what has happened and this history of Sun Village, particularly as a way to sort of speak back to the Antelope Valley sort of main founding mythology, which is that it was and it has always been, it was and it should be a white-only place. Secondly, as a sort of starting point for more community-based history work where people can engage with the materials that do exist and amend them, correct them, change them, etc. as needed. And then thirdly, a sort of process of weaving Sun Village and the Antelope Valley into a sort of broader set of stories and histories. Not only weaving it, sort of into this trajectory of movement in LA, and the Priolos were certainly not the only family who sort of took this type of trajectory, but also weaving it into this sort of constellation of spaces of sort of Black freedom or community building experiments that occurred not just in Bruce's Beach temporarily, but also in Valverde, up near Santa Clarita, Sun Village up there, and there is Murray's Dude Ranch over in Apple Valley, and a few places in San Bernardino and Indio that all kind of have a similar history or trajectory. There's some evidence that people went back and forth between these places and communicated with each other. And to sort of weave them together in some way, I think can also tell us something about what the peripheries of Los Angeles may have spelled in terms of these different experiments in community building. So thank you.
Hi, good morning. So my name is October Kamara, and I'm a graduate research assistant with the Roberson Project from the University of the South. which is just interesting university in the mountains of Sewanee, Tennessee. We're one of I'm pretty sure the only university that it's in our founding documents that our university was built to uphold the Confederate South. They wanted to train the next future generation of slave owners. That's in our founding documents, very interesting. And because of that, we started, well, I didn't start, Dr. Woody Register started the Roberson Project on reconciliation, slavery, and I said that out of order, race, slavery, and reconciliation in 2017 to kind of look at what Black history in such a interesting place looked like. And so we decided around 2019 to do this Locating Slavery's Legacies project, because as a university within our founding documents to uphold the Confederacy and slave owning, we have quite a lot of lost cause and Civil War memorabilia on our campus. And we wanted to locate that and see what the history of lost cause memorialization looked like on our campus, but then also extend that out to look at how we compare to other universities in the South. So the Locating Slavery's Legacies is a database project that wants to capture and document the history of Civil War, Confederacy, lost cause memorialization in higher education across the South. It's an intercollegiate project with the hopes that a bunch of universities will donate to the database, and in the end, we can kind of track trends across universities of what lost cause memorialization looks like. So the first thing we had to do was decide what was going to be the goals and aims of this project, because it can quickly get out of control when you're trying to contextualize this history. So we decided to only focus on memorialization, but we wanted to see how memorialization could look differently. So we collect more traditional metadata on the traditional memorials, so building names, objects, plaques and markers, sculptures. But we also wanted to collect some non-traditional memorials. So we have lecture series and societies and scholarships and temporary installations and events that happen on our campus, and we have seen that these also happen on other people's campuses that are also memorials to Confederate and lost cause figures on our campus. And then to contextualize who these memorials are about, we decided to also collect people. So we have people items within our Omeka S database. So we have biographies of who the people are that are being memorialized. And then we wanted to create some type of tagging system, a linked open data system to track those trends. So we also collect whether that space has been renamed, because there's a lot of colleges that are having that conversation around renaming memorials, whether it's been destroyed or moved, ghost sites, and then if the memorials had some type of active protests attached to it. So we have seen student and community protest around these Confederate memorials on our campus and on other campuses, and we wanted to track that as well to see what kinds of memorials are getting the attention of students and communities and who are protesting those types of memorials and how. And so we decided to do a hub and spoke site kind of system, which is something that Omeka S as a platform kind of specializes in. So there'll be the hub site, which is the LSL, Locating Slavery's Legacy site, that will be the bigger picture of all the different universities that are a part of the database. But then each individual university that is a part of the project will have their own campus spoke site that will be specific to the memorials and history of their university. So just kind of a visual, all those spoke sites will have their own individual sites that will aggregate to the hub site to give that more collective analyzing hub. So just to walk through the process of how we went about doing this project. So it started long before the summer of 2021. We had to get the grant and write up what we thought this was going to do, but actually starting the process in summer of 2021, we worked with the Omeka S team, specifically Sherry Leon and Ken Summers, to do a 6-part training over 12 weeks to learn how to use Omeka S. And then they also walked us through user workflow and project management, and just thinking about what we wanted the site to do and how different features on Omeka S could help us do those things. And then in fall of 2021, we created a data dictionary, which we've been lovingly calling our Bible. It ended up being about 80 pages of information on how we want titles structured, what should be in a description. And we just knew that a lot of these universities have already been doing this work within their own campuses. But the hope of the database is that we break campus or institutional barriers so that people can see, again, how their campus relates to another campus and the trends across the South. And so for that, we needed a common language so that it's a little easier for people to do those comparisons. So that's what the data dictionary is for, to kind of streamline data entry so that it's easy to make those comparisons across campuses. And then we had to decide how we wanted items to connect to each other and build all those link open data fields that the items talk and speak to each other. And then we began testing the database with our memorials on our own campus. And that was interesting. And then spring and summer of this year, we've been customizing the website. We worked with a graphic designer over at Omeka. Kim is lovely and wonderful and went through a lot of edits with us as we tried to figure out what's the best way to show off this metadata and information. And we started recruiting pilot partners with other institutions. So before we just launched this out, we wanted to work with institutions that had various different types of memorials, various different histories with the Confederacy and Lost Cause, so we could make sure that this database works outside of just our own campus. Like I said, we're a little unique in our founding and our relationship with the Confederacy and the Lost Cause, but we wanted this something to be universal to most campuses. So we decided to do a pilot year. We are currently working with 8 other campus institutions across the South, and they're testing the database with their own items, and then we check in with them, ask them how it's working, what they think the database needs to change in order to make sense for their history, and then we make those changes as a collective group, as a pilot year and cohort, trying to kind of make sure the database works for different types of universities and histories. So yeah, we're in the middle of that pilot phase. We do about, we call them monthly water cooler sessions, where we meet with them once a month to kind of, as a cohort, talk to each other about how the database is working. On top of it being with universities that have different histories and different ties to the Confederacy, we also are working with universities who are implementing this on their campus in different ways. So we have a couple campuses that are doing this as classes, that are working with students and having students upload to the database, and how this can be a teaching tool as well. And then we have a couple people who are doing this within their libraries or archives, with just 1 or 2 people. So how does this work with 1 or 2 people versus like a class of 40 freshmen? And looking at the different ways that people can use the database on their campus. So those check-ins help us with creating resources that work for those different ways of implementing them across their campuses. And that's why we decided to create a blog and a resource site for future partners of the database. And that's what we're also currently working on. And then building those spoke sites with the different pilot partners. And then our next steps, we're hoping to launch this for the public sometime at the end of summer of next year. And then think about what we want this to look like post-pilot phase, how we want other institutions to then be onboarded onto the site. And then we're also going to be designing a map, because it's called Locating Slavery's Legacies, but we've been mostly focusing on the metadata and making sure the database works. So our next step is going to be designing that map and how we want the map to work and tie into the metadata of the database. So I'm just going to do a quick demo for y'all of the Locating Slavery's Legacy site. This is what our wonderful graphic designer Kim has come up with for our homepage. We're just has a picture of the dedication of Kirby Smith Memorial in 1940 at Sewanee's campus. You can see stars and bars out proudly, unfortunately. And then that resource site, the blog, will eventually be up. And you can kind of get an idea of what it will look like. So this is the archive page. So this is what it looks like. I don't really know what to say about it. It's an archive page. What we wanted, again, for people to be able to track those trends. Location right now looks really funny because we only have our items on the site, so it's focusing on a different location, but those will eventually change to all our pilot partner institutions. And it's a multi-select tool, so you'll be able to compare it across specific campuses if you would like to. And then You could also look at it from time period. We did our own periodization for the project there. And then all of our memorial types. So if you're interested in a specific type of memorial, all of the ones that we collect metadata on are listed there. And to give you an example of what an individual item looks like, this is our library at Sewanee. It's named after Jessie Ball DuPont, who was a lovely woman who gave money to the university, but specifically only wanted that money to be used for white students. And so we consider that a memorial to the lost cause. Just looking at the metadata here, we created our own classifications that we call legacy classifications. We originally were trying to work with the standard, why am I blanking on the name now? The standard, Library of Congress classifications. And those just didn't fit for most of the things that we were collecting, so we created our own. And then it tells you the type of memorial that it is. And then we created some controlled vocabularies, again, those linked open data to have items speak to each other. So one of them is memorial context. So that kind of is a controlled vocabulary we made so that you know exactly how it relates to our database and why we collected it. So in this case, since it's named after Jessie Ball DuPont, and she was anti-civil rights and a promoter of the lost cause, that's what we've tagged this as. And those tags are linked, so you can click on them, see how we've decided to define lost cause, and then also see all the other memorials that are tagged with that same memorial context. So if you're interested in just seeing memorials that are tagged enslaver, that were named after enslavers, you can click on that tag and see all of them. And again, once this is including our other 8 pilot partners, it'll be across institutions that you'll be able to see that tag. And then we have memorialized subject. So those where those people biography pages come in. So you can click on Jessie Ball DuPont and see her biography. And we did a similar memorial context to people called Connections to Legacies of American Slavery database. So she was a contributor to a lost cause and a post-emancipation defender of racial hierarchies, which basically means she was anti-civil rights. So you can click on that. Again, that's linked where it gives you how we defined it and then other people that are also tagged with that same connection. And then going back to the library, we just have title, background and description, physical description, date created. Those historical periods that we created are also linked open data, so you can click on them and see every memorial that's tagged with that same historical period. Our institution, wiki data just for linked open data purposes, and then each physical memorial is mapped on the Omeka S map, and that is there at the bottom. And again, and later in the pilot phase, we're going to be designing an overall map with all the pins from all the different institutions. And then just another example, this is the sculpture of Leonidas Polk. He's one of our university founders, and he has a bust head that used to be in the DuPont library but has since been moved to the archives after student protests. So very similar item metadata, memorial context. You can click on Polk and get his biography and who he was as a founder, background and context, memorial descriptions, who was the creators. These funded by are really interesting. This was created by an artist who just donated it to our university, but we also created organizational tags. So if your memorial was funded by like the United Daughters of the Confederacy or the Sons of the Confederacy, those are tags that work similar to all of our other linked open data, where we are asking people not to create individual organizational chapter items for those people, but to instead use one UDC tag or one Sons of the Confederacy tag, so that later down the line we can see the trends of how many memorials those organizations donated to or funded across universities in the South. And then also the same things, campus location, wiki data. We also have this learn more about this subject. So we were finding that we're asking people to keep the descriptions of their memorials to 250 words or less, which is sometimes not enough to talk about a very in-depth and nuanced history. So for every memorial item, we decided to add this learn more about this subject, where you can click on it and add links out to other places. So the poke head was talked about in our university paper, the Sewanee Purple, and we wanted to include ways for people to link out to this. This has also been very helpful for people who decide to include this in their classes. So if their classes create other resources such as papers and things about a deeper history, about a memorial or person, they can link out to that and not have it cloud the description. And then the last thing that we included are those tags. Again, that's for if that item was altered or destroyed, altered or renamed, if it was for a protest act. So this was a moved item. It was actually moved as an act of protest by a student out of the library into the university archives. So it's tagged, altered, moved. And again, you can click on that, see how we've defined that description, and then every other item that has been moved can be seen there. So again, if you're interested in what does renaming look like across different campuses, what does moving, what does destroying, what does student protest look across different campuses, as institutions add their metadata, that's a trend that people can see and researchers can look for with those specific tags. So yeah, that's all I had to say.
Wow, amazing set of papers and presentations. Thanks to all of you. I want to take moderator's privilege and throw out the first question because there's all of these resonances that were coming up on the panel. And I guess I'd like to ask, you know, everyone doesn't have to answer this, but I think it's relevant for each of your projects. Beyond the sort of the motivation to visualize and make accessible these histories, you're all telling these extraordinary histories. What do you see as being the sort of both the political and the intellectual sort of backdrop of your work? You know, what's the sort of motivation there? You know, because one of my, you know, I often see sort of things like, you know, digital projects being sort of motivated by the technology, right, and the desire to sort of make the work visible. But I also sense, you know, sort of much deeper and sort of more complex sort of inspirations and motivations for all of you. So whoever wants to just take that up and however you want to take it up, you know, I'd love to hear more from you.
I can start. As you can see, I teach in the two-year institution. And in my classroom, I ask my students to explore Black newspapers. But the most well-used Black newspaper digital archive must be accessible archive offered by ProQuest. And it's not actually not that much accessible if you're not affiliated to the big institution. So it's ridiculous to think about those newspapers, history newspapers, it's now is in public domain, but now who still exploit the labor of the Black people for whose benefit? And then the students who are, you know, the lower hierarchy of the higher institution, they could not even read those newspapers. So that's how I started to gather the newspapers. And and once I started my project, I realized it's not that easy because if you use the accessible archives and there's a terms of use, and they specifically claimed their right and their legal the powers, how to the users have to access those materials. So instead of using those the digital archives database, I have to visit the so many historical societies and libraries, and there's the only way I can obtain legally those documents and offer to my students. So that compelled me to think a lot about still who has accessibility, who has a right of the document that is actually aimed for the people in the marginal society, but still who possess those technologies and representative power. So that's how I began my project.
This is a question with a lot of answers. Maybe I could just stretch out this place, the Antelope Valley, a little bit to say that beyond the sort of struggle to build Black community there was also a sort of very famous in Mike Davis's City of Courts socialist experiment there. And also in the 1930s, a number of Japanese farmers came to the Antelope Valley and built up a substantial farming community there. And all three of these have essentially been wiped out. The socialist commune was essentially run out of town and relocated to Louisiana. And the story is that, it failed, right? Sun Village is a place that is sort of like present, but made so that one doesn't know it exists or never knew it exists. And part of that is also that it has struggled to gain like legitimate city and county naming rights that keep getting overridden. And then the Japanese farming community was displaced and taken to internment camps, and their land was taken away. And these three stories illustrate how important a sort of like a mythology is to the Antelope Valley. I mean, I guess the Charles Mills Conference is next week, but there's this sort of defiant ignorance that really is necessary to explain the Antelope Valley as a white place. And my entry point into this work was the sort of a more contemporary civil rights, policing, fair housing struggle. And everything there was framed as backlash. Backlash to people coming in today. But once you look back, you can't find a point at which there isn't backlash, basically. And in fact, but in the reality, Black community building there goes all the way back to like the 1880s. The sort of Reconstruction era. And that's sort of a mouthful. But in addition to that, people have asked a little bit for getting some of this history together. It's in sort of bits and pieces in a lot of places, but not really put down somewhere. And so hopefully that's one of those services. It shouldn't just be on my laptop, basically.
So for my research generally, was doing my graduate work in St. Louis and finding out that Ricardo Flores Magón, a Mexican anarchist, went to St. Louis in the early 1900s, and I said, why the hell is a Mexican anarchist coming to St. Louis in the early 1900s? And then it spiraled from there. And as far as the visualization project, I guess part of my motivation was going to archives and looking, especially state archives like historical societies, and looking for more about these communities, and archivists just saying, we wouldn't have anything about Mexican communities during that time, and just realizing how the archive had hidden those histories as well, and trying to think of ways to make that history more accessible. And I felt like this was a straightforward way to do that, and by putting these communities on the map, and hopefully building out this project more in the years to come to show the vibrancy of these communities.
I think our motivation as a project, when specifically looking at LSL, is to break down those institutional barriers. Again, the campuses that have already been doing this research, looking into their ties to slavery and the Confederacy and the Lost Cause, but they don't really go outside of the walls of that university. And so we wanted to, show how this is a common thing across campuses in the South and outside the South, but we're focusing on the South for now in this first phase. And B, show how similar it has looked, this history across different campuses. But we also wanted to make this something that's doable for campuses that don't have the resources. So we're hoping that by taking on the financial and kind of infrastructure that it takes to build a database like this, that smaller campuses that haven't had the means to do this research, or where it's a little too politically controversial to do this research, can use this database, not to have that financial or institutional burden if they don't have the infrastructure to build a database like this, but also now they can say, well, actually it's an educational project. Like, this is a teaching tool now, and it teaches about the Confederacy and Lost Cause, but also about digital history, and that we're hoping this database will be used across campuses in different classes so that you can do this work and students and researchers can do this work with less, hopefully, political backlash, since they have an educational and infrastructural tool now to use.
Fascinating, awesome, please. Questions? Mark had his hand up first, I saw it up first, so please.
Thank you so much for this amazing panel, and I have a ton of questions, but I'll just ask one. Maybe just to ask you, October, to reflect a little bit more on what you just said about controversy. That's just so interesting, because it started to get me think your whole presentation, the project itself is so brilliant and important and wonderful, and it also got me thinking about how the digital itself becomes part of the monument debate, and how you see the digital participating in discussions about exposure and the world of museums. Like, I once heard Lisa Lee say something about the importance of museums in this debate, because museums are kind of mediating, have a mediating function in this debate. What is there a way we can talk about the digital as this mediation within the debates, and does the digital have a special role in that's not like museums and not like other public spaces? Could you just say a little bit more about that?
Yeah, I think to speak to your question about controversy, that has been, especially as we started our pilot year, that has been a concern of institutions that are joining, where some institutions feel like some PIs, which is what we are, private investigators, who are the individuals who are taking on doing this project on their campus. Some of them have institutional backing. Their institutions are interested in doing this research and support them, and some don't. Some are using this database because they do not have the infrastructural support to do research like this on their own campuses without it. And so then we have to think about, well, once this goes live and it's known to your university that you've been doing this research, how do we handle that controversy and backlash, and how do we make sure that you're safe until then? So we have different pilot partners and different PIs who are on different levels of, yes, my university supports this, and actually, no, I don't think my university would be too happy, but I can say, this is the educational tool I've been using in my classes. I'm allowed to teach a class on the Confederacy and Lost Cause, and this is how we've been having about this talk on our campuses and other campuses, and how the website helps mediate that. That we're not saying that the institution's a part of this. We have to be very careful about using certain university logos and things, but that certain individual classes and instructors have been a part of this. And so we've been having that conversation throughout our pilot year about what does privacy look like, what does safety look like, and how do we mediate between those universities that do not have the institutional backing. And we're hoping the website helps with that in putting education first, that this is an educational tool, not a political tool, and that the idea of doing this metadata and digital history within classes is a part of higher education. So I think that's where that digital tool comes in. As far as how it's separate from public history, I don't think it is. I think the digital is a part of public history, and that it's been very helpful to make all of this accessible. But a lot of these things that we are collecting, these monuments, are traditional public history monuments and just add to the conversation. We're hoping that our database becomes the first step to looking at these different histories, but that's why we have those learn mores, those links out, and those individual campus spoke sites will have more information about the history of that specific university and their ties to the Confederacy and the Lost Cause. And we're hoping in the future that schools will do exhibits on their individual site, kind of connecting and tying different memorials together. And we'll have a blog and a resource site. So the overall hub site's the first step, and then we hope that you go to the individual campus site, those learn more about these links and blogs and other resources that we're hoping to build out, so you continue to go past just what we have in our 250-word description. So I think we're adding to that conversation, but since a lot of these memorials are already public history, I don't know if we're necessarily a mediator, but we are hoping that this makes it more accessible, and again, to track those trends across campuses in the South and further on.
Yes.
Thank you so much for your presentations. It's actually, I'm just thinking how remarkable it is that even 10 years ago, this idea that we would have a panel like this at a Digital Humanities Conference was just like so unimaginable. So it's beautiful to see the work that you're doing. This is a question for Jewon and Bryan. I'd love to hear you talk a little bit about your technical platforms and sort of why you chose to use what you used for the projects that you're doing.
Yes. When I started this project in 2019, I was so naive. I did not consider about the amount of the time to learn the new technology and cost and maintenance or everything. So when I applied for the NEH, the chairman at that time, he was so wise. So he suggests if I could find any partner institution who is willing to work with me, they would give more fund to that institution. It was during the Christmas time. So I contacted so many historical societies from the Ohio and then universities with a big research center. All of them said no right away. At least I appreciate that they check their email during the Christmas. So I contacted the George Mason University because I heard they have a very cool center for history and new media. And then the director Mills, he responded right away. And then he promised the list of the things that the center could do. So even though I started as an individual with this work and I had the partner institution was so essential to completing this project. And in the beginning, I thought I could create some web pages, but they already have Omeka S. So I learned how to use Omeka S, and they have the big server space, which allowed I can digitize the newspaper with a super high resolution. And that also taught me how I can create metadata in a way deconstructing the previous categorization of the Black document. So that is how I started. So individual work is impossible, and I was fascinated by the October's work, how they collaborate together among the so many institutions. That is very important.
So the main things I use are WordPress and Leaflet.js, which is a JavaScript library. So I chose WordPress because I knew I wanted to center the map, and so like something like Omeka didn't really make sense for what I wanted to do. So just like what's simple and what can help me stand up a map. So that was pretty utilitarian there. And then with the map, I was using things like Cardo and other platforms, and I couldn't get the level of customization and interactivity I wanted. And so for this larger project I was working at, I was being forced to learn JavaScript. So I was like gaining those skills. I was like, oh, I kind of like how Leaflet works and how I can have all these layers and have different customizations. And so from there, I started playing it around with the data sets I was constructing. And I had a very helpful data librarian that fixed my code when I did not know how to write it correctly. And so that is how I stood up this map. There's still some limitations. So I keep hinting at mapping migration routes, and that is a lot more difficult. And so I've been doing more back-end stuff with that, with building a database. So one day there'll be migration routes on there, which I got to figure out. But yeah, just having that, being able to have those different layers and eventually add more layers to it, I think is really important for the map. And so that's why I wanted to do something like Leaflet.
Let's see. I just have a question for Professor Lewis. I'm not sure what stage you're at with the project, but I was wondering if you're actually going through the newspapers with your students. Are you noticing any patterns in terms of the publishers, their backgrounds, or what they've worked on in the past? And then also with the content, I've done a lot of work with 19th century newspapers in my own scholarship, and they had a very generous copying system back then before the AP existed, so you see a lot of repeated stories just kind of show up to fill space. So I was wondering in terms of content, if you're noticing any patterns there as well.
Thank you for the question, because that's the why I created data visualization at the end, because the copyright law is so loose that time, and not only because people did not have enough resources for news outlet, but they want to give create some messages by reprinting some other articles from that other newspapers. So when I make a data, one newspaper reprint from what newspapers, that gives the interactive maps to demonstrate the newspaper's mobility. So it's amazing how 19th century Black newspaper, they reprint from the newspaper from Australia and Singapore, and their perspective never limited to domestic issues, but they envisioned their own positionality as African Americans by reprinting so many different newspapers. So yeah, that is one of the aspects my students discovered patterns, and they never expected they could see the history of China in the 19th century Black newspapers that tells about what Black liberation means, even in the 19th century, when we only imagined Ohio Black people might be parochial, but it's not true. So yeah, thank you for the question.
I have a question for October. I really appreciate all the speakers, but October, as we're thinking about the conversation both yesterday and this morning, it has occurred to me the interesting valence of the term recovery as it applies to the different projects that we've considered here. And one thing that's interesting, sort of the hidden histories of marginalized people as one dimension of recovery, the hidden history of institutions, in your project, that you're recovering in a very different way. But one thing that made me think of is, are you also, so it sounds like the project at the moment is limited to universities in the South. What about the North? And what about, I had just, I was reading an article about like Ivy League institutions and their Reconstruction era appeal to, sort of families and students in the South, which they made by creating monuments and naming buildings and et cetera. So that would be a pretty interesting hidden history. I mean, it is the hidden history that those institutions are revealing and recovering at the moment, and I think in interesting, provocative ways. I wonder where that fits in your project.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and we're in the middle of those conversations right now about expanding what the site looks like. We decided in this first phase to focus on the South because we wanted to try to get some institutions in the Deep South who are most likely the types of universities not to have the infrastructure or the institutional support to do these projects. We're hoping that if we get a couple universities in the Deep South, it'll start to spread across the Deep South into recovering that history and putting their information and metadata on the website. So that's why we focused on the South in this first phase. But we do have plans to move up to the North. We were actually just talking about how our own university actually has ties to the North as people moved from Sewanee to like New York and Boston, and what our founders ended up putting money into the North and what that looked like. So I think we definitely have plans to spread this, which is our first pilot phase. We decided to start in the South, in the Deep South, to make sure it would work with their history. And then also, once this launches, if people see that universities in the Deep South are interested in this work, that would hopefully break down some barriers in other Southern universities doing this work. So we do have plans on spreading this outside of just the American South. And we have plans to also include other types of universities. The Confederacy and Lost Cause is very specific to white universities, and so we were thinking of ways to expand this to HBCUs and other universities that don't have that same long institutional tie to Confederacy. So we were thinking, what does it look like to map anti-Confederacy, anti-Lost Cause memorials, memorials that promote civil rights, memorials that promote what like the institution of slavery looks like. I know, is it like William and Mary? No. Yes, William and Mary, who just launched that memorial of all their enslaved, that all the people that helped build the university who were enslaved, all their names are now on a really wonderfully done public history memorial. And so what does it look like adding something like that to the site, and how telling that story of lost cause memorialization, but also how people are fighting back against that and against that. So we're hoping to expand it to anti-lost cause and civil war and civil rights memorials, and then also outside of the South as well.
Please join me in giving this panel another round of applause.
All right, everyone, well, welcome back. So Dr. Bob Morrissey is a historian of early American and environmental history at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, with deep interest in multi-ethnic digital humanities, particularly in his writing about Indigenous and French settler communities of the pre-modern Midwest. Across several projects, from network analysis of 18th century interracial kinship patterns to collaborative work on art and history among Peoria and Miami communities, he uses digital humanities methods in part to unlock Indigenous stories in colonial archives. His recent works include a new book, People of the Ecotone, Environment and Indigenous Power at the Center of Early America, soon to be out from the University of Washington Press. When I started planning this conference, Bob was one of the first people I thought of. As a fellow historian of colonial and the colonial and indigenous Midwest, his article, Kaskaskia Social Network, Kinship and Assimilation in the French-Illinois Borderlands, 1695 to 1735, published in William and Mary Quarterly, came out when I entered graduate school. And it introduced me to digital humanities in my field. I continued to learn from Bob's work at conferences throughout graduate school. His talks always interested me because of his innovative use of environmental studies to complement historical research. But back to the digital humanities, Bob emerged again as I planned this conference, this time as a participant in the digital project I mentioned in his bio, and that I hope we hear about more today, called Interpretations of a Robe. This project is housed on a site for Miami and Peoria community and language building. Bob probably doesn't know this, but I wouldn't have thought I could do this job without him. It is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Bob Morrissey.
Thank you, Alexis. Thank you very much for that, and for organizing this and for thinking of me. I've really been inspired by the conversations so far and the really interesting projects. And I come really humbly, I come humbly because as I said to Alexis, I was just saying again to Rebecca that, my travels in digital humanities have been, kind of drip, drip, drip for a long time. They've been somewhat, they've been a big part of what I do, but they're not totally at the center always. But now, after years and years and years of it, I do feel like I've got a competency and a fluency in certain kinds of technical methods that I'm going to talk about today, and sort of help. I don't know. I want to explain how they've helped me recently to make some contributions, pretty unexpected contributions to an ongoing collaborative project. And so I'll start with that. And by the way, I should mention, this is all animated, it shouldn't be animated. I've got a lot of files up on a website for those of you who want to maybe follow along on a computer. And in order to do that, you have to get on the guest network. So this is how you do that. So I'll keep talking while anybody who wants to download some of these materials or gets on the web. So I want to start just by talking about, for maybe those who are not familiar, a pretty extraordinary history that is ongoing in sort of the indigenous Midwest, and in particular with two communities, the Miamia and the Puwalia, or Miami and Peoria tribes of Indians. After a long history of loss, of removal, of allotment, of boarding schools, in the case of the Peoria termination, over the past couple of generations,
the Peoria tribe and the Miami tribe have undertaken this extraordinary process of cultural revitalization. And I say extraordinary, I've witnessed, I've watched it as an outsider. I've been doing this history for, I just happened to count this up the other day because I'm currently director of graduate studies for our department at University of Illinois in Urbana. And so I counted up how long it's been since I was in their shoes. 23 years of doing, this research-centric practice of history. And for all that time, most of that time, I've been aware of what's going on at places like the Miami Center in terms of, as I say, this just super extraordinary cultural reclaiming, reawakening, revitalization. It started with language. So, a couple generations ago, there were no first language speakers of the Miami, Illinois language. And so some scholars, linguists, and kind of knowledge makers, cultural experts, went to remedy that. And they did it through a really extraordinary linguistic recovery project, which is now its own digital humanities project called the Illinois Language, or the Indigenous Language Digital Archive, which I have some links on my website to guide you to if you want to check that out. But I think it's one of the most extraordinary of examples of this type of project of a reconnection, a reclaiming, a reanimation, a reawakening of an Indigenous North American language. Obviously, there are lots of communities doing that kind of work, but what they've done, particularly at the Miami Center, under the leadership of Darrell Baldwin, who's a MacArthur Genius Grant, grant winner, rightly for his work leading this project. It's really extraordinary. And so it started with language, and just this is where I put some of the files that I'll be talking about today. I mean, I think if you just Google Ecotone history, you'll find there are not many websites called Ecotone history. So anyway, like I say, the centerpiece of this extraordinary trajectory going on culturally in these two Indigenous communities, language was right at the center of it. It was the beginning of it. Miami, Illinois is the Algonquian language that is the Indigenous language for the Miamis and the Peorias. Miami Center began, maybe 30 years ago, 20 years ago, as an academic center at Miami University of Ohio. It's an extraordinary venture. Again, I think one of the most extraordinary of its kind, partnership between an academic institution and a tribe. The Peoria tribe, since they're sort of sisters, Miamis and the Peorias, have also joined in this cultural reclaiming. And so from language, the process has extended out into other domains of cultural reclaiming and revitalization. Particularly, we could talk about storytelling, reclaiming old and dormant maybe storytelling traditions and traditional knowledge, ecological knowledge, sort of traditional ecological knowledge, and then artistic practice as well. So I can show you here we are. We are currently partially standing in the homelands of the Illinois speakers. Illinois was the word that the French. I mean, it's the language. It's the word to describe the language, right? It's not the name that anybody called themselves back in sort of in the moment of encounter. There were the Miamia, there were the Inoka, were the confederacy that had included groups like the Peoria, the Kaskaskia, and others. But they're roughly the homelands, Wabash River Valley and the Illinois River Valley around the time the encounter with Europeans in the late 17th century. So in any case, like I said, this trajectory, I mean, this process of great reclaiming, again, touching on ecological practice and recovery of ethnobotany, placemaking, right? Understanding the homeland, understanding indigenous geography, history, and a sort of revitalization of a historical narrative within the tribe. These are all publications coming out of the Miamia Center. This is their community blog here, and it's full of extraordinary work. Artwork. Most visibly up till now, the centerpiece of this has been ribbon work, which is a kind of a genre of artistic practice for clothing, and particularly sort of ceremonial clothing. And again, several artists have really brought ribbon work back to life. At the Miamia Center, they do really cool courses to share and to kind of expand this practice, like, you know, kind of a 2-day workshop on ribbon work and advanced ribbon work, and artists like Scott Shoemaker, who I can talk about in a little while. I mean, just really amazing production, and they've done exhibits, community exhibits around it. So it's a real, you know, interesting chapter in their reawakening. So in comes a new chapter, which is this project that Alexis just mentioned, interpretation. She called it Interpretations of the Road because that was what it was described as on a website at one point. But we've now sort of decided, or, you know, settled on this other name for the project, Reclaiming Stories. It's an attempt to add to this story of cultural revitalization and reclaiming within the Miami and the Peoria communities, another ancient practice, another traditional practice that has sort of gone dormant, and that is hide painting and tattooing, which are very closely related practices within these you know, traditional practices, cultures. We started, the Reclaiming Stories project is funded by an HWW grant from the Mellon Foundation. We began back in 2019 just having informal conversations around, you know, what we knew, I mean, about the hide painting. And again, we built up to making this grant proposal, which was successful. And, you know, it provides, this Mellon funding provides funding for this academic and community project, explicitly guided by tribal priorities. And again, the headline being revitalization. So just a couple words about that. When we talk about hide painting for the Miami and the Peorias, there are not many extant examples of that craft, but there are these really charismatic examples in a collection of indigenous material culture at the Musée du Quai Branly in Paris. These 4 robes that are, you know, the work of Miami, you know, Illinois artists from maybe the end of the 17th century or the early 18th century. They're old. I mean, they're extremely old. And, you know, some of the most famous examples of this kind of art that survives in European collections. So, but of course, in Paris, disconnected from community, you know, interpreted through lenses that very frequently, you know, traditionally ignored indigenous voices inside of a colonial institution, inside of colonial academic practices. So for all of those reasons, our grant was designed to reconnect communities to these important examples of their ancestors' work, and then also, again, to revitalize the practice that work represents. And so I'm showing you now a picture of a workshop that we held, as part of the early work of the grant this past summer, where, for the first time in who knows how long, community members were doing hide painting. This is at the Peoria Cultural Center in Miami, Oklahoma. Here is Michael Galvin, who is Washoe himself, but he works especially among Haudenosaunee communities, upstate New York. And he and his partner, Jamie Jacobs, are tattoo and tattoo artists and painters in sort of a traditional context. Jamie is Seneca. So they came out to offer a workshop on hide painting. Here Michael is showing us how to actually, apply the paint with this stylus. I'll show you a couple more images of the workshop. We made the pigment, then we turned it into paint, and here's Nate working on his paint. I thought I had one more image from the workshop, but I guess I don't. I wanted to show you an instance. I actually brought the one that I made. It's in my bag. I can show it off later if anybody's interested to see it. But we made these little tobacco bags as part of the workshop. So all to say, I'm lucky to be a part of this process. I'm lucky to be part of this new chapter in this cultural revival work that I think is just so extraordinary and interesting. But of course, the question is, what role do I play? Like, what am I doing in this context? And to the point of this conference, like, what are some of these tools that Alexis mentioned so generously, said that I have picked up over the years of being an academic historian, single author academic historian, sitting behind my computer, also within the structures of the academy, sort of not connected to communities and community knowledge. What role do I play in this? So I'm here again, extremely humbly, and maybe with a sort of sense of solidarity with some of the people in this room for whom these are live questions for yourselves. Thinking about the academic world, thinking about digital humanities, thinking about what Rebecca just identified as a division between sort of the people-focused work versus maybe, sort of, what did you say was the other side of that dichotomy? What's that? Data-driven. Data, right. Yeah, data-driven versus people. And so I'm here to sort of raise that question and to see, through explaining a little bit of my own journey, and particularly a journey with technical tools, right? To the extent that I've done anything in digital humanities, it's always been this kind of like very data, like, okay, so what can we do with these old records to make them tell stories, to unlock, Indigenous histories. And so that's what I want to kind of share, is my process of developing those tools and then applying them in this particular case. What I think has been a useful contribution from this data-driven side of things to a community project with the goal of, like I said, revitalization at its center. So I was thinking about trying to go back into this journey that I've been on and where it all kind of came from. A couple people showed Venn diagrams last night. I'm another one to show a Venn diagram. But I sort of think about several stories as being part of my process as a researcher from way back. And here they are. Some of them are really old, like New Social History, New Western history, nothing new about those anymore. But I think my work is sort of trying to get at the intersection of some of the stories that these different strains of research have told. So the story from New Social History, I was a student with this one on the left, John Demos, who was one of the practitioners of this craft at the very beginning. And I loved the story of, creatively mining sources that just didn't seem to contain any stories, any real, nothing about the important events of history. And the story that New Social History told us about reclaiming the texture of the past, history from the bottom up, people who didn't matter in the grand narrative, but for whom we could sort of reclaim and tell stories. From New Western History, which also is no longer new, but from New Western History, I learned the story of destroying myth, right? Our purpose as researchers is to engage with these, with false narrative, right? And to correct that. And in the case of the subjects that I'm interested in, early frontier history, indigenous history, of course, that resonated strongly. Then, of course, alongside of these two stories or narratives of research, as I was in graduate school, Linda Tawawe Smith's decolonizing methods sort of really changed both of these, but well, certainly my fields. And here the story was, it's not just new creative methods to find new meaning in the archive. It's the archive itself, right? The archive itself is the problem. So what, how can we, and the practices that we apply to the archive, that's the problem. The epistemology, the hierarchies that are implied in our practices. So, and then came digital humanities as this kind of utopian language of, this is a movement, this is a new narrative. The narrative was it's a new way forward with new techniques. And all of those things, I still think if I examine my practice, it's like, that's where I'm at. It's like right in the middle of those different stories. And so here I come today, to try to show an instance of how that has kind of come together. And I'm gonna invoke Sonia Atale, the Anishinaabe scholar, her call for multivocal interpretive approaches as, something that has resonated with me in the context of this project, because my approaches are just so, again, like, they seem so sideways to the project of reclaiming in some ways, right? They seem so much, so disconnected from, I want to go back to what Rebecca said, people, right? But that's, in a way, I want to problematize that and show how I feel like actually there has been a space in which this has been useful. What I call it is exploratory data analysis. That's bolded in. Exploratory, to me has been a really clarifying way of thinking about our tools. I got it from a teacher of mine called Ted Underwood, who's like top of the game of digital, data-driven digital humanities, who I was lucky to take a class with. And that's what he calls his work, as in sort of algorithmic humanities analysis. But what really, for me, it's all about are these intuitions. Like, I don't want, for today's workshop, I've included a bunch of data sets if you want to check out And I'm going to take you through a little journey of practice, certainly not to sort of impart any how-tos here. Although a lot of these DH conferences that I've been to over the years have really helpfully included how-tos. I think that's a sort of tradition that I'm happy to be leading a workshop today somewhat in that spirit. Although my how-to, I really want to talk about the intuitions. It always was helpful for me to think more about intuition and making sure I understood like what we're getting out of tools than the actual technical craft, which I wouldn't be good at explaining the technical craft anyway, because it's always been just trial and error for me, right? And there are so many black boxes even in the way that I practice it. I think that's true of a lot of these tools for many of us. But for me, the intuitions are extremely clear. And that, I think, is the important piece. And for me, the intuitions that are so useful in this exploratory data analysis are what I think these tools do so well. Clustering, classifying, separating, right? And so I'll try to explain how that has allowed me to make a few contributions. So here are, very quickly, I want to talk about a few projects that I've done and discuss them. I won't talk for an hour and a half or however long I have. I want to sort of open the floor for some reflections together. But I've got several intuitions to share. First one is an intuition about the nature of data and the kinds of questions that, the kinds of ways in which tools interact with the data that as humanists we sometimes bring to bear. Second one I'm going to talk about, so I'll talk about that in relationship to this project that Alexis mentioned. The second one has to do with co-occurrence as a sort of intuition in data analysis that took me a while to get my head around, but I want to sort of put it on the table as something that we all kind of encounter a lot, and I'll show you how it works in my case. Then what I really learned from TED is back to this point about clustering, classifying, separating. I think it is very interesting that in many cases, these data techniques, these analytical techniques are naive, right? That's even in the word, one of the more famous ones, naive Bayes, right? Is a way of classifying with data. I love that. As somebody, it describes like the limits, right, of what you are actually getting, and it also, I think, is a good metaphor for, where these data-driven methods can and cannot, answer questions for a project like, reclaiming Indigenous history. So. And then I'll just show you really quickly how one instance where I've kind of applied these sensibilities and these methods to some data for the Reclaiming Stories project. So I'll start with this old project that I did. And just to orient, my work that I'm going to talk about now is about a colonial community of about 1,500 people in the mid-Mississippi Valley called Kaskaskia. There's about 1,500 people in 1750. About half of them were enslaved. African and Indian slaves were a big part of this colonial population. About half of them were French. And it was an agrarian and fur trading settlement with a really interesting history and relationship to the governments of Quebec and Louisiana, and also, of course, in relationship to Indigenous history in this region. And so as a graduate student, I was interested in this place because I'm from the Midwest. I wanted to tell, a new history of the colonial Midwest and kind of recover along the lines of what I mentioned in terms of my Venn diagram, recover our hidden history. One great thing about this colonial community from a historian standpoint is well documented. Locally, it's well documented by a notary, which is a official of the French colonial government back in the 17th and 18th centuries, who would take care of civil records like contracts, especially contracts and sort of property transactions. There was a notary present in Kaskaskia and its associated town, Sharp, where the government was actually located. There was a notary present basically the whole time from 1715 through 1763. So thousands actually of documents from a notary, which was like, oh, that's really, that makes it one of the better documented places anywhere I know in colonial America, honestly. And it happens to be out in the middle of practically nowhere from the standpoint of, governments, colonial governments. And it is also a place where Jesuits came from the very first start of the colony. So we have an extensive record of not just Jesuit descriptions and reports from the mission, but also the baptismal and marriage records that they created and left. So anyway, those were the two. And that was the big archive for this project that I was embarking on. And how do you make? What do you do with that? Like what is possible to do with records like that? And now, for what it's worth, I invite you to, if you're on the website, and I'll just go ahead and do this myself, and you can see. I think we've got the workshop files up here. I'm in folder number 1. And here is can I switch the screen maybe? Let me see if this will work. So I'm showing you now. It's a bad scan, actually, with a bad OCR. I couldn't find any other versions on my computer when I was in a rush the other day. But here is, this is a PDF created by a genealogist, basically aggregating all of the parish records that we have from these communities. And I want to move this somehow, so if I can get rid of this. You can see the whole. Does anybody know how to get rid of this sidebar here?
Maybe if you go to full screen, it'll get rid of it on the bottom there. There it is. You see the arrows? Oh, yeah. Across.
Yeah, this one?
No, you were just there.
Oh, there we go. That's cool. Yeah, there you go. So nobody in this room has never seen documents like this before, but I guess I take the opportunity at the moment to just open our discussion, to the extent that I'd love for us to sort of have a conversation. What do you do with it? We have notarial documents, I will tell you, are not full of particularly compelling stories. And of course, these are lists of names. Tantalizingly, I have highlighted in many cases Indigenous women who appear. And a lot of Indigenous women appear in these marriage and baptismal records. So thoughts about how we can unlock histories out of documents like this.
So, this is really interesting.
interesting to me. I would probably make a database of relationships,
Mhm.
essentially, because I see that it's in French, but I see, child of or married to.
Yeah.
So thinking about like how you both maintain the existing relationships in the archive, like these are marriage records.
Yeah, marriage, baptism.
And baptism.
Yeah.
But also how you can disaggregate them and see what the relationships are, maybe between wives and other relatives or
Yes.
children. Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
I'm mostly interested in kind of the beautiful mind activities of Laurel Fetcher Ulrich
Yes.
for new technology. And like, I think a lot about how much she got out of just mapping that town and like, so, like, this, like you wouldn't necessarily see that dimensionally or geographically, but once you're like, oh, he was on the other side of town and she was here, and like, just like that's revelatory
Yeah.
to me.
Absolutely. If this could be connected to out to other kinds of data, right, to plot it spatially maybe, or connected to other kinds of data. Go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, and in terms of connecting to other data, you could create like the equivalent of a social security number for each person here and tag all the documents and the artifacts related to that person.
Yeah. That's very nice, yeah. And
I'm thinking of the family networks, which has already been talked about, but I'm also thinking of the presentation you saw earlier looking at Mexican-American migration patterns out in the Midwest. And what would be interesting once you could sort of visualize the family networks is to see where people are within the map.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because one of the challenges whenever you're looking at, the Native American experience is finding them. Because I worked with documents like this because my maternal grandmother's Abenaki.
Uh-huh.
And like reclaiming that history has just been torturously difficult.
Yes.
And sort of finding the ways that they just sort of merged into these communities. So they got a French name, but they're actually Native American.
Yeah.
And so kind of seeing that spread throughout the Mississippi Valley, like who stayed close to Kaskaskia, who moved a little farther in, who ended up in Missouri.
Yeah.
Are there any outliers that go like very far away?
So all of these intuitions were part of my initial thinking, and particularly seeing could you make a social security number? Could you do the relationship database, right? That would connect these points, and they're literally just names. Sometimes it's all you've got. It's all you've got. And can you connect it to every other piece of data that is available, right? So that was the intuition of the early. Let me get back to. Let me see. Yes. Good. I think this will do it. All right, everybody. I'm used to driving a different car, I guess. No luck? There. Yeah. Okay. There we go. So just to sort of follow up with these intuitions that several people have mentioned. Oh, no, it won't advance. What if I do this? Try again. Okay, yeah. I wanted to say, I think this is about where I'm at. So I wanted to, I'll come back to that. I was mindful that, a lot of scholars before had attended to this kind of data to write family history, to write the story of individual people inside of this community, and sort of the way that like my highlighting suggests, go and find the one person and see what else you can learn about that one person, see what else you can learn about that person's family connection. And this was my, that's the intuition that I initially brought to the project, until I learned about network analysis, right? Where it's just a very different set of issues. My introduction to it was, I'm dating myself at the moment, but watching The Wire in season 2, they trace cell phone network of the drug dealing gang using the technique of network analysis in order to isolate who's doing what. And kind of naively, I waded into this and said, okay, that's what this is, right? This is an archive of connection. This gives us a way to think about the connections among individuals. It's different from family history, right? It's different from just picking out one person and giving, attending to that person's specific ties. Instead, what we can do is systematically go through and identify every tie that every person has in every instance, right? So marriages with the witness winds up being a little network like this. The couple that gets married, the people that stand for that couple, the priest that's present. Baptism creates another set of relationships, especially this fictive kinship of godparenthood. And so I started, again, at first I was thinking about this in terms of individuals. Okay, what questions could we answer if we pick out these individuals that we're interested in and seeing who they're connected to, right? Like as an individual. But then I got that right out of my head, like, finally, I understood it's actually not about the individual at all, right? The key intuition for network analysis is you're not as interested in an individual as you are interested in the whole thing, right? The whole network and the shape of the network. So this is all of those ties from that data set entered in, together. And obviously you're not going to make any sense out of that. But that's over the course of, how many decades, 6 or 7 decades of relationships. And it also includes commercial contracts, which makes it kind of more confusing to visualize. But, this is a little bit more manageable, and we can kind of start to use this, more specific chronological focus on the network, or geographical focus on the network to begin to tell some stories and to make some intuitions about history. And the intuitions that I came up with, or that I started to engage with, or the historical conclusions that I started to try to come to with this had to do with, again, these indigenous women. I had a slide, I'm not going to go back to it, but there's a lot of writing on indigenous women in the fur trade context, and in particular a story told about the function of their relationships, the function of their marriages to individual fur traders or to fur trade families as being instrumental, right, in the context of the fur trade. It's about business, right? It's about extending, and of course there's a lot of truth to that story, and I could show you data to support that story, but Interestingly, there was another story that this revealed about what Indigenous women were doing in the context of this town, Kaskaskia, which I told you earlier was both a fur trade town as well as an agrarian town, right? Where people were farming and sending wheat as early as 1717 or so down to New Orleans and on to the Caribbean, actually, right? From these rich bottomland agricultural villages of, what's now right around St. Louis, 60 miles south of St. Louis. I had made these networks and I start to examine the people. Obviously, you're interested in the whole network, the shape of the network, right? What does the network tell you? And I'm looking at people like Catherine Awakamgo or Catherine Wabanakakui, and where they fit, and they're very central, right? They're connected in these ways. This is a godparenthood chart. So the arrows represent who's serving as God, who's standing as godmother to other people's children. And so I looked at those women, and then I also was interested in the French women that were in this network and how they participated. And so people like Françoise Lebrise or Marie Kennel or Elizabeth Deshays. And then to the point about the serial number, right? I had started to construct this database, for the network analysis, and now I start drawing in everything else that I can possibly do to correlate these individuals to other data that we have about them. So very fortunately, we've got some censuses from this town, including one right in the heart of this period when so many people are marrying across the frontier, right? 1720s, that's the heart of that practice. There are probably 40 marriages in Kaskaskia between Indian women and French men at that time. So 1726, there's this great census. And what I kind of started looking at was, okay, so who are these people and how do they fit on the census? And, here this is just a transcription of that census put into a spreadsheet, and it's organized by how much land and cultivation each family had. And so, interestingly, who are these women that are so central to the network? François Lebrise is married to Jean-Baptiste Poitier. Marie is married to Antoine Carrière. And Elizabeth is married to the single most wealthy farmer in Kaskaskia, right? So these are the French women. And if we also include these Indigenous women, here are the most highly connected women in the network are married to, or are part of the most, successful, what's the word? Prominent agrarian families in the network. And so, that's kind of an interesting conclusion that raises questions about what Indigenous women were doing, marrying into these networks and standing God. What was the function of these relationships inside of these networks? Because interestingly, the fur traders are absent from these networks, right? They're not there. And, you can quantify all this. And I want to make a point about another intuition that occurred to me here, because these quantifications, this is a complete black box for most of us humanists, right? I mean, the actual algorithms that statisticians use to measure things like centrality and betweenness and stuff. I mean, we don't have to know that, but I mean, the intuition is you get a higher score if you're between more people, more nodes, and we're talking about people, but nodes that are between more other nodes are, their scores are promoted for that reason. And you can do other kinds of measures and other kinds of quantifications. Well, those quantifications, they rely as much on the zeros as on the ones, right? Or the twos or the threes. And so here's the intuition about network analysis, and particularly exploratory network analysis that occurred to me, is that you need a complete set, something that is complete, right? You can't, it's not family history. It's not, let me see who she's connected to, right? And build it out from there. It's take the whole thing, and then you've got numbers that are meaningful, because that zero is just as, not being connected is just as mathematically consequential as being connected, right? That's what makes the quantifications actually mean anything, right? Is that everybody, you know, it's, so I put it this way, this is how it kind of comes off my tongue. It's not like we don't know if they're connected, it's we know they're not connected, right? And that zero, you know, it's sort of like those non-connections are as important as the connections. The fact that the fur traders aren't there is equally meaningful as the fact that, you know, in another network they are there, right? And that to me was like, oh my gosh, that's a light bulb. And so I felt like at that point I could make some sort of arguments about connection, about the meaning of these connections, and what they were doing sort of behind the scenes, right? And sort of participate in that conversation. And it also, you know, made me aware that, again, in a new way, that like it's really a network analysis about the shape of the network, right? The whole network. And that was an intuition. It's about the whole network. Questions about this or thoughts about this, because I'm actually seeing some furrowed brows, and I want to like make sure we, you know, I have been talking quite a lot, and opportunity to stop us. Yeah.
Okay, so I definitely have a tell, so it's probably my furrowed brow that was
Yeah.
Somebody once came up to me after I presented and said, "You have got to get a poker face." So
you got to get a what?
Got to get a poker face.
Yeah.
So this one occurs to me, like, this is amazing and, you know, mind-blowing and interesting, but also relationships are complicated. Somebody might not be your godmother, but they might be really important to you
Yes.
in ways that don't enter the record. So
Yes.
That's why I'm throwing my brow. I'm trying to think about that.
So the answer to that, which I puzzled over for a really long time, is that the relationships that we know about are the ones defined by the data set and not other ones. And therefore, you know, like what we know is what baptism, you know, baptism probably meant, you know, very idiosyncratic things, right? Or, you know, godparenthood meant idiosyncratic things. It may have been significant and it may not have been significant. Well, all we know from a data set like this is what you know, like, I'm not coming up with the right language because I know exactly what you're talking about, but it occurred to me that like we are only answering very specific questions with a data set like this. The relationships defined by those specific relations, you know, specific ties, and what they meant to the people who made them. And that doesn't necessarily map onto actually who's the most important person in this town, right? Or, you know, the significance to the people who are actually participating in it of what they're doing. Yeah, go ahead.
I guess I have a question about the difference between qualitative and quantitative data. Not you know, basic disciplinary question, but like, you know, if we're using colonial records, right, and things like baptisms or marriages,
Yes.
this is true in the Mexican situation too, because the Spanish kept amazing colonial records.
Yeah.
What do you do with definitions of kinship
Yes.
that are tribal,
Yes.
that stand outside of the logics of marriage? And I'm thinking here of the Dakota and of, you know, kinship where, depending on who the father was, the father's brothers are your fathers,
Same.
and the mother's sisters are your mothers.
Yeah.
So there's these whole epistemologies
Yes.
of indigenous connection
Yes.
that cannot be represented here, I'm assuming.
Right. And this, you know, I mean, there are some analogs in the very specific context of these communities in terms of the kinship structures that were meaningful, particularly with respect to aunts and uncles, and parents. So absolutely, again, I mean, what we have in this case then is a sort of a certain understanding of relationships to which those, you know, we stand to the side, right? And I think that the usefulness of it is, again, I want to choose the language as precisely as I can. It's like it describes a very specific set of meanings that may or may not even be the relevant meanings for the community. And so the conclusions that I wrote about in this paper had to do with mostly with the priests and the agency of their actions in trying to define a community that Indigenous and French women were participating in, but may have had completely different ideas about what those relationships were. And I think that's a kind of powerful visualization too, as long as you kind of qualify it. And,
right, you have some forms of data that are available.
Yeah.
Because we're living in the legacy of that colonial project. And others that are much more tenuous. And it reminds me, and you don't have to talk about this now, maybe it's the Q&A, but it does remind me of some of the critiques of data-driven, like social policy and data-driven, particularly around policing. Right, where it's like bad data in,
bad data out,
bad conclusions out, and so maybe later. I don't want to interrupt.
Excellent.
I just want to put that like a little post-it.
Thank you. Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
This is just kind of an elemental question, which is probably more of a reflection of my ignorance here than anything else. But when you were making a distinction here between sort of familial connections versus the network, I'm just wondering if you could talk a little bit more about that, because I'm struggling to understand here, sort of what you're meaning by network.
So what I mean about familial connections is simply that I'm kind of thinking about the techniques that one would do. That used to be called family reconstitution. There's a sort of brand of like, I don't know. Does that ring a bell to anybody? I think it's from like the 70s as a sort of like a real serious sort of genealogical, like marriage of academic sort of like history work with genealogical work, and and again it would go after significant people like Marie Ruwensa in this network, a pretty famous Indigenous woman, and like who would rebuild her whole kinship network, and that would be meaningful for thinking about her. But again, if you don't have the rest of the connections, you don't know what the sort of you have the context, right? You don't know how unusual or usual those relationships might be in relationship to anybody else in that network. So that's what I mean.
That makes sense, because you were making a distinction between the agricultural side of the community versus the fur trader. You could see that could potentially be a blind spot.
Yeah.
If you were using the one versus the other, you wouldn't necessarily see that.
Yeah.
I guess something I'm wondering about, I'm not a historian really, I'm an econ historian, is what's the role of descended communities today when you're working with data like this? Even if, I'm in New England, and New England is very complicated historically, and so, like at my old institution, even though the original communities of Salem have sort of kind of become part over time, like the tribal nation and other communities, right? Like we look to them as the stewards of cultural heritage and land and data, right? And so I'm sort of curious from this Indigenous data sovereignty kind of perspective, what are ways to build that in? Because it just seems like, there's certainly like an important perspective of these communities on some of these challenges of working with data that comes from an epistemology that is not right. The one of the Enlightenment.
So, can I think I can like quickly show a few more things and then get to where I actually feel like I'm on a more like where I've done some thinking through that same question, and I feel like I've applied my best, effort to just that dilemma. In this case, honestly, I don't have an answer for it. I think that's a big fault of the design of this study. It just didn't engage that. And I think, I feel like I've got an answer for it now that informs the way that I'm proceeding at the moment. I mean, at this point, it was, yeah, so let me come back to it. I kind of not race through, but I just show you a couple more instances of this evolution in my thinking about exploratory data analysis. So this is, again, that's the network analysis of godparenthood. And another project that I did that kind of uses some of these insights, like right after I finished the network analysis, had to do with the sources and a source critique that I was trying to kind of like develop a way of thinking about the materials that we were using in this area to kind of reconstruct our history, the stories, and to be critical about some of these very issues, like the outsider perspective of these priests. I mean, the Jesuits left us, as you can see, these are all the priests that were in the Illinois country from 1673, 1672 through when the Jesuits got expelled, and actually even after the Jesuits got expelled, some of them stuck around. So, but officially 1763, and it's a lot of words. I mean, it's a big archive of stuff, and related to this publication project of the Jesuits, the Jesuit relations, which I can talk more about, but it's pretty iconic, source of indigenous history from early America that the Jesuits left. And then, of course, as I'll talk about later, the Jesuits in Illinois left a lot of linguistic materials. So all to say, I was very interested in critically understanding the strengths and limitations of these sources. And what it occurred to me to do is to apply some of these insights about networks and data analysis to the question of how good are these sources on certain parameters? And what I decided to do was to, you can look at the data set that I created for this inside of I won't go and mess with the screens at the moment, but there's a huge biographical table of Jesuits that and their careers in North America, 300 or so priests that I made with an eye towards in the future trying to do something on a bigger scale. But for now, back in 2013 or 14 or whatever, I went ahead and kind of made some visualizations to intuit this issue of the quality of what we were actually dealing with when we looked at these sources, because well, frankly, people like Sebastian Rao, who's famous in another context in colonial Maine, actually, he left a ton of stuff about Illinois country, but he spent 3 months in Illinois country, Whereas Robert Boulanger spent, almost his whole adult life. I mean, he's there 35 years, and same for Jacques Laguillier, who are the two main linguists of the archive. So anyway, again, how can we visualize this? How can classification and clustering help us to think about this? It occurred to me that we've got some generations of Jesuits. We've got some phases, like phase 1, we've got phase 2, we've got phase 3 of people whose careers are connected to one another because they're there at the same time. So this was the intuition of co-occurrence. How does co-occurrence apply in this case? All those analytical tools that measure the significance of okay, Gravier was there at the same time as Joubert, who was there at the same time as Laguillier. Those guys had a career. Their information may have been shared, their understanding may have been shared, their expertise, such as it was, and you can visualize this in different ways. Unfortunately, I didn't go ahead and include all the visualizations just for the purpose of today, but some of these are pretty strong clusters. That is, Boulanger and Merlet spent 13 years together, in their shared project. Whereas, some of them spent much less time than that, and et cetera. So, again, to me, it was okay, so you get out of these insights driven by a visualization or a conceptualization of a co-occurrence. I don't know if anybody has any thoughts or questions about that, or if this is applied in any of your work, but let me speed through. Then this comes, the last sort of thing before I get back to the reclaiming stories. This is an intuition, this is my third intuition that I got from Ted's class, and I want to hone in on this notion of the naive clustering. So for people who may not know him, Ted Underwood studies literary genres, and he builds, he does this through machine learning, mostly machine learning kind of techniques to train up models and then run them on big corpuses of literature to sort of find out where the clusters are, and he does this in really creative ways. I wanted to do this. I wanted to see what I could learn about my sources. I couldn't get my sources. I was telling Isaac earlier, I couldn't get sources prepared in time for a project here, so I just used a corpus that I could clean up myself, which was presidential inaugural addresses. We get back into matrix data. The zeros are as important as the ones, right? And that intuition helped me along here. And then I just, I started to apply some of these techniques. And here was the most powerful part. This is just a modeler that, kind of basic word counting and analysis. I kind of like that, like some of what we learned here. But mostly the models failed in these tests. Like there were no clusters, no significant clusters if we tried to predict party in this corpus, like, is the president a Democrat or Republican? There's, basically if there had been a chunk of blue dots over here and red dots over there, that would have been a successful training of the model and testing of the model. I think probably everybody here knows this intuitively. Same with, can't do like somebody giving their second inaugural address versus somebody just arriving in the office for the first time. But what occurred to me and what made a lot of sense out of this is that there is completely naive, right? It is just measuring, and it's a black box in most of these techniques. I mean, very explicitly, very unapologetically, we don't even really know, right? In many of the techniques that people like Ted use, we don't really know what is being classified out or what is the distinctive or thing that is being measured. So that was another intuition, and this idea that you can be quite naive, but the separation in a data set, if it proves useful, it might mean something to somebody who's not naive, right? Like the reason why it matters to Ted that this corpus over, that there's a cluster over here and over, that's the interpretation, right? The machine just tells you where the clusters are. So that made sense to me. So I've got all this kind of intuition of whole networks, complete data sets, co-occurrence as a big sort of measure of clusters, right? And then naivete, and it's okay. That's actually part of the game. And that is what I want to sort of share here, and hopefully this will be a good place to sort of discuss and conclude. And I can do this pretty quickly. Reclaiming Stories, it's an ongoing project. We have these sort of academic discussions alongside of the big project, which is going to be a trip to Paris among community leaders, artists, students inside of the tribal communities to reconnect to the objects, and then there's going to be an exhibit out of that. But obviously alongside of that, there's this process of revitalization and reclaiming meaning. You know, there's a lot of meaning, and it's very evident. So how to do that, you know, like, what are the sources for that? What are the techniques for that? And just to you know, present you with the power of the texts or documents or objects that we're working with. As I said, there's a strong relationship between tattooing, skin painting of hides, skin painting of the body, tattooing. In fact, the French, and it seems like possibly indigenous speakers as well, used a word matache to refer to all three. It's not an indigenous word, but that word matache is what in these dictionaries that I'm about to show you is a word that applies in you know, describing and talking about hide painting, skin painting, tattooing. And for reasons that may be obvious, it's like they're very related aesthetic practices. They also were very related in their uses, their functions in these 18th century contexts. So I've told you about the purpose of reclaiming stories, so I'll move on from here. But this is the image of us, of one of the painters actually painting from a couple of weeks ago. So to the question of what's the process of revitalizing and reclaiming knowledge? Perhaps the most important window into indigenous cultures of the 18th century in this place are these amazing dictionaries. And there are, this is Larguillier's dictionary, it's a Miami, Illinois, to French dictionary. There is Robert Le Boulanger, who made a French to Miami, Illinois dictionary. And then there is another dictionary, which is kind of a mix of the two. Together, it's hundreds and hundreds of pages. And they're quite extraordinary. And I do have in the website, there are a couple of examples, and you can kind of see up close what they contain in terms of a record and a window into, you know, not just the language, but a lot of cultural practice, right? For reasons that are probably intuitive. This is from Boulanger, the word to paint. Here's that word that I mentioned, matache, which is this is Boulanger's dictionary from about the 1730s. By the way, these are the primary sources from which Darrell Baldwin and his collaborators reanimated the language beginning at 30 years ago. And it's the foundation for the Indigenous Language Digital Archive and some other related terminology. So, exploratory data analysis. Co-occurrence, clustering, naive modeling, right? That's those are the intuitions I've tried to take you through. And here's one way to do that. So these are the data sets created out of the dictionaries, hundreds and hundreds of words, right? Thousands. With the head word, the Miami, Illinois word, the original gloss, a translation, a keyword, right? These are the data sets, you know, that the Miami Center has built out of those dictionaries. And there's more data inside of the dictionary. But, so what can we do with it? Any thoughts or any brainstorming? Let me just, again, go ahead. Yeah.
The primary data we use here is already mediated
what it would have been if for this fact inscribed in the data is mediated by the link. So I'm wondering how you can fill the gap.
Yeah.
And how you can bring out that limitation when you visualize the data.
Okay. This gets back, this gets back to the tricky issue, right? And there are several things I want to say about that. I mean, one thing that is, it just what there is, right? And it actually is also the basis for the reanimation of the language to begin with, right? So it's sort of like everybody's playing with that same limitation of the sources when it comes to linguistic interpretation. I mean, obviously there are degrees of how that limitation factors and doesn't factor based on position, of course. So that's one thing, right? Is that you're stuck with that. It is a colonial document. It does these translations and even the inclusion of certain words and others. All of it rests on an imperfect foundation. Another answer, though, back to one of the things that we just already talked about, that dictionary, Boulanger's dictionary, was created by somebody who spent 37 years in that community. I mean, that guy was fluent, you know, and there's no doubt about that. The same is true even on a bigger scale for that guy, Jacques Laguillier, who's the author of the other dictionary we have. He spent 40 years. So again, we're not talking about people, I mean, there's this kind of keyword in my field around early American frontiers from a historian called Richard White, who wrote The Middle Ground. His analytic is creative misunderstandings, right? These are not creative misunderstandings, not at least in the same sense that like, you know, people who showed up to a single, you know, trading season and, you know, participated in a couple of like interactions across the frontier. That's a very different situation with a different set of meanings that were actually communicated across it than what we've got here. So that I mean, I think your question about the colonial context of the document is, of course, on point. I would just sort of temper it with an awareness that you know, we don't have any other way in, and it's not perfect. It's not, you know, it's not fatally flawed either. Any other thoughts about?
I mean, I'm looking at this with sort of the philologist side, though, and what strikes me over three languages is sort of how both the French and the English just kind of all rely on the same word, and then how within the Native American language there's contextual differences.
Mm-hmm.
Subtle.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so what I would be interested to see is if the technology could bring that context back to life.
Yeah.
Could I actually see how they understood the different meanings of paint within the living context of their community?
Yeah.
And I was, you know, piggybacking on what Jewon was saying, I mean, so much of language is sensibility. And so I still have the concern, I'm not quite sold yet on, you know, like the colonial document is really like front and center for me, because as you're always translating a language that's not your first language through the lens of your language. So you're imposing a construct on, I mean, you're ordering words according to how you understand them.
Yeah.
But that might not be how the speaker is, you know, attempting to communicate.
So one answer, one possibility is how can you get closer to, I'm sorry, I don't know you. John, what John is suggesting, like the nuances that are contained in the Miami, Illinois words and metaphors and et cetera, right? And one answer, one possibility is through this kind of teched out approach from digital humanities. So what I rely on, or what this relies on, is a sort of co-occurrence kind of methodology. So again, the spreadsheets are pretty long, but you can kind of see how it worked in the case of, but I can just explain it very quickly. If you start with the words that the Jesuits used to describe these practices, that is paint, matache, the pique was the word for tattoo, etc. If you start with those words, and then you go to the Miami, Illinois words, and you go to the glosses, and you pick out words from those, right? Or you can also, well, let me describe first of all, like the original methodology is just to find all of those words, whether they're in stems or glosses or whether they're head words, right? And just map those concepts. And that's what this is, all right? And you start to get these clusters of semantic relationships among the words. And I know you can't read that. And honestly, even if you could, it's not, the meaning of it is really more like, again, I mean, this is naive. All it is a sort of representation of relationships among the words. The representations, include the different kinds of relationships. Like this word is part of the definition of that word. This word is the root. I'm just pointing randomly here. This word is a stem word inside of that word, right? There are different kinds of connections, different kind of relationships in this database. Again, this is just translated. It doesn't matter because you can't see it. It doesn't matter that it's in English rather than French, but then we get to L'Arguillier. All to say, I mean, in terms of the method, you start with the head word, you start with the concepts that the Jesuits applied. You find the Miami, Illinois words that correspond to that and the conceptual vocabulary that surround those in the descriptions of this practice, right? And you can kind of get to a fairly dense and rich kind of representation. The upshots of it, and then I'm going to stop talking, are things like this, right? Here are the stems that seem relevant to just the literal translation of vocabulary around this practice. Some associations that frequently occur in definitions, and I think you get, and I could go down this list, but I've just got a few here, but you get down into sort of contexts in which they are, where that vocabulary were used and the descriptions that surround it, etc. And then again, what are, sort of details that are included in those definitions that hint at, where you would use that word, right? And then again, I mean, if you start to look at graphs like this, you see, instances or clusters or patterns, not patterns, but clusters of those meanings, of those semantic relationships that sort of appear. Naive, co-occurrence, right? Clustering with a whole network. Those are the intuitions that I kind of want to leave with, and I mean, with that, why don't I just, I know I'm standing between everybody and lunch at this moment. I think this conversation can't continue. Go ahead, Alexa.
Yeah, I was just going to say, this doesn't have to stand between you and lunch. If you want to grab, we can continue the conversation. There are turkey sandwiches and veggie wraps into that. Okay. But ask questions.
Yeah, please.
I'm very curious about, there is no way to discern this, I'm assuming, but if there are memoirs of these two, priests, they were both Jesuit priests.
Mm-hmm. One of them was a lay brother, actually, luckily, but it doesn't matter.
So I want to get back to this question of context and how to sort of visualize or bring that into the data matrix. And I'm sure you've already done this if it exists, but the context of collection, right, and how dictionaries are created at this time,
yeah,
right? Can we assume, or do you know from the archive, if it's a sort of more modern kind of methodology where an ethnographer, an ethnolinguist might be sitting across from a storyteller and listening to stories and then taking those words that appear in as they're transcribing and using that as the basis. Okay, that's one method. Are there correlations between their individual accounts of ceremony and these this lexicon?
Yes. So one thing I would just note, I mean, it's partial answer to the question. I mean, if you look at these dictionaries, they're not. This is not a rough draft with a whole bunch of notes on. You know what I mean? There's not a lot. There are some cross-outs and corrections and things like that, but this is a finished product based on, this is the final draft. It's even more true with Boulanger's dictionary, right? So it's not. Yeah, I mean.
You don't have the context.
You don't have that context of, but we do have descriptions of how they worked on acquiring the language, and which was a big part of their, kind of practice, their orientation relative to other missionaries. I mean, it's actually a big and controversial and very purposeful part of Jesuit, missionizing was it's got to be in the indigenous language, right?
Like Bibles.
Yeah, so the catechism translated into Miami, Illinois.
That's the purpose of this.
Absolutely. But no, not only, because obviously there are the spiritual terms relative to Catholicism and faith, but there's a whole archive, thousands of other kinds of terms that are very secular, let's put it that way, Yeah.
And I'm really curious, and I don't want to pull this any longer, but the epistemological implications of this.
Yeah.
So in terms of translation, the possibilities that there are mistranslations. In other words, that what is spoken in the original language may be story and not paint.
Yeah.
It may be have epistemological implications, as Linda Dwight Smith talks about, versus what we might think are more instrumental.
Yes.
Or in the European mind,
absolutely.
These translations. So it's an interesting problem.
Again, it is an interesting problem, and there I defer to people. There are much more. David Costa, Daryl, others who are, and then speakers of the language, of which I'm not. Are much more competent to assess that. But what it is kind of interesting to note, even as an outsider to it, reading through it, that they weren't completely naive to that epistemology distance either, right? That there are moments when it's evident that they kind of get some of it, but not, of course, not fully. So it's a really interesting archive with its strengths and its strong limitations. One other thing that of course, like David Costa is the academically super accomplished linguist who works with the Miami Center and whose expertise, I believe, I think I'm right by saying his story is that he was finishing a dissertation in Algonquian linguistics, working on, not on Miami, Illinois, when he met Daryl, and they started the project together, and that was his shift. So he's expert in several, as one would be, several Algonquian languages, not to mention, related. So he does etymologies from the dictionary to kind of even cross-reference to, Haudenosaunee roots that appear in, inside of the living language of the 18th century Illinois, right? And yeah, it's very fascinating. And naivete is another. This is another dimension of my naivete.
Cross-reference
language
stems from mostly interconnected.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, everybody.
I have the pleasure once again of introducing a beloved colleague, She is my colleague in the Department of English who will be doing our introductions and moderating of this next panel. Karen Leek will be our moderator, and she is on the faculty at UIC in the English department. Her primary research interests are literary modernism, media studies, and digital humanities. She has published a book about Gertrude Stein's popular reception, an essay collection about the FBI files of modernist writers and artists, and a book about moral panics related to new media technology. She recently completed a digital humanities project about American poetry anthologies from 1910 to 1950, which I've seen up close, and this led to her current book project, a biography titled Mary Carolyn Davies, the Cowgirl Poet of Greenwich Village. Please join me in welcoming Karen Leek.
Thank you so much. This panel is about community and student projects. I'm delighted to moderate this panel. That Digital Humanities project that Mark mentioned was a project that I did with an undergraduate student. It was delightful to work on with a student. I'm so happy all of your students were able to come. My student is now a master's student in the Digital Humanities program at Loyola, and I'm excited to see how her career turns out. So our first speaker is going to be Hannah Huber, who is the digital technology leader and project administrator at the Center for Southern Studies at the University of the South. She's going to be giving a paper called Unediting Ely, Piloting a Digital Variorium of Ely Green's Autobiography with first-year students.
It's really special to be back here. I was the Digital Humanities postdoctoral fellow in 2019 to 2020, and kind of helped launch the Digital Humanities Initiative here at UIC. And it was a very meaningful year, and I'm so happy to be back among this group of colleagues that I really, really cherished while I was here. So I'm actually speaking on behalf of that peculiar institution in the South that October discussed in her presentation earlier, that still insists on being called the University of the South. And I'm going to talk today about one particular project that is helping us reckon with that history. And actually, October and I are colleagues, and we worked together on the project that she presented on earlier. And this is another example of the digital humanities efforts we're making in reckoning with the legacies of slavery on our campus, and trying to tell that story to the public through these digital means. Yes. Okay, so I wanted to say, I don't know if Bob's still in here, but the idea of like a Venn diagram to show all my subfields would really be helpful right now. I think I should have one of those. But just a quick background on me, my PhD is in English. I did my postdoc in DH here, and then now I am in this kind of hybrid faculty, research, and administrative role for the Center for Southern Studies that is funded by the Mellon Foundation. And so this is my third year into the position, and it was my first year teaching at Sewanee. So I'm teaching a course centered around this project this fall and in the spring. So a brief history about the University of the South. So October mentioned in her presentation earlier that the university was actually funded by enslavers who envisioned it as an educational beacon for prosperous landowners and future generations of enslavers. She mentioned even that it was written into the founding documents. They wanted it to be the land of son and of the slave, and that's how they envisioned the University of the South. Now, what's interesting about that history is that the university didn't officially open until 1868, so a few years after the Civil War ended. So we won't mention that part. You know, we tell our story from the day we opened to now, and we ignore that history. And so popular literature has kind of written that part out of the official narratives. Sewanee has in many ways been depicted in popular stories as this kind of racial utopia that was largely detached from the region's history of segregation and racial oppression. And that just simply was untrue and is an untrue story. So we are trying to tell that larger story at our program at the University of the South. So you'll see we got some logos down here. So I just mentioned that the Roberson Project on Slavery, Race, and Reconciliation, that's an initiative to reckon with the university's past, and then we have the University of the South. So this project really represents a joint endeavor by those two organizations at the university. And so the project that I'm going to talk about today centers on an autobiography written by a man named Ely Green. And Ely Green, sorry, I need to keep my notes closer to me. I keep jumping around. Ely Green was a mixed-race man who was born in 1893, and he came of age in Swanee. His father was the son of a former Confederate and member of a prominent white household. His mother was a domestic servant in his father's home, and she was raped by his father and impregnated with Green as a very young teenager. Green's mother died when he was a young boy, and his story explores his status as a mixed-race orphan growing up on the domain. And among other details, he painstakingly describes the invisible labor performed by Swanee's Black inhabitants who maintained the university and served its intellectual community. They took on service roles from domestic work to transportation to food production and preparation, groundskeeping, farming, livestock management. So during this era, many African American men and women worked in supportive roles at the university, but their stories just aren't told. And so we're trying to recover those stories now. So in the 60s, Green permitted two white historians at the University of the South to edit and facilitate the publication of his 1,200-page handwritten manuscript. And since 1966, various editions of the autobiography have appeared, but none of them are exactly what Green wrote. So I actually didn't come up with this project myself. So actually, one of the first emails I got after I'd been hired into the position was from the director of the Roberson Project, a history professor, Dr. Woody Register. And he said, we have this manuscript in our archives and someone's got to do something with it. It's telling a very valuable story. And although we have a copy of it that we encourage students to read, we're not seeing people do much else with it. And then I also discovered, once I was hired into the position, that the English professor that I worked closely with, John Grammer, who was the PI for the Mellon Grant, made it a point to say, we want to do something with this manuscript, with these funds. And so I was like, okay, well, I guess this is a project I have to do. But I wanted to do it in the right way. And so I took a lot of time to figure out what that way was. So getting started, I wanted to find a model project that would give me a practical process to follow. When I approach a DH project, I always like to find that model project and consult with the team behind it to really visualize what the entire process for the kind of answer to a research question would be. I came across the Yellow Wallpaper Critical Edition, and for the sake of time, I won't show it, but maybe if we have time later, then I can get into it. But anyway, Dr. Deanna Stover at Christopher Newport University created that, and she's been a consultant on the project since I first reached out to her, and she's given me a lot of guidance on the project. But more importantly, I wanted to come up with guiding principles. And so those three are the idea of textual scholarly practice of unediting and comparing various editions. For all the English scholars out there, you've probably seen this happens a lot in Shakespearean scholarship. This idea of kind of looking through the archives and layering different variations of drafts of Shakespeare's work. So I kind of wanted to follow that trend that's been popularized in Shakespearean study. Also, the value of print history and authorship and kind of bibliographic study. So that was another guiding principle. But most importantly, I wanted to think of this as a public and community history project that would honor the living legacy of this archival material. This was a really that was a really easy principle to follow, in the fact that Green's granddaughter, Patricia Rivera, she shares the copyright, interestingly enough, with the daughter of the white historian who helped publish Green's work. But I'm interested in working specifically with Ms. Rivera on this project. But she has given her blessing on every phase of the process. She gets excited about the updates. And when she gives me direction, we follow that direction. And so that was a big goal there. Okay, so now here are the goals for the project. So I wanted to create a digital archive and public-facing website that compares the published versions to each page of the original manuscript. This will involve scans of each page alongside interactive encoded text, provide critical support for references to historical figures, locations, and cultural events, draw focus to Green's manuscript as a cultural and historical artifact that recovers one of countless Black voices omitted from the official Swanee narrative. I want to de-emphasize authorship through collaboration, which we probably are all very familiar with as a tenet in digital humanities. So multiple approaches and life perspectives better elucidate Green's story. And then, obviously, as I mentioned before, work in collaboration with Ms. Rivera, his granddaughter, to honor that living legacy. And, it dawned on me, I think it might have been after listening to your presentation yesterday, that I need to make an effort to bring Ms. Rivera to campus and actually interact with the archive, because I don't know if that's been a possibility for her yet. And so it's exciting because I'm already learning new ways to approach this project during this conference. Okay, so the pedagogy, which is the focus of this presentation today. Students are going to gain skills in digital archiving and encoding textual markup and learn to think critically about print history and authorship as they compare Green's handwritten words to the autobiography's printed versions. So this fall, I've launched the initial phase of the project in the first year classroom. And in the spring, I'm going to carry out a next phase, a kind of more challenging phase that involves actual encoding and that kind of thing in an English and digital culture course. Let's see. So in my current class, this is what I'm doing with my students. They are kind of halfway through this process at this point. So they conducted cultural historical research and they compiled an annotated bibliography to contextualize Green's references to turn-of-the-century life in Swanee. I took them to the archive and they explored the collection and scanned, among other things, one kind of probably like the first, honestly, like sixth maybe of the manuscript, which is over 200 pages, and it describes his upbringing in Swanee. And then they transcribed his work to get familiar. He writes it, it's one free-flowing, essentially 1,200-page long paragraph, but he writes it so beautifully in his cursive. But, a lot of students don't know how to read cursive these days. And so it's really fascinating. Wednesday, we had an in-class workshop where they did this transcription. And it got to the point, everyone kept bringing their computer to me every 2 seconds. And what is this? So I was like, I'm just going to constantly circle the room for the 2 hours we're in here. And, but it was great because that happened for the first maybe 20 or 30 minutes. And then they got in the groove and they started to almost get to know his writing personality and understand what kind of idiosyncrasies were happening in his references, in his grammar, and in his spelling. And they started to appreciate the vernacular. Oh, wait, these aren't just misspellings. He's trying to show us how they said these things and how people in the Black community used certain terms to reference certain things that they only wanted their other Black community members to understand and know. And this is important to telling us about this culture in Swanee that we don't really know that much about yet. So, and those misspellings were changed, right, for the published versions that exist. So they're engaged in that transcription just this week. And so now actually their assignment currently is to compare. So they're comparing the passages to the published editions. And then they're going to, instead of actually encoding in this class, they're going to use the comment function and different they're going to use we kind of just came up with a makeshift really process for noting certain trends and stuff in the writing. And then they are collaboratively coming up with that. What am I trying to think of? Like when you're, like a key, like the thing at the map where at the top of a map that tells you what each symbol represents. Legend, thank you. Come up with a legend of sorts but I wanted them to come up with it. I didn't give it to them. So they're coming up with that in a collaborative doc, meanwhile also working on their comparison. So I'm excited to see what they come up with. And then they're going to, at the end of the semester, present their findings and show us where there are a lot of challenges, and then we'll find patterns across. and they'll make suggestions for the project's next steps. So in the spring, a lot of those same things are going to happen, but we'll add an extra level that will be way more DH intensive, where they're going to be using extensible markup language to identify the variations and visualizing that through Oxygen XML editor. So, proofing their code and making sure it's working. So the process and its variations, we've got to scan the entire manuscript, and we are going to follow. This is why I think model projects are so useful. The yellow wallpaper project that I mentioned, Dr. Stover created that website. She custom built it, but she embedded images that are digital files housed with the Schlesinger Library's digital archive. And so they're big files and they're housed on a secure kind of archival server, and she's pulling them. So we've decided we're going to follow that model, but scan the pages in big TIFF files and store those securely and hopefully long-term in our DSpace through our library. So hopefully we're going to have that done by the end of the semester. And then we're going to make sure we gather and analyze all of Variations of Green's autobiography, which is actually a little more complicated than I thought, because passages of his book were published in the 60s and 70s and edited by different people. Like in the Swanee Review, there's a part. And so that's kind of been a fun investigative element that I didn't expect with this project. Digital work. I think Bryan mentioned, what did you say? Something about, I wrote it down in my notes because I loved it. Being forced to work with a tool. I'm forced to work with XML and TEI. And although I admire it as a tool and see it I know it's a vital tool to use, I'm intimidated by the process. So I went ahead and signed up for a course that Texas A&M is providing this semester. So every Friday, I think starting September 30th, they're training you virtually for 2 hours in XML and TEI. So I hope by December I'm going to be somewhat skilled in this and ready to teach it in the spring. That's why I'm not really doing it in my fall class. I want to know enough about it before I try to teach it. I'm comfortable with the idea of coding. I know how to code in HTML, and I've done a little bit of CSS and all that stuff, but I'm no expert by any means. So I've got to train in that, and then I have another person on my team that's training in that with me. And then I want to come up with, and this is still following that model that Dr. Stover gave me, a uniform tagging system for the references in the manuscript, and then doing the entire encoding and designing and building a custom website to house the project. Now, since this is a 1,200-page manuscript, we're going to do it in portions. So the pilot part of it is to just tell his story when he's in Swanee, which in the printed version, it's like the first 215 pages. And amazingly, the manuscript, it's like the first 222 or something pages. Before I wrap up, I just wanted to kind of show you a visual of what we have in our Ely Green collection at Swanee. So on the farthest left, you have Ely Green's handwriting of the first page. The next image, you have the copy edits after his work was transcribed by the historians that I mentioned that had his work. The next are the long sheets with the press, and then the two published versions are the two different variations of the text that we're going to be working with mostly. The furthest one over there is the 1966 edition published by Seabury Press, and then it was republished, I think, in 1990 by University of Georgia Press. But it was significantly altered. The edits you see there are for the one on the left that says In God's Mountains. That one was less edited, but it's amazing how changes happen that didn't need to. We just discovered the other day that they use the word perturbed in two different references, one to a black cook and one to one of the bishops. It's spelled correctly, and when the bishop uses it, it's misspelled when the cook uses it. But in both places, Green wrote disturbed, and it spelled it correctly in both spots. So, how did that happen? And I still don't know the history of how this version got originally transcribed to be first published in the 1966 edition, but I really want to know. I'm like, who did that? What are you doing? Were you just I don't know. So, and my students are really fascinated by that too. And that's just one discovery that we noticed on Wednesday. So even just moments like that, I'm like, I feel like this project is going to be really worthwhile, because one of the things about digital humanities is we're all experimenting, and it's kind of nerve-wracking to get a lot of momentum. I mean, this project has high stakes. It was written into the grant that I was hired through. It's important to the university's reckoning with its past. And so I feel a big responsibility in doing this correctly and making sure that the purpose is clear for what we're doing. But it's already in action. And so that's a big relief. And I found it to be extremely engaging for the students. So yeah, I think I had a formal closing thought. How am I doing on time? Karen? About out of time? Okay. So I'll just say that approaching this endeavor through the digital humanities provides an algorithmic way of exploring what happens when African American self-expression meets Southern white liberalism and moderation in the late era of segregation. Just placing this within the specific history that this manuscript came about and is, I think, important. It reveals how white editors made the manuscript publishable and negotiated the meaning of race by converting it to a white English expression of what they thought of as authentic Blackness, rather than actually trying to be authentic. By deconstructing the process by which Green's story was adapted to white reader sensibilities, this project exemplifies a means for recovering other texts that have been similarly altered. And for our purposes, to begin to redefine what it is to be the University of the South. A lot of us want to just call campus Swanee because it still makes us uncomfortable that we are the University of the South. But we don't have to be the same South that university came to be. And we can be a new South. And so hopefully we can model that for other institutions in the South. And I feel like that really is fitting for this panel's theme of recovery and community. So.
Our next presentation will be by Zeina Zaatari and Nadiah Alyafai. They are going to be speaking about Kisansna, making our stories visible by and for our student community.
Thank you for the organizers for inviting us to participate and also for supporting some of the work on this project. So Kisasna means in Arabic our stories. It's at least one way of saying our stories. We have so many different words, but we decided to go with that one. Our title is Making Our Stories Visible by and for Our Student Community. So a couple of sort of introductory thoughts. Where is that? Oh, yeah, thank you. So, Arab Americans are rarely, when I was thinking about the title of the conference with thinking about multi-ethnic, Arab Americans are rarely considered as part of the ethnic groups. There's always the traditional 5 groups in the U.S. And there's a long history as to why that is the case. In the census, we are considered white, and there's been a lot of discussions and attempts to try and change that historically, because our experiences are definitely not that of whiteness in the U.S. Even if individuals who first came to this country obviously wanted to be kind of white, because that was the avenue towards citizenship, right? And so I'll just give a little bit of a context about Arab Americans, which is that I don't have data of the latest census, but there's been certainly a tremendous increase in the number of Arab Americans in the country. It's been a challenge to get those exact numbers because of how the census since the 70s categorized us. But the ancestry question often allows us a little bit of information. But so a lot of Arab American organizations estimate the numbers much larger than the census has been. And Arab Americans have been coming to the United States for a very, very long time. Like was mentioned earlier about Mexican, communities in the Midwest. Actually, among some of the largest communities of Arab Americans are in Iowa. Lebanese Americans initially came to the area of Cedar Rapids. So we've populated a lot of the Midwest historically, although obviously initially a lot of the migration were to the coast, and Arab Americans primarily worked as peddlers, and so that's how they moved more inland by peddling products from house to house, etc. So, and those migrations have kind of been more of a chain migration. Individuals come, bring the rest of their families, etc., into the community. even back in the 1800s, it was kind of escaping persecution by the Ottoman empires. But later, we still continue to see waves of refugee migrations as recently as, growing numbers of folks from Iraq and Yemen and Syria and elsewhere. Thank you. So, but, we're in Chicago, and we're always starting with that. Did you know that Chicagoland is home to the 4th largest Arab American community in the US and the largest Palestinian American community in the US? So for us, it's a large community here, and that affects how we at UIC, the number of students that we have is also a large number for that. Along with that, most of our students don't know that there were student organizing on our campus as far back as the 60s and possibly before. But so far, we know that there's been student organizing that is on record from the 60s. And that a lot of our students that initially were here were mostly Arabs that came as immigrants or that came as students. And so they were concerned with a lot of issues that had to do with the experiences and what was going on in their kind of back home, and as well as what was going on, locally. And they built a lot of relationships with other organizations, given, especially in the 60s, there's a movement of, the Third World Alliances, then an aligned movement, experiences across the global South, if you will. So those were brought also into the campuses, and there were a lot of shared solidarities. So, but we've learned that most of our students don't really know about that history. Neither does the campus itself. Like, when we initiated the center, and our center was the first center and the only center of Arab American students in the country. We wanted, the group that was working on it wanted to be able to kind of show to the administration why this is needed, why this is important, and what we've been doing here. And so digging through archives, being able to gather that material, required a lot of work. A lot of the folks that graduated from the university continue to be here in the Chicagoland area. So they've been kind of telling stories, but that story is not visible on campus. And so part of the process was to begin to uncover that history. And so I came to this I'm an anthropologist and a feminist anthropologist by training. And so I do a lot of work on storytelling, life histories and oral histories, as well as talking about movements. And I see storytelling as a strategy or methodology for resistance as well as subversion. So we're interested in intergenerational stories. We want to tell stories that help connect different generations, speak to the various experiences. We think it's important to tell counter stories and intersectional stories. So stories that counter the dominant images and stories about Arabs in the country. And we also draw on a long history of feminist storytelling from the region. As one Moroccan feminist, Fatima Mernissi, wrote about, that the practice of storytelling, particularly by women, was transmitted in families, in communities, as a means of inverting positions of power and disrupting and disorganizing the imagination and the logics that sustain the structures and patriarchal practices. So we also see this project as working in that line, not only to address the patriarchal structures, but also, the neoliberal, racist, et cetera, structures of the world we live in and of the university as well. So Nadiah will take it up from here.
Yeah, so I'll take it away. Our project is called Qasasna, Our Stories, Our Struggle. And it focuses on, recording and preserving generations of Arab and Arab American student activism and organizing on US campuses. We started with, and we'll get into this project a little later on with the next slides, the active engagement of Arab and Arab American students at UIC from the 60s and onwards. So this project takes form of gathering artifacts and stories And then we kind of organize them and make them accessible to the general public. But primarily, we want to have these stories as documentation of our communities for the future generations of incoming students that come onto campus. So the project aims to cover various campuses of Chicagoland, areas starting with UIC, and then in that process, it will allow us to contribute to better understanding the Arab American community and their activism in the Chicagoland area for years to come. So yeah, our goals for the Qasasna project. So often our history, as Zeina mentioned, is invisible, and our history is usually passed down, through families and friends and word of mouth. So this project kind of aims to collect those stories in a database for archive material. So we're making sure that these stories are generally invisible become visible. We also want to document histories with the focus of, as Zeina mentioned previously as well, generating a counter-narrative that replaces the racist ideas with the rich history of our activism and engagement with our community. We also want to continue to build community empowerment by learning, sharing, and discussing our collective history. And all of our stories are very valuable, and this project aims to capture that history so it's not getting lost in time. So studying Arab organizations in the US is a way of, charting our histories, resistance, struggles, and unities. So we do not only want to use this story to kind of uplift the Arab American voice, but we want to bring in the aspect of, educating others about our histories, of solidarity with relationship building with different communities and their struggles as well. And then we want to create opportunities for students to gain specific skills in the process of this project, kind of like taking in from my perspective. I've learned the skills of, interviewing, transcribing, editing audio, and just like learning empathy with an individual and connecting with the community in general. Yeah, so here's a few examples of some of the archival material that we've received. So if you look at the yellow and the blue posters, those are flyers from, I think around the beginning of campus organizing on campus, actually. So they're flyers from UIC, campus organizing for different events. And then the black flyer at the end is just a list of student organizations, and we kind of arrowed a specific part of that flyer in which the organization of Arab students was recognized. Yeah, so for our first sub-project, it's a collection of stories of the center's founders. So the Arab American Cultural Center, and Zeina mentioned this before as well, is one of the only Arab American cultural centers in the country. So the center grew out by efforts by faculty and students that were involved in the Arab and Muslim American Community Network at UIC between 2013 and 2016. So we've been interviewing the founders at the centers and collected the articles, event photos, and stories from this period, as you guys seen previously in the other slide. And like I mentioned, our center is one of the only ones in the country or on college campuses as well. So we really want to collect these stories to re-emphasize the goal to make, our community visible in which we once were invisible. And also, to generate that counter-narrative of our history and highlight our stories of solidarity. So through this collection, it tells the story of this activism through the video interviews with faculty and students, visual materials, including photos, newspapers, articles, and a timeline that kind of lays out the process. And here are a few pictures of, the first one is the one with a woman who is in the article, and that was kind of describing a newspaper at UIC in which, you know, we finally opened the center. And the left with kind of all the students in that area is the open house of our center. And that was the day we finally like opened the doors for students to come in and have this resource available to them. So our second sub-project, in light of the ongoing demonization and political repression of Palestinian activism in the US and at UIC, in particular, we have been working on a sub-project documenting the stories of Palestinian solidarity activists. So students at the center, students, you know, learn about, or students are being interviewed about, you know, their activism on campus, especially what happens, you know, the effects of Palestinian activism on campus and beyond as well. So the goals of this sub-project are to make visible the efforts and stories of Palestinian activists on campus, reclaiming our narratives in the face of demonization of those activists who, you know, are constantly subjects to character defamation and political repression as well. And then centering the struggles and challenges as well as the victories and joys of this challenging but collective work. And then also demonstrating histories of solidarity between the Arab-Palestinian organizing on campus, as well as other students' movements on campus as well, and then building the community of support around the students on campus. But yeah, I'll pass it to Zeina to kind of continue.
So, when we were trying to conceptualize this, I mean, it seemed daunting at first to think of how do we start? We have all these different people that we've met, that are alumni in the community. We're trying to look through the material. Some of the flyers that you saw were actually housed at the university library archive. The current students didn't know about any of the previous organizations that existed. You know, a lot of records don't get transferred with time. You know, these are kind of ebbs and flows, right? Students become active, then, you know, it dies down, then new students come on board and create another group. And so we were like, we need a way to frame what we want to do maybe in sub-projects, or what we're now calling them collections, that, you know, follow at least or respond to also the current reality of our student experiences, right? So the founding of the center was, you know, we kept getting a lot of questions from other students on other campuses, like, how did you establish the center? What can we do to help establish one? And so we thought, well, this could be one way to be able to tell the story collectively from the students' perspective. And then the Palestine, you know, solidarity activism, which targets not only Palestinian students, but other students who are involved with this work on campus, also came about because our students were being attacked. So we've had I don't know if any of you are familiar with Canary Mission, but we had a campaign against our students. Canary Mission profiled over 32 students on campus. Many of them had already graduated, you know, making up stuff about them as being anti-Semite, for calling for Palestinian justice. And that resulted in attacks on them on social media. I mean, I purposefully didn't make that very visible in black there because it's pretty horrific statements that our students were receiving. Others who graduated were getting people calling on their places of work to say, like, how can you hire someone who's an anti-Semite? And so, you know, we've also had other kinds of repercussions on campus, targeting of these students, extra policing of their events and activities, etc. So one of the you know, impetuses, if you will, is to be able to say, okay, we want to create a platform and a place where our students can share their stories, where we can talk about the kind of challenges that our students on campus experience, to be able not only to speak up about issues of Palestine, but also to carry the, you know, generational trauma of being a Palestinian refugee in the United States, and of having to worry about your family and your friends in Palestine if they were, and still manage to work through your classes and succeed and whatnot. So it was really, in many ways, an important decision for us to say, we want to create that space. We want our students to be able to share those experiences and speak about them. And at the same time, as someone who was, still is, I suppose, but as a graduate student back in the day, I was at UC Davis, and at Davis, when I came, I was involved with a lot of student organizations. And, I came to campus and there's this like huge mural by the student union, and there's the Palestinian flag and the kufiya. And I'm like, wait, what, where does that come from? So, and then we started exploring and realized, there was a history of engagement and activism on campus, particularly in the anti-apartheid movement initially, but then also Palestinians were involved in the founding of ethnic studies program on campus at UC Davis, and establishing initially it was called the Cross-Cultural Center, now it's grown, right? But, we learned all that because we engaged with the activists that were there at the time that are now like living in town or in Sacramento. They came back, we held sessions with the students for them to share their stories and their experiences. We built relationships. We created these intergenerational connections. And I'm still carrying boxes of that stuff with me that I moved from different place. And I'm like, what do I do with this material? I can't give it up. I think it's important. And so I kept thinking similarly here when our students came, they didn't know in 2019, SJP was restarting, right? Abdallah was that around 2018, 2019. But it had been before. This is Student for Justice in Palestine. And the new students didn't know what happened before. And then there was the General Union of Palestinian Students in the 70s. No one knew about it either. So there's all that history that, as you were saying yesterday, also on the verge of being disappearing. It's in somebody's basement, possibly, or in somebody's attic. And, I felt that someone who has worked on feminist movements in the region, I know how significant importance those stories are for the future generations of activists. And so it was really key to then figure out a way to make this, move forward. Yet, it is also, we're also having a lot of challenges. Some of them are very technical, so I've been learning a lot the last day and a half because I am trained as an anthropologist, and a lot of stuff has been figured in collaboration with all of our students now over 3 years. Some of them have moved, but everything from creating consent forms to how are we going to categorize, classify, all this material, where do we host it and what do we do with it? But yet also we have challenges that have to do with the fact that our community is attacked, is monitored, is surveilled. So some of the same impetus for why we want to document, right, creates a hesitancy among people to actually want to be documented. So that's a inherent conflict in the project that we have to constantly figure out ways to capture their trust, to also offer that some stuff doesn't have to be public. You can, keep it closed for a certain period, et cetera. So we're still trying to figure a lot of that, as well as the kind of we don't think what we do is that important, right? Because we don't see our stories reflected in history books and whatnot. And that, comes straight up from feminist theorizing and feminist writing, where it's yes, many women did not think that their work was important to be archived or documented. So there's a lot of those kinds of hesitancies and challenges that we're facing. And we're working on our website. I had hoped I'd show you a little bit more of it, but not yet. This is kind of, I think, our logo. We may be, if you have any feedback on it, let me know. We're still in the process of editing it, but we're starting to place our interviews that are now living on Box. I don't know who said that yesterday, but and starting to put the documents on the website that we'll hopefully planning to launch by the end of this semester. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next presentation, Uptown Beats, the Making of a Community Mural. And it will be presented by Gayatri Reddy, who's an Associate Professor of Anthropology and Gender and Women's Studies at UIC. Anna Guevarra, who's an Associate Professor and Founding Director of Global Asian Studies at UIC. Abdallah Altamimi is a History major and Global Asian Studies minor at UIC. And Michael Oliveros is a Global Asian Studies and Gender and Women's Studies major at UIC. So, welcome.
So thank you again, echoing what everybody said. Thank you to the organizers. Thank you to Mark Canwell. Thank you to Alexis, especially for doing all of the labor behind the scenes to get this and get us here. So really appreciate being here. We're so sorry we missed so many of the amazing presentations last week. It's just, as we all know, the worst possible time in the semester. But I am Gayatri Reddy, and as Karen said, I am a cultural anthropologist and a gender studies scholar by training. And Anna Guevarra and I co-founded this project that you see on, that we're not going to go into in great detail, but it's a project that's titled Displacements, a People's History of Uptown, that essentially traces, in keeping with what Zeina and Nadiah were talking about, sort of these counter-narratives, these submerged traditions of resistance. And so it captures sort of stories of everyday people's resistance in the wake of urban, quote-unquote, development in this one north side neighborhood called Uptown. And so what I'll do is just spend a couple of minutes sketching sort of the broad contours of this project, a little bit about the history, the context, the whys of this project, and I will follow by talking a little bit about the hows, and specifically in the context of this panel, talking about a curricular arm. So both of us teach courses that students do projects that then feeds back into this project. And then we'll end by talking about, in some ways, one of the whats, which is a snapshot of a particular project, which is the creation of a collective mural last semester in Anna's class that Michael and Abdallah participated in and will talk more about. So very, very briefly, this is a map of, for those of you especially who are not from Chicago, it's a map of Chicago, and that little blip on the top is where Uptown, this neighborhood, is located. And this project, in many ways, is born of the recognition that Uptown and the Uptown community was and is a community that has been shaped by local, national, global sort of geopolitical and economic displacement, racial segregation, and state and imperial violence. And especially after the Great Depression, because of its affordable housing and its proximity to transportation, it was a portal for a number of immigrant communities, and especially immigrant working class communities, Native Americans, African Americans, Appalachians, Puerto Ricans, Chinese, Koreans, Eritreans, Bosnians, Vietnamese, Cambodians, Laotians, Pakistanis, and many of them remain in this neighborhood. And so in many ways, especially given the history of Chicago as a segregated city of neighborhoods, it is in many ways an anomaly for that. And so a project became about unearthing and visualizing these long histories of displacement that produced these emplacements in this community, and that were a product of intentional segregation by design. And more importantly, what our project wanted to do was to give space and voice to rendering the texture of resilient lives in the face of these relentless efforts to displace them. So very, very briefly, our project's about tracing these varied and multiple histories of displacement, but also about chronicling the intentional emplacements, belonging, placemaking on the part of residents of Uptown. And so it's about Chicago urban renewal policies and histories of segregation that produced this, but how produced these policies of urban renewal that the people in Uptown understood very clearly as policies of urban removal and the ways in which they responded to that. So we chronicle these digitally using a range of sources, methods, tools, connecting it to the classes that we taught at UIC and the students we engaged with. And so Anna's going to walk us through this curricular collaboration a little bit before we explore, as I said, this one specific project that actually ended up being a physical mural, but it started in many ways as a digital project, and we will get to that in a second.
Thanks, Gayatri. Let me see. Okay, I think one of the joys of developing this public history project has been the curricular arm of it and being able to collaborate with students who in many ways also help us rethink and reshape how the project evolves over time. So I wanted to just quickly highlight some of the projects that students have created in our classes. So Gayatri teaches an Afro-Asian Solidarities course, and I teach a course, a capstone course for the Global Asian Studies minor and major. And in those courses, we intentionally engage our students in participating in contributing to the Displacements Project. And so when you go to our website and visit this site, and there's a link called Creative Projects, all of those projects were made by our students. And so we've archived them there, hopefully for them to return to as they move on with their careers, but also as a way to kind of showcase really the importance of collaboration, which is at the heart of our project. So on that site, you will see visual art, you will see zines and photo essays, you will see ceramic modeling. At one point in time, we partnered with Nicole Marroquin, who's an artist in Chicago, who many of you probably know. And she led our students to a ceramic clay making. None of us had ever dealt with clay. And she said, don't worry, we will figure it out. And we did. So what students did for this particular project was to interview Uptown activists and ask them, what is a place in Uptown that is meaningful for you or that you believe is a site of activism? And students researched that and then created mini homes or mini buildings, which you see here, and allowed us to tell more stories about those histories. At one point in time, students were partnered with an oral historian in the neighborhood. So we partner with a community liaison who works in the Uptown neighborhood, who then put us in touch with oral historians who are Uptown activists or former residents or current residents. And students interview them. And then through those interviews, their final project is to create a digital story. So on the website, you will also see amazing digital stories that our students produced in collaboration with Uptown neighbors. And then there are a number of digital art that our students have also produced over time. I mean, I have to say it's, as an educator, it is always really remarkable to be in a classroom where you have a range of skills and creative skills that our students bring and that we're able to tap into and that they are very generously able to contribute to the project. And one of those projects that we were able to engage in this semester or this past semester was the creation of a mural. And just to kind of highlight, I want to make sure this is our team, this is our group, our collective, and this is the heart and soul of this particular mural. And this was taken, I think this was the last day when I think many of them have not gotten any sleep, and we're trying to put the last finishing touch on the mural. So the mural, just as a background in terms of where students were getting the information, I mean, they were, so I have to say in full disclosure, I started the class, and I think I told you all this. I'm not a mural artist. I'm not a muralist at all. I cannot draw a flower if my life depended on it. I can try, but I wanted to kind of, create something that was not the typical project. And I think we had been working with Uptown for quite some time and are trying to tell the stories that are submerged, as Gayatri mentioned. And I wanted to find a way that we can do that visually. And I knew that we had artists in the class, we have writers in the class, we have filmmakers in the class. So I wanted to see if we can figure out collectively how to move, put together those skills, draw from those skills. So we have the course readings to give them a lot of background on Uptown, because many of the students are not from Uptown, have not seen Uptown. And so that was the purpose of, some of the readings that they were doing, but also to have some theoretical framing for how we might approach this particular project. I was very intentional to make sure that the mural we produce is not something that Uptown United, which is a commercial kind of, let's just say one of the advocates of gentrification in Uptown, can use. And so that perhaps Abdallah and Michael can talk a little more about that as well in terms of the design. The students did research on Uptown activists. We could not highlight all of them, so there were 17 individuals whose stories are part of this mural. And students wrote about them as well. We engaged with Uptown activists, and some of them visited our classes. When the mural was in the process of creation, I shared drafts with community members as well so they can provide feedback. We would have had an Uptown tour if it weren't for the pandemic. So hopefully at some point in time, students will be able to actually meet face-to-face some of the Uptown organizers. And then we also consulted with a mural artist, Tia Etu, who is in Oak Park, just to give inspiration, but also some directions in terms of how we might technically execute such a mural. The students were divided into there's a mural collective, but there are 3 different groups. We had a film crew whose task was to document the process of our work. We have the art directors, of which Michael is part, who were the visionaries for how we will execute the ideas that we were generating. And then we have the catalog writers, where Abdallah is part of, and they had a very challenging task of writing the artist statement to capture what we have been talking about the entire semester and also capture specifically the spirit of the mural. I'm just going to highlight a couple of things because I know Michael and Abdallah will talk about the process of creating the mural. But 2 things that came out of this project, in addition to the mural itself, is an exhibit pamphlet, which was beautifully done. And I brought a few of them to share with all of you. But that outlines their artist statement, but also what was involved in the project. And then there's also an exhibit booklet. So if you go to our website, there's a link that will give you a booklet that shares the stories of the 17 Uptown activists that the students researched about, and some of them are highlighted here, but not all of them. And then, and this is the final mural that was produced, and I just put the digital version and the mural on the actual canvas, and I hope you can see how very similar they are. And I'll ask Michael to talk a little bit more about how they did that. Because I also was not sure. I thought, okay, I will get the materials, I will be there to help, but how do we get the digital to the canvas? And then I just wanted to share with you this. This is the video, a time-lapse video produced by the film crew to kind of show you the process, just a quick snapshot of the process, but also the different materials that led to the final creation of the mural. There are a couple of other videos on our site, but I think now I'm going to turn it over to Michael and Abdallah to talk a little bit about the process, the challenges, and also what they hope we can take away from this project. And I will be back with the pamphlets and I can share that with folks.
Hi everyone, my name is Michael Oliveros.
And I'm Abdallah Altamimi.
And we are two out of the many classmates here today to just talk about the mural project. So, to begin, we spent the first 8 weeks of class really studying and getting to know the activists and organizers of Uptown. And then for the latter half of the last 8 weeks of class, we spent time brainstorming and working in collaboration with each other, as well as the organizers of Uptown, to come up with the finished piece. Which, is it actually possible to show the mural while we speak?
Sure.
I think it would just help.
Yeah, as Michael mentioned, we sort of began with this like big sort of grand idea, brainstorming different murals and kind of concepts, and some of them were a little too ambitious, some of them weren't ambitious enough, and you know, through that sort of like collaborative process as a class, and as we sort of learned more and more about the subject matter, we were actually, you know, like as Professor Guevarra mentioned, like not all of us, actually none of us were from Uptown. A lot of us were from Chicago or Chicago's adjacent areas, but maybe had not visited Uptown, or you know, initial impressions of Uptown were based on the same sort of ideas that you would get on like a tourist brochure, or like, you know, like their marketing for, you know, Adrian Argyle or something. But over time, as we actually like dug into materials and started digging into sources, we slowly kind of integrated ourselves into these like worlds of these people, and it was all done through the biographies of these like individual figures. For instance, I was assigned Mike Chosa, who was a Native American activist who was involved with the Chicago Indian Village and also with reservation rights for like property and water rights and fishing rights on Lac de Flambeau in Wisconsin. And you want to talk about Andrina?
Yeah, so I was assigned Andrina Belcher, who was an Appalachian storyteller and artist and poet that worked in a lot of different workshops to provide an alternate way of storytelling that would bring histories of Uptown that otherwise would have remained submerged. And something that I also want to mention, Abdallah, is that in making this, we were extremely aware of our position as outsiders coming into this world of Uptown and exploring these different worlds of Uptown. So a lot of our process, as Dr. Guevarra mentioned, was extremely collaborative, passing back and forth drafts at different times of the day, making little tweaks, because to us, the details were so important in telling the story and helping them tell the story. So I'd also like to say that the different symbols that you see here on the mural are not simply ones that we picked, but were also ones that they felt were extremely important, such as the abbreviations that you see at the top near the Red Line train station that symbolize different organizations, and the different birds and the different animals that are showing up. As well as the person's hair is, in the mural on canvas version at least, is made of different indigenous plants that are indigenous to the area of Chicago and Illinois.
Yeah, and the mural that you see in front of you was, again, like the sort of, we had like these big initial 8 weeks or so of like learning and sort of brainstorming and talking to each other about what we were considering doing. But then that last few weeks, that's where like, you know, because we all started off in these like writers collective, artists collective, film collective, and part of our experience as we were going through this like project together, as we were slowly putting this all together, was realizing that sometimes we would have to swap some hats, and then also realizing and being really grateful for the fact that by that point in the course we are like we are cooperative enough, we know each other well enough, and we've like examined similar histories together to the point where we can kind of swap those hats and, pool together resources on varying amounts of sleep and, produce a final project that actually wasn't just like, oh, this is our final project, let's, do this. It's actually a tribute to the people that we were trying to honor with it.
Yes, I think one thing that I definitely took away in the class, as well as someone that was the co-chair for the creative committee, is that when it comes to projects that are reflective of the histories of our people and of those that we are in community with, it takes an incredible amount of dialogue to make sure that these stories are told the way that they need to be told, without sugarcoating or without erasing anything that's extremely important. So yes, we did spend a lot of sleepless nights and past. Right now, here you see 2 versions, but there were maybe about 20 plus drafts that we went to come up with the final design.
How are we doing on time?
How are we doing on time? We're about out of time.
Oh, okay. Cool. Well,
thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. We have one more presentation. It is called Wisconsin Community Activism Now, Archiving the Movements. And our speakers are Rachel Buff, who is a professor of history at the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee, and Pilar Cary Sharp, who is a student at the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee in public health. Welcome.
We're from the Wisconsin Community Activism Now project, which has been archiving the protests in Wisconsin since the murder of George Floyd in May of 2020.
And I, along with another senior at UWM, are the current team on the project, but we've had about a dozen or so students at UWM throughout the past 2 years working on the project.
It's worth noting that this is an inter-institutional project, and it has a fair amount of longevity. We've been doing this for 2 years, and as I'll discuss in a minute, we've actually been doing related projects since 2016. So you'll note that we have this is not all of the people, but Krista Grenzevich and I are from UWM. Our comrade Rob Smith runs Institute and is a professor at Marquette University, which is also in Milwaukee. We've also been working with Milwaukee School of Engineering, which has helped us on the tech side. And Will Zacharides, who's a graduate of UWM, a PhD student, who now lives in Tampa, has also been working on the tech side. So this is really inter-institutional. So we were doing something totally different, and Pilar had just joined us when we were mapping Radical Milwaukee, a project that grew out of documenting deportation, which was another intra-institutional project that began in 2016 with the leadership of Donna Gabacha at University of Toronto. And what happened is Trump got elected and all of us immigration people freaked out and said, okay, we at least have to document what's gonna happen. So for a year, we documented with the help of students at both campuses, graduate students and undergraduate students. We documented the deportations, we noted news coverage, we collected materials. Margarita Garcia Rojas, who was the main student working on this, she was the team leader at the time, and I were just getting started, really, we felt like in 2017, when Donna said, okay, that's a year, we're done. And we were like, what? We were just getting started, but that subsequently got archived at the Immigration History Research Center at University of Minnesota, so we were proud of that, though. So then we had this team, and let's go ahead one, just yet. It's worth saying that unlike the other projects we've heard about, this is not class-based. We're lucky at UWM to have the Center for the Student Undergraduate Research Fund, which pays undergraduates to do research with professors. This is modeled on a scientific model. So when SURF has its fair in April, you walk around, and if you're a humanities person or a social science person, you're like, it's like being in a foreign country. It's like being in Star Trek. Everyone's like, the QE2 coefficient turned out to be 17. Whoa! So that model is really a professor in a lab, or what Pilar, who is a little bit of a scientist herself, referred to on the way down as a wet lab, and there's a student there working with them. We started applying for SURF funding, and really our projects have been student-led and student-innovated. as I listened to all the amazing projects going on, I thought the only thing about that is it means we have endless temporality, right? It's not like you guys were staying up all night to finish it at the end of the semester. We're like, oh, we'll apply for another year of SURF funding. Hey, so the wonderful thing about that is there was an evolution from documenting deportation. And then we were like, well, what should we do now? Well, let's think about radical Milwaukee, the history of radical Milwaukee. And you came on towards the end of that phase, right?
Yeah.
We had different students who were interested in the communist past of Milwaukee in the mid-20th century. We had students who did an oral history project of Voces de la Frontera, our immigrant rights movement. And it was, one time we had a friend of mine, Ani Mukherjee, a wonderful historian, come and talk to us about his work on radical Milwaukee. He'd been a colleague for a while. And he said, well, what's your project? And I kind of said, well, right now, the students are enjoying getting paid to think. And, that in itself, I think, is a pretty radical experience. So we're in the midst of all this stuff. One of the students had created a beautiful story map of radical Milwaukee. And then George Floyd was murdered. And all of us were like, okay, that's the work, obviously. And so that really was a pivot for all of us. I called up Dr. Smith at Marquette and I was like, I have students, I have funding, let's go. And he was like, yeah, let's go, let's do this. And we started collecting. And that's the beginning of what we called, at first, archiving the protests and what the students decided they wanted to call Wisconsin Community Activism Now.
And once George Floyd was murdered, it was one of the biggest responses that we've seen globally, but especially in my lifetime in the city of Milwaukee, the response was it was humongous. And it was something that I felt really passionate about documenting, growing up in Milwaukee, being an activist in high school and elementary school, never really seeing that level of activism that consistently throughout the entire summer and even going in towards the fall and winter was just something that I felt really passionate about. And once the media stopped talking about it, I knew that I need to start doing something to help document it and make sure that once people stop talking about it, once the news stops covering it, that it's still there for the community to access. So we've been working with MSOE, like Rachel said, Marquette, and also investing with community members. And we've been really putting an emphasis on making sure this archive is community based and is away from the institutions that can filter out what we put in it.
Yeah, we felt really strongly that we don't want the digital presence to be owned by UWM. We had a lot of conversations about that, and there's a really wonderful, colleagues of mine in the history department did a really wonderful site about the Milwaukee civil rights era. It's beautiful, you can Google it. But we really didn't want it to be owned by the university because the university's in a funny place in Wisconsin. Long footnote, talk to me afterwards. But we didn't trust them to support the work that we really wanted to do.
Which is why we had such a huge emphasis on community engagement. So throughout these past 2 years, we've been able to work with local community activists in programs like Urban Underground, which is a high school program that promotes youth activism, which I was a part of in high school, and I got to contribute to the archive, which was super cool. Some local politicians, other community archives that were documenting similar work with Black Lives Matter in different time periods. Escuela Verde, which is a public high school, and we worked with teaching them public history and oral history projects so they could incorporate that in their curriculum. And we also were able to go to a Jacob Black Racine rally and engage with community partners there, as well as Leaders Igniting Transformation that works a lot in high schools to prevent policing within high schools, and Milwaukee Alliance. And recently we've been working with M3, which is a collaboration with high school seniors in Milwaukee Public Schools and with UWM as well as Milwaukee Area Technical College.
I just want to note that, all of these have been different things. The students presented at Escuela Verde, we were invited in to talk about oral history. We met Jacob Blake, who's the uncle of the man who was shot by the cops in Kenosha, and he got really interested in our project. But I also want to say for us, and I think that this really resonated when you guys were talking about the long time of establishing trust and connection creatively with community leaders, we want this very much to be a community-based project. And we have pretty strong connections. A lot of the people we work with, a lot of our team are people who are activists in their regular lives. But we've struggled to figure out how it would be ongoingly community engaged. So what Pilar and Noor are involved in now is we have this dual enrollment program where Milwaukee high school seniors come take college classes on our campus on Fridays, and it's free for them. It's paid for by Milwaukee Public Schools. So they've been trying to recruit students from those classes to do oral histories of their communities. Because what Pilar said is true, I mean, I'm sure in your cities as well, but this was a transformational experience. We were all sitting in our houses, waiting out the pandemic, and suddenly we all poured into the streets. And especially for people who had been, on leave from high school for 2 years, this was a transformational experience. And we're offering oral history trainings to these high school students so they can sort of catalog their own communities.
And so we have been able to create like a digital archive website. If you guys want to look at it, it's up, and we've been slowly collecting or incorporating the items that we've collected over the past 2 years on the archive, which includes like photos, videos, news articles, and a lot of other things that we've collected over the course of 2 years. And we've also been trying to engage with the community more by having social media pages. So we're on Instagram and Twitter if you guys want to give us a follow.
Follow us.
And then for our next step, so we want to continue with this, make it ongoing after Nora and I graduate, and to continue to collect for the Black Lives Matter movements as it happens throughout Wisconsin. But we also want to expand to other movements because things are constantly happening, and it needs to be documented. And so like Rachel was saying, we're currently partnering with the MQ program, just helping students be introduced into archival work. And we also just really have been trying to push to house this archive outside of the university for a multitude of reasons. And then our progress so far. So initially we started collecting different items as it was happening, because it really just kind of was we started this as it was happening in real time, and just kind of collected a whole lot of everything. And we have so much documents that we still need to go through. And so we've been assembling the archive. We got the website, and now we're just trying to curate how we want everything to be presented on the archive to make sure that it's accessible to the community, and that we also protect the community. It's just been one of the things that we have been dealing with while trying to introduce different archive items in the archive. So, and now we're trying to lean into part 3, which is just routine maintenance, but also collecting submissions for the archive as well.
Thank you so much for inviting us. I forgot to say first, we're really honored to be here, and I've known Alexis since she was a master's student, a talented master's student at UWM, so it's really wonderful to be invited into this wonderful world you're creating here. Thank you.
You have a couple minutes. Who has a question? Yes, hi. I really enjoyed all your presentations. Thank you so much for that. And I think the last group kind of spoke to this, maybe other 3 groups could speak to this. As projects that are born out of an institution or a higher education institution, or that are held within a higher educational institution, how do you find navigating support or not support from your institution as you're doing these projects, and how does that forward on having your support or not having it?
I can share a little bit. I mean, we we are a cultural center on campus, so we currently have great leadership in the diversity that basically the center do whatever they want to do. But the downside to that is that we don't necessarily get any kind of additional support. So I started this project based on kind of conversations and observations that I had and those experiences that I was sharing in terms of talking with students and also alumni. And so basically I have a short but small budget for paid staff. So I said, okay, our staff is going to work on this, the students, right? So I don't get any additional support from any kind of entity in terms of seeing this as a potential, long-term project that can grow, that, I have a vision that hopefully we can cover more of the universities in Chicago, but also beyond, because there isn't such a thing that I'm aware of anywhere, and there are few studies on Arab American activism per se, and then within students, here and there, far and off between. So it can also constitute great material for digging through that history and writing and maybe creating some projects. And so, the Digital Humanities Initiative has been the only other supporter on campus with providing us with some of the technical support. But so I think it's I guess it all depends on the campus. I think there are pros and cons. Like, we were trying to figure out, where do we house this archive? Like, I don't have physical space for the material right now, so we were like, okay, let's have it primarily be digital, but I don't only want that. We could consider partnering with the university archive, but what are the challenges that can come out of that? Because then, like, similarly with the website, we're like, do we create our own website, or do we link it to the library? And what kind of challenges each poses? And I don't know if I haven't figured that out, let's put it this way. Like, it still is a constant challenge, because part of making it institutional, there's, in my opinion, especially for a community that has long been invisibilized, is really important. So I'm thinking about institutionalizing, because I do think that even though, I envision institutions as part of the colonial heritage, white supremacist heritage of this country, it still is important to crack those spaces somehow, because we are here, right? And so I do think that would be important. To put us as Arab Americans in these spaces would be key and important for future generations. But there are also complications with that. Like, would folks feel, worry about how that can be surveilled? Our university has ties to, all sorts of government entities, let's put it this way. There are a lot of concerns about what that may mean in terms of that material and who has access to it. So.
Maybe just to follow up on Zeina's comments, because it resonates with what we have been facing as well. Our basements are full of materials that have been donated, and I know that in the past we've had some conversations also about how to archive them in a way that can be more accessible to the public. But it's also a complicated issue because, for example, our library is named after Bailey, who has been the machine that Uptown has been fighting against for so many years. And so it's very complicated to house our archives here, and so that requires some conversation. But also, the surveillance is also important for the community, and we were the activists who were part of it. And we had one, I just wanted to share one very uncomfortable interaction with a current project or development that's taking place in Uptown, where a garden that has been dedicated to the Winston family, who has been relegated to that they can only live in one block, the 4600 block. That garden is now being renovated by the city due to some large funding. And they've hired a developer who had no idea about this history and found our website and just
point out the websites, contact them and point out the website.
They said they couldn't find any information, but if you Google Winter Family, our website will actually pop up. So, but what they've done is then extract photos from there without permission. But we deliberately put photos that are low resolution so you can't actually use them. And so they were asking us how to obtain that. And we said we have to go back to the family. First of all, you cannot do that. Everything is copyrighted by the family. But so we're running into those issues, and I think we're at a point where we have to be very careful about how we archive. But I also want to highlight that when we began the project, it was very difficult to fund it, and if it weren't for the Institute for Humanities, some creative grants at UIC, I don't think we could carry out the project. It's still very difficult at the moment. Most of the work is done by Gayatri and myself. We know nothing about website development, but we have had some support from graduate students who have been very helpful to that end. But yeah, a very tricky and complicated position in the university, and also within the communities that we're part of.
Maybe we could just get a quick response to that from either Rachel or Pilar, and then we're gonna have to.
Well, the question was said that we'd already addressed it. So
Okay.
it's out.
But if you want to say anything else? All right. Let's just do one more very quick question.
I'd love to hear from the students. One of the things we always say in our classes, especially working with undergraduates as faculty members, is this semester is going to be a collaborative learning experience. And I don't know how, I mean, you can tell from the reaction in the room that the experience is often, that's not often the experience, both from the perspective of the faculty member, even though we were trying to make it that to be the case, and not from the students often. But it sounded like from your experiences that this truly was a collaborative, these were collaborative experiences in which you were actually teaching your faculty members. And I just want to ask, was that the case? And if that actually was your experience, I'd love for you to share, like, one, what made it that possible for you to actually feel like you were collaborating in contrast to these, typical class experiences. And two, what did it mean for you in terms of your own personal development to feel like, oh, I'm actually teaching my teachers?
I guess I can start. If that's all right. Okay. I am very fortunate to be part of two departments, the Gender Women Studies Department and the Global Asian Studies Department, that do not only give space to hear the students' voices, but are actively in discussion. Especially being in a class with Professor Guevarra, she would ask us so many questions in terms of not only how do we want to approach this project, but what framework are we using in order to explore these worlds that we have the privilege to have insight into. Professor Guevarra and I especially, we would be talking, and one thing that I really appreciated about the class that I was in is that even though our professors have a lot of background and a lot of history with Uptown especially, there was never this assumption that, our professors knew more than us. It was very much of we are all taking in this experience together, and how can we imagine this project to be the best it can be together without this hierarchy of one person is dictating a sort of role. Like, for example, when we were talking about inventory or color palette, I would other students would present an idea, and then instead of saying yes or no automatically, a professor would ask, okay, so how do we create this together? And being able to have that space to imagine was especially valuable, especially because I'm also a STEM student. And in my other cue laughter, and in those other spaces, it's more of a lecture, and you're absorbing information instead of really having a conversation.
Yeah, I could kind of continue that conversation. I think what's really amazing about the center that I work in is that there isn't really a hierarchy. And it's more so we're all doing this together, we're all learning together. And I think what really establishes that is that we do weekly meetings. And in our weekly meetings, we always do a check-in, so that we can all be on the same level, know how we're doing, bring the human in the humanity. And I really like that. And also, we're all just learning together. This is a new concept. We all have ideas that are thriving and growing, and it's a space in which we could kind of express our thoughts and feelings. And I think that just goes along with the work that we do, which is storytelling, right? How can we tell other stories when we can't tell our own? And the center brings out that space where you can tell your own story and start the day off by kind of telling your own story, and then, uplift the stories of others.
I agree, and I think
at UWM, it's more so just like the professors. Like, I came onto the project not a history major, not like knowing really anything about archives, and I was just welcomed with open arms because like the setting of our team is just very like student-led, but student-led in a way that like we can kind of develop our own ideas. Like, we knew we were gonna document like the protests going on, but then like every other idea that we had about the project was our own, and our faculty was just there to support us, and it's just been kind of that back and forth and being able to have that like system of support with whatever that we want to do.
And if I could just add like one more thing to that, like that's a perfect way to put it, because something in our project with Professor Guevarra in the class 300 class, something that I think made all the difference to actually allow us to step into those roles was to like, Professor Guevarra really carefully assessed what our strengths were and what our like aspirations were, like where do you see yourself and what do you want to improve on, and like you said, like letting people actually step into those roles, not necessarily already being the writer or being the artist, but kind of letting them engage with that work and without judgment, without like expectation, kind of creates that space for you to really like take that on and make that your own, as opposed to just being like, yes, this is my part of the project, here you go, like my credit is done. This is like something I have pride in now. It's something I actually identify with.
I know I'm not a student, but I want to respond to your really good question, and say that it's really been important for me as somebody who's coordinated these various projects for a long time. It's like, there isn't, there's so much pressure on everyone to be assessed and have outcomes and metrics and all that stuff. And like, we don't have any of that. We're trying to figure out how to conduct a politically engaged project well. And that's really different than, like, I don't have a relationship with Pilar or any of the other students that I have, that they're like expecting a grade, or like we apply for SURF funding, which isn't lush but is something, and that's it on the assessment scale, right? Then we have to decide what the standards are. Like, and it turns out that we're pretty relentless. Like, okay, that's not good enough community engagement. That's not ethical archiving. Like, what is ethical archiving? Like, and that's internal. Like, nobody's like giving us a metric for outcomes of, I'm sorry, bad stuff. But that we have sovereignty, that we have intellectual sovereignty, to me is huge.
Well, thank you so much to this inspiring panel. I hope you guys will continue your conversations during the break.
Well, welcome back, everybody. I'm so looking forward to this next keynote, but first I would like to introduce Dr. Terry McMurdy-Chubb, who will be introducing our speaker. Dr. McMurdy-Chubb is the Associate Dean for Research and Faculty Development and a Professor of Law at the University of Illinois Chicago School of Law. She researches, teaches, and writes in the areas of critical rhetoric, discourse and genre analysis, critical race feminism, and legal history. McMurdy-Chubb is a leader in designing curricula to facilitate diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. She is the author of over 30 publications, including the books Race Unequals, Overseer Contracts, White Masculinities, and the Formation of Managerial Identity in the Plantation Economy, published in 2021, Strategies and Techniques for Integrating Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion into the Core Law Curriculum, also published in 2021. And she is a contributor to Feminist Judgments, Rewritten Opinions of the United States Supreme Court. She is also the co-author on the book Critical and Comparative Rhetoric, Unmasking Privilege and Power in Law and Legal Advocacy to Achieve Truth, Justice, and Equity, with Elizabeth Berenguer and Lucille Jewell. In 2019, Terry was awarded the 2018 Teresa Godwin Phelps Award for Scholarship in Legal Communication for her article, The Rhetoric of Race, Redemption, and Will Contests, Inheritance as Reparations in John Grissom's Sycamore Row. She is the recipient of the 2021 Thomas F. Blackwell Memorial Award for Outstanding Achievement in the Field of Legal Writing, the first person of color and the first Black woman to achieve this honor. I'm honored to introduce Dr. Terry McMurdy-Chubb.
Hello, digital humanitarians. All right. Are you excited as I am for what's coming next? It is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Jessica Marie Johnson, who is an associate professor at the Department of History at Johns Hopkins University and a fellow at the Hutchins Center for African and African American Studies at Harvard University. Johnson is a historian of Atlantic slavery and the Atlantic African diaspora. She is the author of Wicked Flesh, Black Women, Intimacy, and Freedom in the Atlantic World. And if you haven't read this book, you must read this book. And that was published by the University of Pennsylvania Press in 2020. It is the winner of the 2021 Laura Romero First Book Publication Prize of the American Studies Association, the 2021 Wesley Logan Prize from the American Historical Association, the 2020 Kemper and Leila Williams Prize for Louisiana History, the 2020 Rebel Women Lit Caribbean Readers Award for Best Nonfiction Book, an honorable mention for the 2021 Pauli Murray Award, and the African American Intellectual History Society, and a finalist for the Frederick Douglass Book Prize from the Gilder Lehman Institute. Like I said, if you have not read this book, you must read this book. Dr. Johnson is an internationally recognized digital humanist and is the director of Lifetime's Code, Digital Humanities Against Enclosure, and senior research associate with the Center for Digital Humanities at Johns Hopkins University. Alongside Dr. Jamira Figueroa and Tauli Goff, Johnson also co-organizes the Diaspora Solidarities Lab, a Mellon-funded multi-university initiative applying Black feminist methodologies to collaborative scholarship. Johnson's essay, Markup Bodies, Black Life Studies, and Slavery Death Studies at the Digital Crossroads, is widely recognized as a groundbreaking intervention in the fields of Black studies, digital humanities, and data science. Johnson is co-editor with Lauren Tilton and David Minmo of Debates in Digital Humanities, Computational Humanities. She is the guest editor of Slavery in the Machine, a special issue of Archipelago's Journal, 2019, and co-editor with Dr. Mark Anthony Neal of Duke University of Black Code, a special issue of The Black Scholar, 2017. Her work has appeared in Slavery and Abolition, The Black Scholar, Meridians, Feminism, Race and Transnationalism, American Quarterly, Social Text, the Journal of African American History, and William and Mary Quarterly, Debates in the Digital Humanities, Forum Journal, Bitch Magazine, Black Perspectives, which is a publication of AAISH, Somatosphere and Postcolonial Digital Humanities, and her book chapters have appeared in multiple edited collections. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Johnson.
Hi, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me okay. I will do this awkward thing of balancing my computer because in the 21st century of 2022, the hotel computers don't work. So there's no printing. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone who organized this, everyone who is here, and the amazing work shared already. I'm always excited to be around digital humanists because we learn so much from each other and we just have a really good, exciting, fun time together, especially those doing Black studies and ethnic studies. It's just the last panel was revelatory and a reminder that, you know, so much of this work that we're doing when it comes out of particularly the US Academy, the American Studies Academy of DH, is about the community and is really attentive to race, gender, sexuality, issues of power, issues of justice, and working across hierarchies and difference. So I think it's something very distinctive about us in particular that we need to make sure that we're standing on. All right. So the title of my talk today is Brittle Bits and Pieces, Adrift in Black Digital Practice. I'll do a combination of speaking and reading. And usually I start off really slow and then I realize I'm running out of time and I speed up. So get ready for that somewhere near the end. And I'll try and make sure I leave at least enough time for a few questions and comments. So, all right, let's see if we can get started. Oops, turn that on. Mi abuela recuerda nada menos que recuerda todo. My grandmother remembers nothing except when she remembers everything. She, steward of our past, is not a straight line from Utuado to San Juan to New York to Chicago. She is jagged, surgical, and imprecise. Her address book is yellowed sheets and folded pages, crossed out names and scrawled addresses. But around its rim, she plots time and place. birthdays, anniversaries. Hurricane Andrew in August of 1992, the Humberto Vidal explosion in November of 1996 in Rio Piedras, Puerto Rico. Some things are right, as in they can be verified by news media, legal, or government sources. So the Humberto Vidal's shoe store really did explode in 1996 on November 21st. Some things are confusing because they can't be verified, so their import lies somewhere between what data is reported. So for example, Hurricane Andrew, she has listed not on this page as August 29th, but by then it hadn't already dissipated and it never actually made direct contact in Puerto Rico. So you have these, I have these scraps and bars of text that are these brittle bits and pieces of information about a life that will add up to and adds up to more than these parts. Tight script that reinforces, even as it betrays, the tabular logic ingrained on the page and in her hands, these printed lines that cannot hold a world of kin poured into the pages. And now there are no more entries to be added. So this file, this image dates back to 2013. Maria Mary Matos Nunez was born in Utuado in 1928, and she died in Chicago on August 14th, 2022. So pages like these, which leave me wondering, right? At what point does an address book become a technology for writing history? Scrapbooks, recipe books, journals, Bibles with family trees, the ephemera and marginalia that exists as scraps floating beyond traditional normative narrative histories. This is essentially hardware that ends up on a barge somewhere beyond the gaze of the first world. Is an address book a window into a different digital past? And where's the line between the present and the past, science and history, technology, and the human in the intergenerational lives of Black people? And I mean Black globally, diasporic, African, African-Caribbean, of African descent everywhere elsewhere. What do the watermarks of memory leave behind on faded photographs like this when dementia calls? So in this keynote, I'm interested in Black diasporic kaleidoscopic feeling through marginal and through the marginal and the ephemera, the brittle bits and pieces, much of it indexing quotidian and sociogenic grief. I'm interested in what that feeling looks like in this fifth season of the world that is both the dismantling of late capitalism and the unraveling of the very physics and biological structures humans on this plane of existence need in order to survive. I'm interested in how Black things and feeling index diaspora and how that indexing is also a digital practice that is distinctive to Africans and their descendants. The feeling and the marking of that feeling, the naming of it, and the exclamation of it all make diaspora, and they inform Black digital practice as a result and may have affinity to Black digital practice in ways we've yet to reckon with in our work. They may be a summoning that we need to be attuned to. As Jenny Sharp writes, like electronic files hidden deep within the computer hard drive to be retrieved at a future point in time, the African gods and spirits were driven underground to a land of linguistic silence, awaiting their unspoken, dare I even say felt, summoning on the other side. At our kitchen tables and our altars, at our devices and our desktops, we receive ghosts. As Marissa Parham, digital humanist and scholar, has noted, pleasurable or painful, haunting marks the return of something at once foreign and familiar and excavates multiple sites, and sites of memory. Sites as in citation was that last one. Or, as scholar activist sexologist Dr. Bianca Laureano described at the conclusion of her Femin Morning series, she noted, I've written so much about the process of losing myself in the shape-shifting grief, the experiences, the coping, the loss of so much. This post is a reminder that when you come back to yourself, you are not like you were before this all happened. I speak this as a new hurricane, Fiona, now I believe still a hurricane, but I think headed towards Bermuda at this moment, has just left the island of Puerto Rico only a few days before and during and through the 5-year anniversary of the last devastating hurricane that hit Puerto Rico, Hurricane Maria. In a meditation on mourning, disaster, and the federal neglect of the island in the wake of Maria, Yamada Figueroa writes, we search for the disappeared and hold fast to the disappearing. We labor to remember we are more than colonial subjects, always more. And we are more, and also, I briefly want to appreciate the force of the ecological, imperial, and historical processes at work today. So this is video from Zaatari, Utuado, which is Utuado is where my people are from. It was posted by journalist David Begnaud, who has done a lot of work on the ground covering both hurricanes, both Maria and Fiona, as well as the last years of protests against fiscal control and austerity measures instituted by the federal government, U.S. federal government against the island, which these protests led to, among other things, the resignation of Ricardo Rossello in 2019. This also is worth indexing alongside what's happening, well, just happened in Jackson, Mississippi. I think the boil water warning was just lifted, in which the entire city had a boil water warning. Baltimore actually also, West Baltimore, the black part of Baltimore, also had a boil water warning recently. And thinking with M. Jackie Alexander and her and others who are thinking of world making and of a global South and Souths, to which this work of climate catastrophe and the what some people call the Anthropocene, some people call Plantationocene, Malcolm Ferdinand calls the Negrocene. We can think with Hurricane Katrina, Ida, New Orleans, so many different parts to this puzzle, right? So I want to think a bit today about Black digital practice in the face of those like very, 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 very big processes, and also in the face of the very, very, very small. And I guess I also kind of want to say up front that I really hope I don't have to convince anyone here of like the stakes of this work, and I'm not going to really waste a lot of time doing that. So if you aren't already aware of the massive economic, social, and political shifts happening right now, the danger we're all in like a physical and even planetary level, nothing I say here today is going to convince you of that. So instead, I want to think with the choir about what role the digital plays in the grief that accompanies being Black diasporically, globally, broadly, and what we're grappling with that aspect of Blackness plays in our digital practice. So I suspect that the digital's hypertextual, coded, encoded, intertextual, or indexical architecture, however we want to describe it, does more than parade images of disaster, death, blood, despair across our screens, although it's worth and important to note that that is actually something that is being challenged and has been challenged, especially by digital Black feminists and organizers and scholars. We saw this most recently in the wake of George Floyd's brutal execution and of the use and reuse of that video and audio in order to use as evidence of murders of Black people by the state, usually the police, and to share that with the viewing public. Here you have Melanie Price, who was just one of many who described the overlapping layers of trauma and terror and helplessness that accompanies the spread of these images for Black people in precarious relationship to police, which is all Black people, just in case you wondered. She definitely turns the logic of these viewings and their need around in the sense of, I have never turned on the news and accidentally watched a white child being shot and killed. So Price and others are trying to make clear that there is something structural about the proliferation of imagery that accompanies the murder of Black people. Price points to news media, journalists, news outlets, online and on TV that have a role in stewarding public engagement with information, with stories, with state violence and the desecration of Black bodies, and notes that there are actually alternatives. Media outlets can put a moratorium on broadcasting content 48 hours after something is released. They can place them online with warnings. They can share images of victims as opposed to perpetrators, all kinds of things that would give a fuller sense of Black humanities. These are her suggestions. And Price, to me, is really laying clear some of the stakes of a formulation that I proposed might be useful for those of us in DH to consider as we're building our projects and taking up our own tools and crafting our own kind of accountabilities. And as we do so in this world that's steeped with violence. So that formulation is roughly described, I described it as the 4DH. So on the one hand, you have capital D and capital H, which is digital humanities as a sort of generated and out of academia. The capitalization is meant to signify the capitalization of resources that are available to those at university sites. That is something akin to the D and the M, which is the third line, digital media content created online, because I'm old enough to remember when the newspaper was not online and was in your hand, and when newspapers were really mad about all of the news that was getting posted online and getting scooped before it got to the paper, because the paper comes out when it comes out and online is always there. And that's not the same now. And so there's something here about the ways that those who are born into recognizing digital media as an arbiter of taste, recognizing the way that it shapes topics and tempers how we understand and experience events, granted algorithmically, versus those who have grown into that age. There is something there we're thinking about as we're engaging with media. And it's something that we're thinking about how that has also coincided with media print media in particular, becoming less independent, less capitalized, and increasingly consolidated under national and international magnates. And we know this. Some examples are the Times-Picayune coming under the Advocate, although Times-Picayune was also quite a big institution. The loss of the Village Voice in New York, the loss of the Baltimore Beat, which was an independent news outlet in Baltimore, and then its reopening recently, both on paper and online, recognizing the kind of disparities of access that happens in Black Baltimore to Baltimore Weekly. So there's this sense of that all megaphones are actually not the same, even when it's a megaphone. Some are really big, come with really big loudspeakers and heavy sticks, and some are actually just sheets of paper rolled up in one hand. So not even all digital media in this sense is the same. You also have digital humanities and digital practice. I'll get a little bit more into digital practice as we go along. To think a little bit with different kinds of news media. One of the projects that I'm PI on, co-PI'd with Dr. Kim Gallen, who is shown here, and Dr. Sasha White. It's called Black Beyond Data. It's a Mellon-funded project where we're trying to think about what does it mean to think about Blackness and data together, think about Blackness beyond being data. And one of the projects of that is working with the Black Press Research Collective, which Kim Gallen founded and directs and will continue to direct, moving that amazing archiving project over to the Center for Africana Studies at Johns Hopkins University. And the importance of that, and the role that it being at JHU, with all of the issues of universities as stewards of information that we discussed, and we can talk about those more, and more importantly can direct them to Kim because she is very much the arbiter of that project. But the role that project has played in creating a digital archive of Black newspapers, like especially the Baltimore Afro, which was really one of the standards of Black periodicals for so much of the 20th century. So even all digital media and even all journalistic media is not necessarily the same or have the same kind of megaphone, and that's what we're thinking about as we're thinking about our projects. Likewise, not all mourning and outrage is the same either. Not all public demonstrations of Black death are the same. Not all circulation of grief is bodies and death, even when the content shared is a body, and even when the topic is death. So most recently, we have Mimi Till Bradley, whose memory is resurrected in this moment, as if we could ever forget her, in a new film, Till, directed by Chinonye Chukwu. And I'm going to do this.
Rules down there. You have to be extra careful.
No.
Oh,
I hope you guys can hear it.
Be
Okay.
small.
Like this?
The first time I heard about the Emmett Till event, I was in elementary school.
You look like a movie star.
What?
Bye-bye.
It's one of those stories that if you're Black, you've heard about it.
I want to talk to you about that boy.
Most of us would not know who Emmett Till was if it weren't for Mamie.
The whole world has to see what happened to my son.
Mamie was very aware and intentional about the power of the image to really bring awareness that would result in a level of change and activism and to galvanize people into doing something.
You're not just my own anymore.
Orion exists to give a platform to the myriad of filmmakers like Chinonye that have something to contribute to the cinematic canon of American film. And I'm really, really committed to making movies, not just by us, but for us.
We put Emmett's story in its proper context and history to understand how his story sparked the American Civil Rights Movement.
We get to see how Mamie fights for justice. If something is happening to one of us, it is happening to all of us, and we witness her come into a particular kind of power and to be the progenitor of the Civil Rights Movement.
Those pictures of your son changed people's lives.
Mamie turned tragedy into purpose, which is why we sit here today.
This story needs to be told in a way that is humanizing, empowering, and that is necessary. There will be no physical violence against Black people on screen because I'm not interested in relishing in that kind of physical trauma. We're gonna begin and end in a place of joy.
You just beeped when you should have bopped.
Mimi was a catalyst for change. She affected millions of lives for the better. Mimi Till Mobley is a hero.
The lynching of my son has shown me that what happens to any of us, anywhere in the world, had better be the business of us all.
So there's a lot of gems in there.
This was my boy.
And we can talk about many of them. I only want to point to, I especially want to point to Chukwu saying there will be no violence in this film about a lynching, which I think is really significant, especially in thinking about this conversation we might have about how do you have these conversations, how do you tell these stories? We had storytelling earlier in the last session, and also think about what your accountability is to the showing of violence, the showing of bodies, showing of death. And we can talk about that more. I thought that's so important, it seems, of a move. So that's the trailer for Till, which I think should be out next month. It's probably doing screenings already here in Chicago. Emmett Till is a child of Chicago, so I'm sure I don't have to detail his history here, and I won't, but I'll just recap briefly. The murder of Till, which happens in August 1955 while visiting his family in Mississippi. Emmett allegedly whistled at Carolyn Bryan, a white woman who was shopping in a store while they were both shopping in a store. Bryan's husband and his half-brother kidnapped Emmett, beat him, and shot him in the head, tied a fan around his neck, and dumped his body in the river. Mamie Till's mother, with the assistance of the NAACP, had Emmett Till's body exhumed, transported to Chicago, and then hosted an open casket funeral. His face left unretouched at the mother's request. She said she wanted all the world to witness this atrocity. I want to note a few things. This is where the news items appeared as far as Jet, again, another Black periodical. So again, thinking about media, including digital media, what role Black publications play and Black media plays. I also want to note, the covers actually are really important to me as well. The way that indexing lynchings, including pedagogically, this is from the next, either next or the next after issue of Jet, is happening alongside other concerns. Like Black people are concerned with many things at once and can be concerned with many things at once, including astronomical violence. And I forget what this cover says. Why men prefer longer hair. These are concerns, which is to say that Black people, like all people, have many, many different layers and levels and ways of thinking about the world. So that's a sort of thinking about Black media. That's also not to say that, traditional non-Black white media is necessarily not investigating or dealing with these topics, dealing with the digital in some really interesting ways. You have, of course, the 619 Project, which if you ever went to visit the digital project version of the New York Magazine issue, it has a video animation of this, which you can sort of see, it's a little dim, in Black, gray, and white. And what you see here is the ocean from Point Comfort, which was the landing of those first 20-odd Negroes. More recently, you have this. There we go.
An uncultivated patch of farmland. What do these places reveal about a brutal chapter of American history? They lead us to the forgotten burial grounds of thousands of enslaved people.
This whole region, it's like a land of lost cemeteries.
Using a system of maps that goes back nearly 150 years, we can see evidence of cemeteries on Louisiana's former plantations. These graves are scattered along the Mississippi River, where petrochemical plants now dominate the landscape. We went to Louisiana to investigate these sites, from the ground, from the air, and from space, and spoke to local residents about their quest to preserve these graves before they're lost forever.
On a plantation, this was your freedom. You didn't get freedom until you were dead, in your grave.
Daryl Hambrick and his sister Kathy run the River Road African American Museum. They learned about the region's lost cemeteries through their work as historians and funeral directors, and have been identifying them for the past 30 years.
There needs to be a place that's protected in the memory of those people who are enslaved here.
These families' lives were bound to this land because of plantations. They were brought here to work these plantations and remain here and die here and be buried here.
It's easy to identify a cemetery that has headstones, but enslaved people used whatever materials were at hand.
Sometimes they would mark it with a tree. There would be very few markings, maybe a wooden cross.
Of course, I won't play the whole thing. It is there to be explored. And it's part of work, we're sort of recognized as work that's been happening for a very long time in Louisiana, where Black historians, community organizers, medical professionals, and residents have come together to fight the petrochemical companies that range along the Mississippi River. This is an area of the Mississippi River that's called Cancer Alley, colloquially. And it's one of those big processes that scholars like late scholar Clyde Woods describe as part of the bourbon or the plantation block of enclosure, what he also calls the carnival of death that has fought to enclose Black and poor Louisiana life for centuries. This is a movement against that their petrochemical hold on River Road. And it's been continuously challenged in the name of the living and the dead, in the name of memory and memorialization. And so here, along with thinking about what kind of role digital media plays in the hands of larger, like capital D, capital M, in the New York Times hands, which has been doing some really fascinating work of late. It's also interesting to think about the invocation over and over of memory, the role that memory plays in taking charge of the work as part in the hands of these organizers. It is worth thinking also about the kind of rampant investment in destroying memory and in the expendability of people and communities that is happening on the other side, and where and how our work fits into that kind of struggle, because that is a struggle happening. I also, bring this into the conversation because it's an opportunity to highlight Kathy Hambrick, who has been doing amazing work at River Road African American Museum, and who was part of a workshop that we did as part of a Keywords for Black Louisiana, which is an NHPRC-funded project digitizing 18th century French and Spanish colonial records. So transcribing and translating them to place them online in a digital edition that will be publicly available. And where this differs from sort of more traditional digital editions is that we are explicitly creating a digital edition. Our mandate is to create a digital edition that is attuned to and accountable to Black communities and those who've been doing the work, like Kathy Hambrick, for years and years and years. And so even in this, being introduced to, for the researchers on the project, being introduced to this long running struggle has been incredibly important. And that struggle exists alongside the struggle over memory, but also even over legal documents, institutions, newspapers, maps, land surveys, and other documentation is happening alongside Black communities managing the hauntings and enacting summonings of ancestors and kin long gone, and it's happening in the face of enclosure. It's devastating to do the work that those like Kathy Hambrick and others are doing. It is also powerful and beautiful as well, and it is important. And it's also non-negotiable. And I think that, I want to say that clearly to sort of get away from the kind of sainthood that can sometimes accompany these projects and those who are organizing it. It's not an option. You do this or you it's like a live or die type situation. So again, the very, very big, and then these brittle bits and pieces. And for me, it is, I think sometimes for us as a body to see the one from the other. So I find myself in this digital practice of residing in small places, in the small parts that float about our digital lives, the ephemera, the marginalia, and to think about how does it And might it better mark our mourning? It's a question. Murders, graves, and tears certainly mark our mourning, but is there something even more quotidian, banal even? And why shouldn't it be found in the digital if not anywhere else? And is African diaspora a practice of mourning in and of itself? And you can think, of course, with Christina Sharp on and her thinking through the wake. If African diaspora is a practice of mourning, if that's part of the work that we're called to do in Black lives, doesn't that make mourning and ritual a critical part of Black DH practice and Black digital practice broadly? So layering our brittle bits and pieces over and through existing operating systems isn't new then, but the how and the why might actually be worth investigating and learning from, and learning a kind of new ethical and productive relation to that kind of mourning and to the past and the present and the living and dead. So might sort of our brittle bits and pieces actually chart new futures. In Poetics of Relation, which we all hopefully are familiar with, Edouard Glissant, in the Open Boat chapter, the first of the collected essays in the book. So this is editorial choice on Glissant's part. Arrivals, I believe, is the name of that part. It's definitely one of the more famous chapters in this work. Martinican scholar Edouard Glissant begins with this same kind of mourning. For the Africans who lived through the experience of deportation to the Americas, asterisks, confronting the unknown with neither preparation nor challenge was in no doubt petrifying. So Glissant goes on in that section to offer what today is one of the most commonly seen framing for understanding relation across African diaspora society, communities, experiences, lifeways, the open boat. This is an important framing for many of us in Caribbean studies, in Caribbean history, in the digital Caribbean, in the Diaspora Solidarities Lab. It's become so important, which is a lab I co-run with Dr. Morrissey Figueroa and Tali Goff, that has come to be the name of the Open Boat Lab, which is directed by Morrissey Figueroa, and is sort of the standard bearer of that lab. Now, as obsessed as I am with the Open Boat, as obsessed as my colleague, Dr. Figueroa, and all of its connected possibilities, I'm as obsessed with discussion happening below the fold of this opening, and it's the only citation, the only footnote in this essay. The slave trade came through the cramped doorway of the slave ship, leaving a wake like that of crawling desert caravans. It might be drawn like this: African countries to the east, the lands of the Americas to the west. This creature is in the image of a fibril. He goes on to discuss African language becoming deterritorialized, contributing to creolization in the West, orality as the price of, essentially of this exchange, and the account book becoming the only thing that is written in written form on the ship in the hold. And so for me, again, there's a lot of things, a lot of little things here. You see, you can see it in the French as well. There we go. So, for me, there's much to think about. Again, obsession with marginalia. There's a technology of this text in the 1990s, published in the 1990s, that allows for this image to be drawn and printed in hard copy, but not rendered in textual form, which is to say there's no movable type imagined by Gutenberg or none satisfactory to Glissant and the printers at the time that could capture this symbol. And we can think about how that translates into like Unicode and symbology when we're talking about translation issues in HTML, what kind of languages can be represented. Like, again, this can be, you can go down a very nice rabbit hole here that becomes really important for equity of language and communication. There is also the power of 1990s Caribbean letters, which is also butting against what technologically in hardware and even software can be created, innovated with, and transgressed to capture diaspora. So I won't go much into this here, but there's also Barbadian's Kamal Brathwaite's Psychorax video style, which Kelly Baker Josephs describes as Kamal Brathwaite's practice of, quotes, tearing apart old concepts, in this case, the traditional print poem in order to make something new. But it really seems crucial to cite him and bring him in this conversation because it's happening within, give or take, the same decade. And his, Brathwaite's Psychorax video style is also being created also in a moment of mourning. He's mourning his wife, who tragically passed away of cancer in 1986. He's mourning the loss of his archive in another hurricane. These hurricanes keep coming. Hurricane Gilbert in 1988, along with a series of other personal tragedies. So to quote Jenny Sharp on Sycorax, who Jenny Sharp also described Doris, his wife, as the unseen and then no longer living co-writer of Brathwaite's work. Brathwaite is naming the spirit in his computer, this unseen and no longer living mother of Caliban, Sycorax. By naming the spirit inhabiting his computer, Sycorax, Brathwaite is indicating that the machine has connected him to his lost mother tongue. So again, this is to say there is something very interesting happening here in the 90s, but also here in this moment in thinking about technology of type and therefore of marginalia. But there's also something interesting happening in thinking about technology and its ability to make connections subsumed by the violence of the Enlightenment rationality, which is a rationality that digital has inherited, and the ways that that can be made visible or invisible. So to come back again to Sharp, I took that quote out. Like electronic files hidden deep, Sharp's discussing the African gods and spirits who were driven underground to a land of linguistic silence. That was a quote from the earlier in the beginning, and the summoning. Now, what's interesting and worth our sort of thinking through is that this kind of haunting is something that Black DH has been taking up for some time. And it's become an essential praxis of doing digital work that I really, again, want us to turn to again and again. So Marissa Parham, to come back to Dr. Parham's work, in her essay, Sample Signal Strobe, Haunting Social Media and Black Digitality in the Debates in Digital Humanities, Parham investigates how questions of time, space, maps, sound, and hauntings might or might not actually come together. So that to be haunted is to experience other people's memories with the effective impact of the personal. And there's more here. Not just speaking about it, Dr. Parham is also thinking through it in a project called Break Dance, which was part of Slavery and the Machine special issue of Archipelago's Journal. Parham writes that break and its dot break space dot dance itself bespeaks the work of ontology and basic web development, wherein .x is used to mark classes of representation, a class structures, style, and behavior, so that a wide range of attributes can be applied to web element by tagging it with the class. In this sample from it, Parham pulled the section of break.dance, which you can't find on your own. You actually have to live and walk through the site. You can't just pull it. In this sample from it, she found the section that related to the death of Toni Morrison. So when Toni Morrison passed, she pulled this, did a screenshot, and then posted it as news of Morrison's death began to circulate in the public. Do you see the mourning theme? And I'm trying to relate. Here again, we have mourning and grief intersecting with and indexing what is already hypertextual and sumptuous about Black loving life, Black kinship practices, and Black ways of relating. In her new exhibit, Material Conditions #1, a series of digital art projects initiated by a crowdsourced creative prompts and hosted by the Immersive Reality Lab, Parham's contribution, Let Us Be Weightless, takes us into hauntings in a different way through the underwater buoyancy of those who speak to the ocean, sea talkers, who converse through and into storms, in a post-apocalyptic future that is present text to our now current present of rising oceans and hurricane supremacy. It is an audacious text, transgressing narrative and form, a breath of fresh air underwater for those of us still here grasping for more and more breath. Storm talkers seek storms and stormy weather, and even as the story could unfold as a version of eco-crisis and climate catastrophe, it actually instead ends up being a story of people and of peopling, of you, the user, and your friends, one of which in the story is KK, who talks about there being too much high pressure outside, too much pressure on the inside. Or Malv, another character who you, the user, you, a sea talker, is encountering the story, who in the aftermath of memory, Mal's refrain is, do you remember, has only a prayer to offer, one you find is later customary, but means more in the moment you encounter it in the text and the story than you expect. See if I can play this. Yeah, there we go. The salutation that is the refrain in this Let Us Be Weightless is I wish you rain. So here, Parham is pulling together the brittle bits and pieces that are vocabulary notes, there are glossaries for a future world, salutations and prayers, even a discussion over a cowrie emoji, things we discarded in our capital D, capital H analyses, but which hold deep, intense, intimate meaning here in this story about the underwater world. For Parham and for us, if we are honest about how we relate to our phones in our digital world today, much more of the brittle bits and pieces around us have relevance in our everyday lives than, perhaps the storm front and the pressure changes that are coming towards us. So to return to the Fibril, Glissant describes his attempt at rendering this here, which is not a symbol, it's not really objects. We still need to discuss what it is. But he describes his attempt at this connection, this passage, this economy, this epistemology as this creature, Sebet. And as translated by Wing in English, it becomes this creature is in the image of a Fibril. There's a grasping here, though, that Glissant is doing, the feeling in and towards something that will get at the nature of the exchange and dispossession, yet also the kind of connection that is the African diaspora or the African diasporic. There's something that even he can't pull forward into textual words. And since much of the Open Boat essay and much of his work is very much caught up in what can't be pulled forward into words, what has to be expressed in poetics, what can't be put forward into text, but needs to be expressed through the oral, there really is something very provoking here to me about what a symbol, hand-drawn, perhaps, probably, still trying to figure that out, what a symbol does that these other forms cannot, but also maybe must do with these other forms as well. So really what I'm trying to think with and get at is that all of these actually end up having to work together in a way that is as intertextual and digital, and that creates a kind of symbiosis with how Black digital practice operates in the present day. So the Fibril provokes me as a Black DH scholar, marking its deep sorrow for all those lost beneath the sea, but also its demand for more, for making something out of this terror as that terror fills the world. It's a data visualization of data, and also is data, and also is media. In her Data as Capta essay, which has been taken up in a whole host of ways and discussed and challenged, and I think most recently a situated data essay by, I'm actually blanking on his name. Joanna Drucker writes, the graphical forms of display that have come to the fore in digital humanities in the last decade are borrowed from a mechanistic approach to realism, and the common conception of data in those forms needs to be completely rethought for humanistic work. So I take this to mean, and to think with Drucker's work, which is expansive and goes on to many important things like graphesis, which is a really fantastic work of thinking through data and data visualization. I take this to mean that regimented tabular data on the page or on the screen tends to operate by Enlightenment default from a premise of what you see is what you get. And in that context, the Fibril is just what it is. It's a tendril connecting, perhaps even from both directions, one side of the Atlantic to the other with some extension into the hinterland. But the Fibril is not just lines on paper, it is a creature, right? And names of something that is escaping, exceeding the possibility of text and tabs. It's chicken scratch for a reason. And this anthropomorphic marginalia that exceeds is what I'm also actually interested in. There are folks who are thinking very much about the Fibril. Jeffrey Kahn's work on the Haitian migrants, where he moves the Fibril in some directions between Haiti, Jamaica, Cuba, and Florida. Christina Sharp's work as well. Most recently, Rashad Newsom's amazing exhibit in New York at the Armory, which is not Capta, but Captcha, where he creates an AI installation called Being, that is a representation of queer and trans community, kin, dance, sensibility, sensation, and spirit. All of these are also, I think, part of this conversation in some really interesting ways. For Black digital practice, I suspect that Black marginalia and Black data have a symbiotic relationship. In Voluptuous Disintegration, A Future History of Black Computational Thought, a wonderful essay in the most recent issue of Digital Humanities Quarterly, which is a special issue on digital Black studies for a new generation. Romy Ron Morrison writes, Black computational thought denaturalizes these residues and situates European Enlightenment thought as spatial, temporal, onto-epistemologies that are highly narrow and specific rather than universal, rather than axiomatic, rather than natural. Instead, these are entangled in other matters, such as subjection, extraction, expropriation. And so you can keep reading there, but Morrison's prose is just exquisite, so you'll allow me to quote a little bit more at length. They argue one of the principal questions orienting Black computational thought is, what other genres lay in wait? And they continue by declaring with intention and exuberance that Black computational thought holds open these proximal possibilities and directs our attention to the quotidian, social, opaque, woven, and fugitive practices of computation born from the Black diasporic movement. Blackness here, which is worth noting, because I started off saying Blackness is global. I also want to attend to Morrison's framing of Blackness, which I presumed and did not say out loud, but we can say what it is always in a love affair with queerness, transness, and feminist orientations of the world. So there's a rejecting borders and binaries here that I think is critically important, a rejecting of boundaries and settlements. The Blackness here explodes computation and the humanities founding tenor of Blackness as degraded or or inhuman. It fights the simplicity of calculated separability and instead contends with the relationship to difference, kin, collectivity, risk, non-normativity, non-linearity, ambiguity, and trust. So here, in short, brittle bits and pieces that do not compute the curling script across the fields of the register have as much or more meaning than the formulas imputed in the cells themselves. And they offer some shadow of how to read beyond those formulas and beyond those cells, beyond the known world. Aware of those origin stories, scholars of slavery and African diaspora have been especially innovative when deciding to take up the use of computational tools. So you have a project like Vincent Brown's Slave Revolt in Jamaica, which combines ArcGIS analysis of the route enslaved rebels traveled and forged in their battles against slave owners and British troops in Tacky's Revolt, 1760 to 1761. This is combined with design elements like animation, text, and images, which tells the story of, quote, the greatest slave insurrection in the 18th century British Empire. You also have Crystal Eddins, a historical sociologist investigating African fugitivity during the Haitian Revolution, who analyzed over 10,000 runaway slave ads, which were themselves, many of them created in a database by Jean-Pierre Glonnec, Leon Robichaud, the Marriage in the Americas database. So you have DH and projects on Black people fertilizing other ground, which I think is really important that we're at that point, which is great. To Eden's work, able to run sociological, anthropological, and statistical work together to uncover unforeseen spreads of African ethnic identity, gender, and age dynamics of marronage and group marronage. Most recently, you've got a team of scholars led by Celia Naylor, historian of African and Indigenous slavery, and that included Madiha Choksi, Alex Hill, Moacir P. de Saperea, and Kristen Aki. And I'll see if I can pull up just a little bit of it. This is a really gorgeous site. So you can see it here. And I believe you can still, you can click on different things. The title of which is Unsilencing Slavery, Remembering the Enslaved at Rose Hall Plantation, Jamaica. So this site, just to linger on it a little bit, especially because it's so new and important, combines computational analysis of the population at Rose Hall with data visualizations to provide a memorial for the enslaved women, children, and men at the plantation. Now, as a memorial, it's deliberately engaging across disciplines and genres. It's deliberately something more and different than an archive, at least that's how I read it. And it's attempting to answer the question Alex Hill relays in his reflection essay, which is included on the website. Can data visualization join prose, poetry, art, music, film, and dance as a medium where Black lives can be honored, recentered, unsilenced, or seen with an otherwise gaze? So that's there, you can check that out. Another space where this work is happening is through one of the microlabs that I direct, the Entre Aguas, Diaspora Solidarities microlab under the Community Knowledge Lab at JHU. And one of the projects that's happening there is working with the Registro Central de Esclavos, which is right now, there's a long, very imperial story of it being digitized, but the full and probably the most high resolution images you'll find on Full 3, which is accessible by subscription only. They are also available on the National Archives website for free. This is the 1873 register of enslaved Africans in Puerto Rico that preceded formal emancipation. And so it was set up in order to allow the government to indemnify slave owners once enslaved people are free. So it is both a census and also a tax register in some ways. Working with these documents, which are not much clearer than you see here. We are creating data sets and a site with the idea of making that information more accessible, computational, have some potential for other kinds of programming behavior, like, very much inspired now. We started this project before Rose Hall came out, and Rose Hall came out, and we're like, we want that. That is very hard to get, as Dr. Heel reminded us. That is bespoke. But we are starting somewhere and working with this particular tabular data. And just get a sense of some of the details of it. You have the fields in the actual register itself on the left, and then you have these kind of different subsets, which I would go back one. Those are these two across the column going down. You have these sort of like internal data sets, two little internal data sets within the main manuscript. And those are on the right. Now this is like the actual words that are used in the register. One of the conversations, for example, that we're having is how those words may or may not be used in, I'll call it the bias set. That's what we call our data set in keywords, not the formal and faithful set, but the set that has quote unquote bias. It's also sort of riffing off Marisa Fuentes' reading along the bias grain, which is to say that what would it mean to, instead of saying esclavo, to say esclavice, which is a version of enslaved in Spanish that is being used in conversations and in the Caribbean, Spanish-speaking Caribbean, especially Puerto Rico. So this is some of the work that's happening on this end. Very much related in particular to what it means to remember and to think with African ancestors in Puerto Rico in a place where Black ancestry and African ancestry tends to not be as clearly and legibly remembered as a state project. We can talk more about that anytime. So I'm going to bring this to a conclusion so we can have some conversation about some of these projects if we like. But I want to sort of end us with thinking a little bit again and coming back a little bit again to Black digital practice, coming back to marginality and ephemera, thinking about digital practice as using the digital to live in the world, thinking with those of us who do Black DH, who name ourselves as Black and Digital, who are indexed by Black and Digital Humanities, and we aren't saying, that we are, even when some are saying there is no field of DH. We are saying we exceed the field. Our excess drips with erratic potential, with a refusal of binaries and boundaries, with a clarity of purpose to which we have been called. We are obsessed with kinship. We are preoccupied with Blackness. We are accountable to the kitchen table. Born radical. Alana Prince and Kara Messina, who are editors of that special issue I just mentioned, Black Digital Humanities for the Rising Generation, name our gestation and our purpose and our marinage from the Academy, from technophilia, from anything that does not or will not serve our ultimate goal, which is the wholesale dismantling of enclosure and anti-Blackness in this world, on this planet, in this timeline. And all of this is also true, even as I myself, to bring it back to, I started with my grandmother, I can end with myself. I cleave to nothing. I am loyal to nothing, except the powerful and wholehearted excavation of Black life. I myself am also broken and brittle by this desire for foremothers I will never meet, ancestor women I will never see. Files of paleographic material are all the legacy left behind for me, but those scraps are remade in our hands beyond and into Nkisi, Grigri, electric totems against my own wholesale erasure. And so I am not an orphan. My boat is open. She winds up and down the Mississippi River from Alabama to Chicago, back down to the Gulf. I am not I, but we, and our ghosts sit at our dining room table and we eat. And I will end there. Yeah. This QR code has, I think, all of the citations that I mentioned, probably not all of the websites that I went to. But if you have questions about things I've read here, I believe they should all be there. And if it doesn't work, I'm sorry. Happy to take questions and be in conversation with everybody. Yes. And say your name. Say who you are. Let's be friends.
I was wondering if you could circle back with us to the question of violence and where you ultimately want to take this in relation to that amazing clip from the Till film, and where you're landing with your own work in relation to that, because this is such an intriguing framing of that issue. And so yeah, could you speak a little bit more to that?
Absolutely. So I'm a scholar of slavery, first and foremost. And so the conversation that you see that, we witness, those of us who are scholars of slavery online, about the pornographic representation, over-representation, over-indexing of Black death and Black violence is such an important one. In part because we know that violence viscerally, those of us who have been in that particular archive of slavery, although there are analogous ones that I think many of us here have been in and are part of, not party to, I hope not party to that violence. And so, the question for me is not to describe or discuss the violence, but how and when and where to do it. The importance of Mamie Till, the real life Mamie Till, consenting to and initiating a project by which she placed her son on display, I think is so important for how we understand what kinds of imagery, and that could be text also imagery, gets circulated when it comes to Black death in particular, but of course Black life as well. And I don't know that we are always having that conversation in our projects, in how projects are designed, and the conversations we're having. It means centering community, very much so. It means letting the community, letting individuals for whom the work that we're doing is incredibly intimate and familial, take the lead in what information is discussed, what information is shared, what stories are told. And I think, again, there was some storytelling that was happening here that was the Uptown Project in particular, and thinking about what does the community itself want to share. And it means also, understanding sometimes when the choice is to share the violence and how to work through that. So I think that, I'm always wary of share it all or don't. I don't think that the choice is actually that easy or clear, and that in fact, the important work here is as much about how we're in relation and who we're in relation to as it is how we recognizing where power is. So the power of the Black press being and the NAACP in that moment being able to steward the discussion of violence happening there is really a really important part of the story. So I think, yeah, so I think that there's a complexity there that I think is really, really important. And the role of us asking that question about the violence is also incredibly, incredibly important as well. There's also not sort of presuming that Black people just sort of index violence, I think. And how we tell that story is not always self-evident in our projects, even in our data, that we can actually superimpose the violence in slavery data, for example, as opposed to finding ways to strategically manage it and tell a whole array of stories with the whole range of tools that we have available to us. The Unsilencing Slavery Project, I think, is a really good example of that. Yeah. Yes. Hi. Hi.
I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about what I love about your work, right? The way you're always flipping the narrative of paucity of it, of traceable knowledge, as opposed to and what you were talking about today, excess. Right? So I was wondering if you would sort of dig a little bit more with us around the kind of ethical impulse that's driving, right, the necessity, right, of flipping the narrative. Well, we can't really tell that story because we don't have the information.
Sure.
To when you start to look around, you discover not just that it's not a matter of paucity, but it's a matter also of excess. And then how you end up telling that story, right? The onus or the responsibility of shaping the narrative around the excess that you're discovering.
Sure. So, I can think through this a little bit in terms of the register. Registro Central. I said, look at my Spanglish. I said register. That's ridiculous. In terms of, see, we got Spanglish people in here. You guys didn't even notice. I should have been quiet. In terms of what a register like this is meant to do, right? There is nothing that says creating a project that, transforms the manuscript sources / image files into spreadsheets that you can then use to calculate, to make conclusions, to run formulas and programmable code around, to make very fancy data visualizations. There's nothing saying that is something that you couldn't do and is not necessarily important to do. But there's actually a lot of stories here that are sort of exceed the logic of this document that was created in its moment. So for example, one of the things that emerged when we were, working through the different manuscript pages, when we've been working through the different manuscript pages, and so this is myself, this is Dr. Sarah Bruno, who is a postdoc, doctoral fellow at Rice, this is Isa Diaz, who is a graduate student doctoral candidate at University of Puerto Rico, and Carlos Boglio, who is also a student at UPR, are the different kinds of terms that are used in relation to color, hair, facial hair, nose, mouth, etc. So there's terms here that are familiar. So pardo is being used here, which for those who do colonial Spanish language anything, pardo is understood to be a term that is about a particular racial status, usually kind of like 1/4 Black is sort of how it's understood. Although that, of course, has a lot of gray areas, but in general, it means a kind of mixed raceness, right? Pardo here is being used for eye color. And so there's a way of thinking about, well, how does a term that goes from thinking through casta definitions, essentially, then become something that becomes as banal as just a color, like it's a RGB code at that point. But what is the transition from there to that? And what is the transition from there to that to us in this moment being, surprised at that, right? So how have the racial codes shifted so much? Again, so that we understand that there is something strange happening here. The different kinds of categories of the filiación subset. which always also makes me think of glissant, but I haven't worked through that yet, so don't ask me that question. The filiación subset. And thinking about what role, nariz, boca, these other kind of categories play as biological markers. So these are like essentially biometrics, right? What meaning they have in that particular moment becomes really interesting because they're sort of assumed to have a particular kind of meaning in 1871, 2, 3, that is both clear, right, in our moment, because we know that these are obviously features that have a kind of racial aesthetics tied to them as we understand it in present day, but can't be assumed, can't be presumed. And then there's those, those categories, and then how many of these, fields are just empty. So the emptiness of the fields is also something that becomes really a way of thinking about, I talk about this in Wicked Flesh very, very briefly, thinking about null value, but a way of thinking about what do the things that are not said, also, how do those play a role in the story being told between the registration official and the individuals that he is, essentially surveilling and scrutinizing and thinking through and with. So that's those are some of the things that I think, I think can be part of how we understand how to transform material out of slavery's archive, if we are going to do so, into material that can then be read by a computer, which requires a particular kind of abstraction, but also resist that abstraction at the same time. I'm gonna remember the scholar's name, but in thinking about the responses to Drucker's essay, you have situated data as a response to thinking instead of capta, which he actually brings up as an issue of thinking about like capta as a Latin form of capture, and how if you're doing documents like these, maybe thinking about capture and data is not necessarily the best way to go, and offer situated data as a different kind of context. And I also know that, on the computational humanist side, there is resistance to the presumption that the computation, that they are not themselves also thinking about that as computational humanists. And I think that that's really important to mention. I think one of the things that is the next step that Black digital humanities and Black digital practice and increasingly Black computational humanities, Black data takes is to say that the formulation and the foundation and the architecture of computation and the humanities themselves are actually part of how the enclosure of Black life happens. And how are we taking that into how we're thinking about what we do with this kind of material and the stories that we begin to tell out of it, with it, and around it. So hopefully that makes, this is not a good one with like there's registers with like scrawl everywhere and things in the margins and all kinds of stuff. I don't have that here, but since I have this one here, I thought this might be a reasonable example to share as far as that particular kind of excess. Yeah.
I don't know if it's a question, I'm sorry. But I'm captivated, and you're kind of giving voice and language to something that I've been thinking a lot about, which is the violence of abstraction and data. And I was remembering as you were speaking a demonstration that I participated in, unfortunately, where someone was doing using data around sterilization to create a haptic experience, and there was like a ball that we all had to touch, and it was connected to sort of the data of the rise and decline of sterilization over a set of years. So the more sterilizations there were, the stronger the vibration in the ball was. And we were all doing this collectively, and I remember participating in this, and a couple of women of color were with me in my group, and one left the room and threw up.
Right. Yeah.
So, and partially because these are women of color who were being sterilized, they were incarcerated women. They were from areas that some of the women who were there, the younger women who were there, were from. And so I think that when I talked to this young woman afterwards, she said, well, my aunt was sterilized. So there's an immediacy that once something is rendered into data form and then translated again back into a kind of physical and affective experience can create or create another violation.
Sure. Sure.
So,
Yeah.
that's why I said, not a question. I don't know if it's a question, but I feel like what you're talking about is kind of giving me a language to think about that sense of violence that I associate with data and particularly abstraction of genocide, colonialism, and forms of gendered violence.
Yeah.
And was it a question? Are you giving me that? I think you are. And thank you.
If that's the language you want. I think that, it may not have been a question, but it also brings me almost all the way back to, one of the very first things I said, which is that, I'm going to say that I'm talking to the choir, right? And I think that this even goes back to your points, go back to the conversation about the role that, DH, like the DH at our universities plays in this work, right? Which is to say, who are we creating projects for? Dr. Risson, who likes to ask this question. Who are we creating projects for? And if we begin there, I think we ask different questions and do different things. The Rose Hall site, I was not part of that project team. I don't know the kind of questions that they asked, but that it's a memorial and not a digital archive tells me something about like the kind of choice that you make as you're creating and building out what you do with the data. And I can only imagine that choice began at the ground level of dealing with those manuscripts. And I think those are the kinds of questions that we can't afford to jump over. And I also think that what would happen if those of us who are doing Black studies, ethnic studies, Latinx studies, all the various studies, all the studies as they come together, did more talking to each other and not out to convince someone else somewhere else that, okay, sterilization is really important, you should feel it. Like, I think I just got chills. I feel like we're good. Like, we feel it. Especially thinking of like Puerto Rico, like the long history of sterilization of Puerto Rican women and Black Puerto Rican women, especially, like there's not a question there. So what if that question wasn't on the table when you're planning the project? And this also speaks to the violence question, which was the very first one. Like, what if we're not actually setting out, which I think is what the director was saying also, I'm not setting out to convince you this was violent. That's not the point. We're beginning with joy and we're ending with joy. And somewhere in there, a terrible, terrible, devastating thing happens. And there's also other things in that Jet magazine, like et cetera, et cetera. And so I think this speaks to that. What do our projects look like? And what other spaces we can imagine if we're not enclosing our own selves in the questions that, perhaps the university wants to answer, but like are not interesting to the community at large because they have other kinds of queries. So I think there's many, many different questions there that should be on, like, here, check off these questions, ask these questions as you're doing your project, and not an afterthought somewhere at the end of what we're doing.
And what I think is really important about this is that our ethics are often seen as an abstraction.
Yeah.
Right? But actually they're linked to, as you pointed out in this talk, who we are speaking to and who we are in relation with. And it reminds me of the Combahee River Collective statement, which is basically, if we're creating DH for the communities, then everyone else benefits from it.
Right.
Right? If that's at the center, like who we are making things for. And I think often in the academy, there's a kind of abstract viewer who's of course white, because abstract or neutral viewer, right? That often we are making things for. And if we make things for these communities, then I think imagining our audience in that way.
Or with these communities, right? Like if we made things as though we are also members of those communities, which I know like. Right.
Yeah, no, or like what relation?
Yeah.
What is our relation to the archive?
Exactly.
Or
Exactly.
we treat the archive as a relation.
Yes. And I would say, to even put it in more practical terms, for example, with thinking about the fields of the registro, which is the example I have. I didn't put the Airtable for the keywords project in here, but that's also another really good example of thinking about like creating a bias set, naming it as a bias set, sort of thumbing our nose at, Black thought being seen as the biased part of these projects. There is, like one of the conversations we had was in thinking about, and this was a suggestion also from Dr. Heel, was in thinking about what does it mean to have, the different categories of color, for example, this field of color, skin color, casta, what would it mean to have, the color as it's listed in the register, but then also, index as the color or the racial designation that it might be today, right? What would it mean to just add and to revise and adapt columns alongside what's in the original faithful set? That show here is the original document, because that also is important information. And we had this conversation with the keywords. We use Airtable for keywords. The keywords bias set we were discussing with the community partners. Nobody was in favor of changing the names of what was actually in the document. People were actually very, very clear that the metadata had to cleave in some way to the original documents, because this is a place that has a structural understanding of documents that get lost through hurricanes, through state violence, through state neglect, and all kinds of other things. And so having the faithful set was critically important, but so was having an understanding and somewhere in the actual architecture of the data itself and of the database itself, having an understanding of how and what these terms mean and their larger history, their localized history, in some cases, and beyond. And so, we can do that. Like, we don't have to be afraid to kind of be creative with these tools. And we shouldn't be afraid, because these tools were creative and created around enclosing Black and Indigenous life in particular. So we can turn that creativity to our favor and do that work, I think. And starting for me with the marginalia, as well as a kind of macro perspective, helps sort of push against that, superimposition of enlightened rationality. It's like, actually, this margin, this very, very small marginal piece, is critically important to engaging it. And if we start here, then a lot of the kind of logic of how to organize information changes. I wouldn't say it goes out the window, but it changes. It changes a lot. Yeah. Yes.
I was thinking a lot about what you were saying in terms of the issues around violence, because if you notice our title, when I was presenting earlier, it said, "It's also not our stories, our struggles."
Yes.
And then we
I
actually
love that.
paused, and our students were like, "Why are we always talking about struggles?
Right.
We're not our struggles anymore, right?" So we decided to add our joys, and we're still trying to figure out what that means.
Sure.
But I was also thinking that part of the challenge is that when we showcase violence, it's like at some level it's about proving our humanity or our shared humanity, right? It's like we feel pain too, we bleed too, kind of thing, right? And you see that a lot in narratives of in terms of thinking about the empire and narratives of war and trauma, and a lot of folks like me shy away from showing these violence, because I feel like we get sensitized to it in ways that just make it not really actually as effective as it maybe was meant to be.
Sure.
But it kind of creates this this challenge, because it's also the site of claiming solidarity.
Yes.
Right.
Sure.
Because it's like a lot of the struggles people talk about. Well, we're all subjects of the white supremacy, right? We're all being attacked by the same type of systems and structures, right? So that violence is maybe one of the ways that connects them.
Sure.
So it's like, and then when we're creating these projects, like, yes, it's important to create them for our community and in conversation, but especially with their digital, they have multiple audiences.
Sure. Sure.
So then how do we address that, or do we not worry about, how these multiple audiences may be engaging?
Yeah. Do other people have thoughts? This is a conversation. One thing that these are really important questions. These are the questions that need to be on the table. One thing that what you're saying makes me think of when it comes to violence, because again, I think there are creative and strategic and important ways that it does need to be part of a public conversation and an internal conversation. And one is that, what are the kinds of ways that communities come together both in a moment of violence, because there's a Wisconsin Can project also that is here or was here. I won't call them out. I'm sure they're here somewhere. They're haunting us. And the kind of long-running state violence, like that awareness of state violence and the kind of consciousness raising that is part of that. And that being a crucial space of coming together in kinship and as a knowledge community of like recognizing like, oh, I'm not the only one, right? It's not just happening to me. This is a structural issue, all those different things. The Entre Aguas project, part of its Black Puerto Rican data politic is that there is actually real work of counting that does need to happen. That is the kind of making visible Blackness in Puerto Rico so that you cannot turn away from it. And this is an Afro-Latin American, Afro-Latinx mandate, right? Like, so in many countries, I think that has shifted a lot. I don't know what the new number of countries is, but for a long time, numbers of people of African descent were not being kept in Brazil, in Cuba, and other places, with the rationale that that is creating affiliation and that should not be creating an interest group. You also see some of this language in the French context, in the both French hexagon context, but also French Caribbean context. And the resistance to that has been that, but if you don't count, you actually don't see the racism. You don't see the structural disparities in education, in access to health, in housing, in access to jobs. Like, you can't index then. And so there's actually been a push for computation and for being indexical in that way. So this is to say that there is something to be said about what kind of visibility, where we turn our spotlight and our megaphone on and to. But the other thing I think about is that violence, I wonder about the claim, and we can talk about this. I wonder about the claim of that I think we all make, Black folk, like diasporic folks certainly make it, and in some ways you sort of see the opposite of what I'm going to say around things like George Floyd, and I'm of like Gina 6, Trayvon generation, so as far as online organizing. There's something about the claim that the violence is what brings us together versus the kinds of community relations that have already existed, that the violence becomes the response to the violence, that those relationships, the seeds of those relationships are already in action. And the violence forces those to bear fruit in a kind of way. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, is it the violence that's bringing people together, or is it something else? The experience of surviving that violence, the reflection on that violence, the processing of it, the institutions that existed before the violence that can then hold space during it or after or in the wake of it or organize for it. Like, is that what's bringing us together? And I think maybe that's not always the case, but I think sometimes it can be. And we talk about it as though it's the act, the noose found or whatever else that is actually the thing that's bringing us together. And I don't know if that's true. I think that might be a lack of our ability to name always the thing that had always been there, that this sort of flash of imperial, heteropatriarchal, white supremacist excess is revealing in that moment, revealing a thing that we already always knew. Now, what I'll also say, because I was just saying from the Black Puerto Rican perspective, that there is also a kind of an immigrant, this is also in some ways a Black Puerto Rican perspective, because there's something that happens that's different on the island than when you get to the mainland. So there is something there about, the experience of living within Black community in different places that also shifts and is kind of like, whoa, like, wait, this is happening now here. I am now this in this place. I don't have access here. And a kind of refraction of like, okay, well now I'm seeing things that wherever I was imperially, those things were invisibilized. So there's also something there, I think, that is worth thinking about when we're thinking about our intergroup conversations about how when we come together. But absolutely, okay, I'm gonna stop talking in a second. But no, because this is the conversation that we should be having. But the last thing I'll say is that for me also, like, it's also a really long game. Like, I'm a scholar of slavery. So for me, the kind of organizing that we're talking about in the present day is organizing that I'm seeing on plantations centuries before that is unfolding as a practice over and over and over. That's why I was saying in the small things, the Black digital practice, why I'm attracted to it as a scholar of slavery, where I should be in the 18th century and usually am, is because the kinds of engagements and gestures and what people call once upon a time passive resistance, which people don't use that framing anymore, but that action that's happening on in kitchens, in workshops, in the kind of petit mariage, grand mariage, like all of those things are happening earlier. And so this is a long, long, long game for me when I'm thinking about it. And that actually is really exciting, because it tells me, like, we have done things like dismantle, slavery before, which means we can dismantle prisons and police now. And we have done things like be in coalition before. And we have done things like, like resist and, engage in armed revolt before. Like that for me, where I think sometimes my students are like, oh, I got to hear about slavery again, because I also get that. That for me is actually really exciting. I like that sense of pedagogy that I can understand from a long game. So that's also part of it when I'm thinking of your questions. Yes.
To continue that conversation, I was thinking, when you're thinking of it in my head, meditations on morning, but maybe the crushing obligation to the dead as an organizing principle as well, right? Like when something else happens, that burden of the benefits you have because of who went before and the obligations you have, I think are brought to the surface around community organizing.
Yeah.
And thinking about, slavery, and I was just thinking about Robert Jones's The Prophets, right? And so this fiction, he's a beautiful, just achingly beautiful book where he's, surfacing these relationships on a plantation, and the beauty there of queerness, of Blackness, of bringing that all together and so in the past it's reflected in the present, right? So this intervention in the time where we're in, going back to slavery, echoes your point about this happened before.
Right.
So it's a constant remembrance of that.
Yes.
And how we can keep moving the ball forward.
Yeah. And a charge to always remember, to come back to this conversation over and over and over again. We have to do it over and over again.
Well, and even bringing it up to freedom struggles and the recovery of, of Black radical tradition or, other radical traditions in the 1960s, for me, really recalls a different form of haunting, which is a Derridian haunting, right? Which is reminding you of the path of the future that was truncated.
Right.
That you then take up.
Right.
And potentially realize.
Yeah.
Right. So that kind of haunting is sort of taking us out of simply the space of mourning to a beckoning.
Yeah.
Like this is the future that was truncated by white supremacy or patriarchy, heteropatriarchy. Like it's a possible future.
Yeah.
And it still exists.
Yeah. I love that. I have this thing, again, thinking with Black Puerto Rican data of really, so Puerto Rico gets a bad rap among the other Black Caribbean islands because supposedly we're not really radical or whatever. We don't really recognize our Blackness, all kinds of things. And that's why I was saying there's a thing that happens as you move geographically in Cartesian space that, you have different experiences. And that's actually a really important part of this conversation because this conversation should be global, right? This is not just a in-place conversation. There's macro, yes, but this is about the petrochemical companies are global. That's a global relationship of neoliberalism within the Louisiana corridor. But Puerto Rico gets this kind of bad rap or whatever. And I'm always been a colony for like 500 years. You know, like don't talk to me about what we do to survive. We're doing a lot. And so things have been lost. Like literal things have been lost. Like not just manuscripts and documents, people, bodies, hurricanes come through, change the game. The kind of colonial knowledges that circumscribe what kinds of ways to think about solidarities or racial reckoning or racial consciousness. Like there's 3 or 4 empires there. And so, you know, like this is about long survival and survivance. This is about, for me, this is definitely about the dead and how you are attuned to like the movements that have come before. This is about memory. How do we remember the movements that have already been? Like the Kasana Project, like how do we continue to keep those? And even in the losing of things, just circle back over and over and over again. And again, like our own human timelines, I think that can be a lot to process. So I like the small bites. I like the marginalia. I like the little bits and pieces. And I like remembering that there are planetary scale matters at work that call us to do this work because like actual species survival is at stake. So yeah. Really important questions. Yes.
Thinking about this being a global conversation, one thing I'm thinking about is as I recently read like being global in the digital humanities, talking that draws attention to sort of the physicality of the technologies we use. You know, the extractive mining processes that go into creating the servers, the computers, the phones we use to create and consume projects like this. And I'm curious about what NACDH sort of has to offer a perspective of how we think about the physicality of these technologies and how these projects are tied up with them, the duties you have to those places that are being extracted from, how all of that fits together.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I invoked hardware on barges on purpose, in part just very barely gesturing to that, but asking us to think with certainly where our devices and screens come from, which is a little bit more than access and bandwidth, which is also a conversation, like who has access to even these projects. That I think is a conversation that is happening more and more. And I'm thinking about Alex is haunting this project, Dr. Heels and others, minimal computing, which is very much a tenet of the projects that we're doing, both in the DSL as well as Life Code as well, more broadly. So, but the hardware piece, I think, is something that is a tangled knot that is not necessarily taken up. And one of the ways I've sort of seen it taken up, I had the pleasure of working and teaching with Liz Losh, a class, Feminist DH at DHSI a summer 4 or 5 years ago. And one of the things that's part of that class is doing a hardware session, having to actually build some computer circuits. And there's that kind of tactile experience. Those things are sharp and spiny. Right. So there's the tactile experience of like how painful it can be if you do the wrong thing. There's the soldering, which I don't think we did that year, but there is that piece as well. So there's the kind of ways of thinking about that embodied piece as actually physically dangerous, and reckoning with that part of our relationship to projects and to the lived reality of what those projects require. And then there was like, what do you do, with the parts and pieces? So that is one way of sort of working with it. I used to also know Jackie Wernemont at Dartmouth. Their Center for DH is doing a lot with hardware and wearable technology. But I don't think that we have good answers on that at all. Like, I think we have no good answers yet, as far as I've seen, although I'd love to hear what other folks might be working on. And that's something that we've really got to figure out how to reckon with. Again, thinking on that kind of planetary scale, but also thinking on like very human levels of labor and access and where things are being produced. And what that means for how we might shift our operations. Like, are we building computers now? Like, that would be cool. Are we thinking about how we might recycle parts? And there's also pieces there that are about hardware, but also about, I'm gonna make up a word called peopleware, which is it's something beyond the maintainers, which is also another sort of DH response to some of this. But the folks who are IT in different places, right? Like the folks who have the kind of lived reality of doing the harm flagging on different social media sites and the kind of mental health issues they've had at places like Google and Facebook and Instagram and wherever else, where they're sifting through all kinds of truly despicable and horrific material. So there's a lot of levels to this that need to be engaged. Imani Perry's work, last I'll say, Imani Perry's work in Vexy Thing is also coming to mind and thinking through the different layers of this and how we're called to be in that kind of solidarity, but also how we're called to think ever more deeply about who is the enemy, what is the actual structure that we're trying to dismantle, and then therefore what are the moves that we make when we're doing our organizing or our work, whatever way we call our work, in order to make those kinds of shifts. So not a satisfying answer, but I don't have a satisfying answer. And I'm not sure as a DH project, the field has a satisfying answer yet at all. And we really need to and should. Thank you.